My mother told me when I was young, we soon inspire a sorry son. You won't be lonely if you fall in love over and over again and again. I'm living my life according to the law of attraction. It's like camera action. I never wanna die. I'm living that life with no direction. I thought you learned your lesson. Thought you learned your lesson. Over and over again and again.
Okay. Yeah, you ready to go? And here she goes.
Biscotti?
Later.
Oh.
Yeah.
Biscotti? Hello and welcome to London. We're here for the 888 Live. I'm not Nick Wealthall. I'm David Tuckman. He's Nick Wealthall, though. And we are here for day 2 action.
Look at your jumper. You're like the reasonable face of poker. You're like the fireside chat face of poker.
Yes, welcome. We are here for day 2.
Yes.
Yes,
It's exciting.
We had 518 entries when it was all said and done.
That's a big tournament.
Yeah, we are still quite a ways away from the money. We're at about 130, I want to say. I believe 63 get paid first place, by the way. Remember we talked about this?
You said 81K.
Right, you
I
said the over?
over.
Well done, you.
Boom. First win of the day.
£100,000 for first place. That's right. £100,000 for first place. That will not be determined today. That will be determined tomorrow. Let's take a look at our chip count of our featured table. There is only one ambassador left in the field, and that is at our table. Vivian Saliba.
Saliba.
Yes, she's 135,000 chips, so just 45 big blinds. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000, with a 3,000 big blind ante. I want to welcome all of you to the broadcast here on YouTube. Nick and myself will be here
Prepare
throughout the day.
yourselves for some biased commentating.
Well, I mean, Kara's out, so it shouldn't be too bad today, right?
Well, Vivian.
Well, yeah.
I'm not going to be objective about Vivi. She's
No,
awesome.
you can't be. How can you?
I hope she wins the entire thing. No disrespect to all the other people who are, I'm sure, very lovely and also in the tournament.
I want to go on a limb and say Vivian would like to win the entire thing as well. Vivian, of course, from Brazil, an ambassador for 888 Poker, has done a great job throughout. Raised from Nicholas and Neophyton.
She has options. 3-bet fine. Flat fine.
She's the 3-better type. I mean, she definitely likes
yeah,
the
she
3-bet.
is. That's very true.
She's an aggressive player. And I kind of like her stack size to do it with. She kind of has a nice 3-bet fold stack.
She does 3-bet.
Story, that's the 21K.
Story checks out.
Yeah. And Neophyton pretty much has to decide if he wants to play this for his tournament or not. And obviously, the answer is going to almost always be no, but we'll see. That is a name, by the way. His name, by the way, is Neophytus. Neophyton.
Brilliant. That's kind of a superhero type name.
Right. He's from Publester, UK.
He lost.
No, sorry.
He lost. He lost. Updates. He lost.
He
Keep
lost.
paying attention. He lost.
I figured he was going to lose.
Vivian won.
Oh, I figured that was going to happen. I have these little bios in front of me. They don't give me a lot of information, but we will relay that to you as we go through. There is a free roll today. I want to make sure that we don't miss that. That free roll will start in 2 hours and 46 minutes. Another thing coming up in the next 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We have Nick Wealthall's NFL picks of the day.
Oh, yeah.
If you are wondering what to bet on or possibly what not to bet on.
Yeah, you can go either way. You
Yeah.
can either go, that Nick, he's a clever cat. I'm going to follow his picks. Or you can go, that Nick, he's a moron. I'm going to go the exact opposite way. Or you can go, NFL, I don't know what that is. Why are they talking about NFL?
Who cares? Well, it's sports betting, and, you know, why not?
I mean, if you've never tried it and you like to wager, you need to get into the NFL for that purpose.
Just for fun, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
even
the
if you
most
want to
fun.
just throw a quid or two on a game, have fun with it. Basically, do you feel like Nick will be lucky today or not lucky today?
Luck.
Yeah, sorry. What was I thinking? A raise from Viv now on the button. And it's like alliteration day. Look at this.
Well, she's just going to win this tournament if she keeps going at this rate. I've just done a graph. Because, I mean, I think she's going to win this pot. So that's 2 pots in 3 minutes. She's clearly going to win the tournament.
Yeah, so far, so good. And this is actually a nice little flop for her because she should be able to get at least one street, possibly 2 streets of value out of this hand. Because Combs is not going to go anywhere just yet. That is Charlie Combs from the UK. His biggest live score. I like his biggest live score. He doesn't know. It's 60 to 70,000 euros. Somewhere in there.
So
oh, what an unfortunate turn card for Vivian.
Commentator's curse. I'll stop saying things.
Yeah, what did you say that
I don't
for?
know why I said that.
That is a really, really good turn card. Now, the good thing is for her hand is so susceptible. It is a hard out there. I'm not even certain if she pays off the river. I mean, she can really beat nothing. And most players who have just a king here are really content to go to showdown and not turn their hand into a bluff. So you start thinking, okay, what hand did he call me with? Well, I can't beat an ace.
Isn't she just like, she's super exploitable if she doesn't call this river?
Yeah, but that's, who cares? Live poker, you don't have to worry about being...
No,
I just don't believe in the whole
it's
thing.
just-
Like, okay, yeah, it's exploitable, but is somebody exploiting her in this tournament at this moment?
No, that's not really what I mean.
What do you
It's
mean
just-
then?
I mean she's right at the top of her range. Like, she bet the flop, which she's going to do with most of her button opens.
That's a great fold.
She does make a fold.
No, I guess my point is this. Okay, yes, is it exploitable? 100%. How many players are exploiting her, though?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's also players that play bad. I mean, like, there are a ton of players in this field that would bet King Jack on that river. Like a ton of them. The point is, if you're going to, you've got to be right a high percentage of the time if you're going to fold
make
an
that
ace
fold. Yeah,
after
100%.
betting once. That's my point.
I can agree with that. I think that's a reasonable thing. I guess my thought behind that was...
I'm not saying you understand. I'm not saying obviously she made the right decision. So what am I talking about? I just think you've got to be aware of that if you're going to fold top pair to, to that bet. You need to know what you're doing, which Vivian does. So
Well, that makes sense. Either way, good laydown by her. She
do you
loses.
want the NFL picks?
Yes, please. Everybody get your pens, pencils, papers,
No one cares.
and your favorite betting app
you,
open.
you are the only person that cares.
No, there's somebody out there who's going to be like, yeah, I want to make some money tonight. Hey, you can sweat with us
Yes,
during
you can do that.
while we're watching
Now,
this unfold.
You have to understand, if you're going to follow me on the NFL, you're going to bet on crappy teams. Because in my opinion, that's where the value is in the NFL. Crappy teams that are, the public tends to not underrate, but underrate. They exaggerate how bad they are, is my point. That's what you see a lot of the time. And the teams are very close together. So, for example, you can get Washington plus 10.5 against Carolina. Now, Carolina are a mediocre team in the NFL. And a mediocre team in the NFL should almost never be giving 10.5 points, in my opinion.
I can get behind that.
So we've got Washington plus 10.5.
Washington plus 10.5, folks.
I don't want to bet on Washington. They're terrible. But we've got Washington plus 10.5. And then the same logic, slightly different logic, actually. It depends on if you have Green Bay. I've got the Giants plus 6.5.
We're on the opposite sides of that, by the way.
You like Green Bay? So
I like Green Bay to win that by a sizable margin.
So I feel like Green Bay are horribly overrated. So we'll see. That's going to be an interesting one.
We could wager a quid on that if you want.
Okay.
We
I'm
could,
happy
like,
to
put
do
a
that.
fun quid on
I'm
that or
happy to
something.
bet £1 on that.
£1?
You have the
I'll take Green Bay plus
6.5.
minus 6.5.
Yeah, sorry, minus.
Okay.
And then Jacksonville plus 3 at home against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, both teams are pretty horrific.
I don't understand why Jacksonville. I don't understand why this line wouldn't be like -2 or something like that to Jacksonville. Like, I don't understand how Tampa Bay can give 3 on the road.
I'll get you. Okay. Vivian, by the way, raises in the hijack. Continue on. It's okay. I'm following.
And then we're finishing with the last one. And so those are my 3 picks, really.
So you're like the Giants plus
And then
6.5, Washington plus
10.5,
10.5, and
Jacksonville
plus
3.
3.
And then my other one for fun is, just because it's the big game, Ravens giving 5.5 San Francisco. I suspect that line's about right, really, but I'm picking that one.
You're taking the hot team. The Ravens have been the hottest team in November.
They're freaking amazing, and like, it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Just dismantled.
San
The
Francisco.
49ers, by the way, San Francisco is undefeated, though.
I know. Well,
They might be the most underrated. They might be the most disrespected undefeated team in the history of the NFL so far.
It's a good question.
I mean, because nobody believes they actually are like that good
I mean, I think they're pretty
outside
good.
of San Fran.
Like-
Everybody thinks
like-
they're pretty good.
Yeah.
But when you think of like, but come on, they're not going to really win the Super Bowl, though. They're not going to really actually, and they're undefeated. It's like week 13.
But like, on a neutral field, they'd be an underdog to the Saints, right?
That's the funny thing, though. It's like
And that
They'd
might
be-
be wrong. That might be wrong.
right, but they'd be a dog to the Saints, the
Yeah.
Patriots.
Yeah.
They're big
The
dogs to the
Ravens.
Ravens.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out today. It's a good game.
So one thing we will find out as well is who's going to go to Madrid. I'm going to Madrid. You're probably going to Madrid.
Oh, lovely.
We're both going to Madrid.
Lovely.
January 23rd to early February. That's right. It is a 1 million guarantee event. Festival in Madrid, January 23rd. Make sure you are there. Join us. Drinks are on Nick. No, that's not right. Drinks are on me, as I always say.
Yeah, you're the generous one on this team.
Come on in. That wonderful gentleman yesterday, very gregarious Sam,
Yes.
who made a great comeback.
Top man.
It was not to be,
We were
though.
sorry to see him leave the tournament.
Yeah, it was not to be as he got eliminated earlier today. Thanks so much for joining us. You're watching 888 Live London. So the NFL picks are in. If
Do you have anything, by the
these,
way?
by the way, these are just for fun.
Just for fun. Please don't write in and say,
yeah,
I put my mortgage on. No one's going to do that.
I hope not. But no, but these are the fun picks up for Nick Wealthall. Nick and I, for the record, as we said, Nick and I are on the opposite sides of the Giant Green Bay game. I think Green Bay is going to win that game pretty handedly.
Yeah.
So I do like Green Bay.
I respect that.
But as for the other picks, I think they're fine picks.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you know, they're all close to 50-50, I promise you that, because it's the NFL.
Right. People don't realize that it's just as hard to go 13-0 as 0-13.
Right. Good point. It's actually very similar to tournament poker in
Look at Colin here.
Well, it's not a big all-in, right?
No,
It's from the button.
This is a fairly trivial. I mean, if you're Alexander, you might actually be considering moving all in over the top. I'm actually surprised Schechter did not. And he used a time card. We remember we do play with a shot clock. 30 seconds stacked on your hands. Ace-9 versus 8-7. It is Colin who is at risk. What do we know about this Colin guy?
We know he's all in.
All in at risk.
He's a 51% favourite here, which is a bit mad. He's now 92% favourite. So the graphics you see on screen, the percentages take account of folded cards. So I can only assume a lot of aces and nines were folded. Otherwise, that was weird. Colin doubles up.
Yeah. That is Colin McInerney from England. McAndrew.
It's good, David.
McAndrew.
Yeah.
Okay. Well done, you, Colin. As I mentioned, the free roll coming up in just about 2.5 hours. I believe registration is open an hour before the tournament. The tournament starts at 8 p.m. The password for that. Where are we?
Our password is...
Where are we?
Well, we're in a small broom closet.
Well, what city are we in?
London, baby!
Yeah, that's the password.
Okay.
Here's the password, folks. If you want to get a hold of us, best way to do it is on Twitter. You can tweet us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck on Sports. I see that at Hackney Poorboy has. That is Sam, by the way. My NFL picks of the day are, I actually got Tennessee earlier in the week when they were +3. They are now -1.
You got them at +3.
That line was crazy. Yeah, it started out +3, opened at +3, and it's now -1.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm almost thinking, should I middle it?
Well, yeah.
But I'm not going to. I have Tennessee +3 because I think that's going to be a very close game. I think it's going to be a field goal game either way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's a pick and type.
I like
game.
Green Bay. I just think the Giants. Daniel Jones is not really ready yet. Green Bay's defense is quite good. I think Daniel Jones is a little bit mistake prone. I think Green Bay ends up kind of I figure they end up winning that game by like 13.
I figure they'll win that game by 6, and I'll win by half a point.
By half a point. And you will get my quid.
That would be a sweet, sweet pound coin.
You would like that. I like Arizona +3. I know at certain points during the week they were +3.5, so if you can get that, that's even better. Arizona is really, really good against the spread this entire year. They've kind of been underrated all year. So the Arizona Cardinals. Those are kind of my Tux takes.
Tux red hot takes. There's a lot of junky teams in this league, man.
Yeah, of course. Oh, we're looking McAndrew. All in 59,500. I don't think you can call this now. Not with King Queen offsuit. Nope. And Mr. Combs lets it go.
Yeah, that's one of those. I really wanted to open this hand and now I can't. Dwells. Just sad, I'm sad.
Take a look at a chip count here. 184,000, 61 big blinds up top there for Alsacas. So not a ton of chips at this table. Our short stack with just 10 big blinds. As you can see in the top right corner of your screen, the field, 339 unique players, 518 with the re-entries. 120 remain, and as I mentioned earlier, 63 get paid. First place, 100,000. And our only ambassador left is Vivian Saliba, who admittedly will say that this is not her best game. PLO is her best game, although she actually final tabled a World Series of Poker event this past summer.
Well, she final tabled the 888.
The 888 event for $300,000.
I'd like to win $300,000 in not my best game.
Right.
That would be good.
Yeah, Vivian's a really good poker player. Going back to what you said yesterday about Kara Scott, just having that, when you have that aggressive, that natural aggressive gear,
yeah,
it makes it a lot easier to learn poker.
Yeah, and especially if you want to play tournament poker, if you've got that natural aggression and that ability to constantly ask yourself, can I take this pot? It's definitely an advantage. Doesn't mean it's the answer, just to be aggro, but you're better off having that fault than you're having the fault of being too passive. Because no limit hold'em rewards aggression in tournament poker especially. And this is Vivi's flop. This is what she ordered. Although it doesn't look like she's going to get too much action. But you never know. I was saying that all yesterday.
Yeah.
Both of us were, and then it was kicking off for no reason.
You're like, what? What's going on there? Yeah, in all my years of commentary, and I think I can speak for you when I say this as well, because both of us have commentated on a lot of poker through the years. I have very rarely watched a player and been like, man, that passive player is just killing it.
Yeah, exactly. The way he's check calling all the time.
It's amazing.
He's just eating them up.
Nobody wants to play against that guy.
That's actually a really simple way of understanding, what you should be doing in your game, which is when you sit down and play poker, who do you not want to play against? You don't want to play against the person that's always putting you under pressure. So your goal is to be that person.
That was actually when I first started playing poker seriously. I mean, I played my entire life, but when I first started playing seriously, one of the things I just naturally asked myself was, I would sit down, and there was always one or two guys that I hated playing against.
Mm.
And instinctively, I was just like, well, I want to be him.
Adoration, not hostility.
You know? Because if I hate playing against him and I can become him, wouldn't that be good? So I just instinctively, I was like, okay, well, what do I hate about playing against this guy?
Right, perfect.
And then I started bringing that into my game. And
Perfect.
obviously, I sucked at, when I tried to kind of pull whatever they did into my game, I was terrible at that at first. And it was definitely, it was clearly 3 steps back before I made a step forward, but it ultimately made me a much better player.
I really think it's a great tip for anything you want to do in life, but it's especially a great tip for poker where, I don't think you can learn from TV necessarily, but Actually, I think it's a better tip if it's your own games. So if you go to the same casino every week, or you play online at similar limits, find players that are really killing those games. So they're killing the games you're in. And do exactly what David just said he did, which is ask yourself, what are they doing that I'm not? What are they, bet sizing, level of aggression, when they're aggressive, all of this kind of stuff. What are they doing that I'm not? It's a really great question to ask. That went bet, 3-bet, shove, pass in the blinds very quickly.
Yeah, and that you see a lot of good players actually take some of their. They're going to be calling so often out of the big blinds. They'll take some of their premium hands, their absolute best hands, and then some of their trashier hands that aren't going to flop well, and raise with those. And obviously the 10 deuce offsuit, figuring, okay, well I'll raise here, see if I can take it down. If not, I'm done with it.
Vivian lost that pot, but she's 50 big blinds, very comfortable. It's quite an interesting table because everybody can hurt everybody else more or less. Only Sligman is a little bit detached from the pack.
And I do have the bios in front of me. Not a ton of information about these players. Alexander Seligman, our short stack. His biggest live score, just 8,000. He is from the UK as well. Most of these players obviously are from the UK. Player in seat number 9 right there is actually from Switzerland, though. Lauren Rechsteiner. He's a student.
Eugene Sankey for the wheel.
Vivian, the most experienced at this particular table, it appears to be. Charlie Combs, though, gentleman who got her earlier on with the King 8. As I said, his biggest online score is 140K, so he's had some success as well. That gentleman right there is our table chip leader. Very unlikely to be the chip leader throughout, though. My guess is the chip leader throughout probably has 400K. This is an interesting little flop here. This is a double gutter. I love double gutters because players don't often see them. But as you can see, Alsauskas, right there, with the fashionable watch, can catch a 6 or a 10. Rechsteiner has top pair, continues. And when the top card pairs, this is always an interesting card because neither player kind of gives the other one credit for it. Usually you see a pre-flop raiser who puts a continuation bet on a flop like this. When top pair does pair, usually they check it back because they're scared of it. In this case, he actually has it. So he's going to bet and really wet board there. 2 hearts, 2 clubs.
It's a good Omaha board.
And the Calvin Klein model takes that one down.
Who's the Calvin Klein model?
The Switzerland guy, student, in seat number on the bottom right corner of our screen.
He's an actual Calvin Klein model.
He's a good-looking man. He's wearing a Calvin Klein shirt.
No.
How? I mean, clearly.
See on the wheel for Eugene Sankey.
Kind of objectifying him there, David, but
I'm not above that. I'm a shallow person.
Roberto.
deep down you're a shallow person.
It's not even deep down.
Just shallow person.
I'm just shallow.
Andrew has kings. We're yet to see a big confrontation. This is a different table to the one we were watching yesterday. If you were with us yesterday, that was a loosey-goosey, bluffy, let's make moves table. This feels like a much more solid, conventional lineup. Okay, I might get my request. Might get action.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, you will.
So he has 84k, which is just under 30 big blinds.
We're really not that close to the money bubble, so players shouldn't be affected by that too much at this point.
Where's the money? 60-something, you said?
63.
63, yeah.
I assume from what we've seen so far, it's a small sample size, obviously. But this could be a situation where you're just seeing players who are, maybe a little bit more on the passive side, not splashing about as much.
Neophyton 3-bet the 10s out of 28 big blinds. I'm not sure exactly what I like doing there against an early position raiser.
The one thing I don't like doing is acting and then going all in.
What do you mean?
McAndrew kind of looking like he
he
ate
was
something
acting.
rotten.
Oh, I see.
And then sticking all the chips in. I just feel like the vast majority of us are just not very good actors.
So this is the thing where, I know, he should know his stack already. This winds me up like crazy.
Yeah, and it's something we obviously see a lot more on the 888 Poker Tour because you get players that are a little bit less experienced than others.
Yeah, sure, but this is where you shouldn't have a gap between you and an experienced player because it's not poker knowledge, it's just awareness. If you're going to 3-bet someone and you've got a 30 big blind stack, you should know the dynamics of your decision.
Right. Know there's a chance he might 4-bet, and if he does, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Well,
anyway, the money's in.
Well, he does go in. I mean, he decides.
He has
I think
to.
he decides, well, if I'm going to 3-bet with 10s, I'm not 3-betting it to fold.
Yeah, he can't. Once he's 3-bet with that stack, he can't fold. Needs a lot of help.
Yeah, it's not a good flop for him. Nothing backdoor going on here, and just a 10 will save him. Jack of spades on the river. A full double up for Colin McAndrew. I take it back, by the way. McAndrew still has that look, and he's won the hand, so that just might be his face. He just might always look like that. Or he might be nervous.
Might have a thinky kind of face.
Yeah, exactly. I do not believe our gentleman with 10s was all in, but he has gotten up from the table, so... Nope, yeah, he's back. He's on fumes. Thanks for joining us here. We are here over Facebook and, of course, at YouTube. I want to see if I can sort out the YouTube chat and see if I can join you guys over there. But in the meantime, if you do want to join the conversation, you can tweet us at Tuck on Sports, at Nick Wealthall. A lot going on here, as you can see in the back. The Grand Hand Snap. What is that? Well, it's now on 888 Poker. You can play Snap on 888 Poker. Minimum stakes, just 2 cent, 5 cent. So it's really for anybody, any bankroll whatsoever. You can win with the hand of the day if you scratch your Grand Hand scratch card and win up to $1,000.
So just like a bonus.
Yeah.
Just like a bonus, just like a thank you for being here.
Right.
Bonus.
Even if you play as small as 2 cent, 5 cent, you could win as much as 1,000.
Lovely.
So, it's great. And that is now and every day at 19:30. That's 7:30 p.m. local time until Christmas Eve.
Gotcha. It's pretty cool. The 888 kids are very good at thinking of... they're constantly thinking of new things, aren't they? It's good.
Of course, our free roll tonight. Password is London. That is in about 2.5 hours.
That's free money.
Just free money.
Just free money. Just
We ask for
turning
nothing
up.
but just register.
Yeah. After losing with the 10s, Neophyton is hanging on. One big blind remains. How many hands? I can't see where the button is.
Now,
He might actually be in the big blind now.
Now, we're playing with a big blind ante, by the way, so if you get through your small blinds and your big blind, you can actually play the next 7 hands for free. And he will get a couple of hands here. Button, I believe, is in seat 4. Seligman wearing the San Francisco Giants cap. Little known fact, my dad grew up and is still a Giants fan. He grew up a huge... The San Francisco Giants were originally a New York-based team.
They were.
And my dad was a diehard New York Giants fan.
And he stuck with them when they moved.
Stuck with them when they moved.
He's seen quite a bit of success then. How many championships have they won? Like
a few, yeah.
Yeah, a few.
A handful here and there. So he is a... he has always been just an absolute huge San Francisco Giants fan.
Two of our deeper stacks here, Vivian, almost identical stacks, facing an early position raise. Yeah, she's just going to call here.
I like this. I really like this. Early position open. Ace-Jack diamonds, you really don't want to 3-bet and then have to fold to a 4-bet. That's sickening. Why not call here and allow yourself to the ability to play the hand in position? And now Combs is in an interesting spot here. 10's on the button.
With 37 big blinds. So he does 3-bet. Pretty stocky 3-bet, bigger than the pot size, I think, if that's right. It's funny, it's the bet size, it looks exactly like the hand it is.
Yeah.
like 10s or jacks that wouldn't mind if the hand was over immediately.
And it's a huge win if the hand is end up over. I mean, he bets 25K to win 20K. And if you're new to poker, if you're just trying to figure it out from a mathematical point of view, think about it. There's 20,000 in there. He's betting 25 to win that, right? If he can somehow get this folded, and he does, he denies Vivian the equity. They were basically 50-50.
Yeah.
You know, and denying her that equity is just huge.
Seat open for Roberto in the wheel.
Some people at home could be thinking, well, Vivian 3-bet, though, maybe he doesn't do that with 10s.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but I think that's results-oriented. I still like the call, and with ace-jacks. With ace-jack of diamonds specifically.
Well, the interesting thing is you very rarely see players take it, but the interesting thing is what a good bluffing spot that obviously is. So the spot that he took, which was on the button with 10s, with a bet and a call in front to kind of 3-bet, I suppose it's like a squeeze. You're feeling like you just need to get rid of the first player because the second player is a little bit capped in their range. Occasionally they're slow playing, but mostly they're not. So if he had, 7-5 suited there, the result would be the same, and the odds of it being successful are the same. Now, when he gets called, obviously, he has more equity with the 10s. But even still, it's a spot you should think about taking once in a while.
Yeah, I think it's well said. I wonder if the stockiness of his bet that you pointed out.
It was sturdy, wasn't it? Sturdy.
Yeah, and
it was a big bet.
maybe they thought that it was unlikely that he would put 25% of his stack in the pot.
Well, there you go. It's an even
without
better,
it.
It's an even better bluffing spot then.
Yeah.
That's another interesting. They're giving away some learning gold here early in the stream. That's another great learning point.
You're just pumping your own tires, aren't you?
Well, no, I'm just saying, if you have a hand that's a strong hand and you bet, and somebody else
like queens,
and somebody else folds. So a situation like that where you 3-bet the button and the two players folded. The thing you should think is, instead of, oh, good, I won chips, you should think, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if that's a spot where I can bluff sometimes. Because if they're folded, they don't know I've got a strong hand. And that's a good way of becoming more aggressive with some kind of understanding of when you should be aggressive, I think.
Right.
You're welcome. I'm going to shut down for a couple of hours now. I've given amazing value. We're having a guest, aren't we? Is that true? At some point?
Yeah, we have a very...
At least one guest.
Very special guest today. At least one.
At least one.
And since there's only one ambassador, that's how the ambassadors are actually punished. When they don't run deep in these tournaments, their punishment is they have to join us.
Yeah,
so
quite right.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Chris Moorman in the booth later on today at some point. It wouldn't shock me at all if Anna Marquez possibly came in.
Kara Scott is here.
Oh, well, we have to get Kara in the booth.
Yeah.
She was the vicar at your wedding.
She was. It's actually true. It's quite interesting, this table. It looks like it's quite an aggressive table, but all the 3-bets are actually legit hands.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a really 3-betty table, but they've all been natural hands so far, I think.
Well, here's the first time we've seen somebody kind of step out. I like Schechter's shove. I think moving all in there was kind of a no-brainer. I would have liked him, and I'm not an advocate for stalling, I would have liked him to just count in his head to 6 before doing it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I think if it was ever going to be a bluff...
So that was cutoff versus small blind and Coombs 4-bet bluff
Yeah.
there, which is like fine. I think in live tournaments you want to know, and he may well do, I'm just saying for people watching, I think you want to know that the person 3-betting has a range to do it, because in live tournaments you will get a lot of players that will only 3-bet really strong hands out the small blind. So if it's Vivian, he 3-bets out the small blind, your 4-bet window is open. You don't have to jump through it, but it's definitely open.
Right. She has a lot of hands, meaning obviously she has a lot of 3-bet hands that she is intending to fold to a 4-bet.
Correct.
While there are a lot of players out there that have 3-bet hands that, no, I have 3-bet because I love this hand and I'm not folding it.
That's right.
Unless the table goes on fire.
That's what I'm saying.
Neophyton has found a hand to go with. And just in the nick of time, as he was going to be the big blind next.
There's an 888 ladies event, and I know that because Kara's posted that she's playing in it.
Yeah, that is in, what, an hour and 14 minutes?
Yeah, so if you're in the area and you're a lady, come and get beaten up by Kara Scott.
I'll make a deal.
What's that?
You get Kara, I get the field. I'll give you 3-1.
How is that fair?
There's probably only going to be like 17 people in the field. Come on.
Oh, really?
Now, there might be like 40, actually. I take that back. Because Kara's definitely the favorite.
Well, wait a minute. We don't know who else is playing.
I don't care.
Oh, she's just the favorite.
It's Kara Scott.
But what if, like, Ana Marquez is playing?
Okay, fine. I'll give you 4-1.
On what?
We're winning.
What, the whole, just winning?
Winning.
The whole thing?
The whole thing. This could be chopped up. Well, not likely to be chopped up anymore. How about a win for Neophyton?
On the comeback trail.
Yeah, and that's basically a triple up. People don't realize how big that is. It's kind of weird for me to say this, but the shorter you are, the more leverage you have in your stack, in the sense that, especially with the big blind ante, you get such a good return on your money.
Yeah.
He puts 10,000 in there and he wins 17.5, and he only has to beat one opponent, so nearly triples up. And just like that, by the way, he goes from 3 big blinds to 9. Now I know people can kind of laugh and be like, "Well, 9 big blinds." He's 2 hands away from possibly being, one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
I've seen things happen like this all the time.
Yeah. I'm the white back.
Steiner. Not going to play the Queen 9. Oh, he did not defend his big blind with Queen 9. That's tight, on the tight side.
Yeah, that's pretty tight.
I am in the camp of, if somebody's raising it close to minimum and there are antes involved, I am going to defend the big blind in heads-up situations extremely wide.
If you were, would you give that advice? What advice would you give to, say, a recreational player who's qualified? This is a great question, David. I want your best input on this. A recreational player who's satellited into an 888 live, so they're playing 1,000 buy-in for the first time, and the raiser is clearly an experienced player at that buy-in level. What advice would you give that player in the big blind? What should their policy be? Should they be taking the maths, or should they be saying to themselves, hang on, I'm going to be playing out of position with a crappy hand and I might get in trouble here?
I would, how deep is my recreational player?
Let's say we're like 50 blinds deep.
Okay, well then I would probably take a different approach.
Okay.
And my advice to the recreational player, specifically against, say, a pro, let's say Chris Moorman was the opener.
Yeah, so that's an extreme example.
Yeah, let's use an extreme example.
Okay,
just
yeah.
for case in point. Ace-9 deuce, by the way, Neophyte in the head here.
Coming back, trying to come all the way back.
Let's see if he can go with this, though. Let's see if he can see this one through. because he's way ahead. And I actually think that with his stack size and the size of the pot, this is a situation where I am not going to just check call. I am check all in, or I'm all in, or I'm folding. And
Yeah.
I'm going to go with it.
Yeah, he can't fold.
I'm not folding.
Yeah.
You got an ace. Well done, you.
He's got it. I don't understand that. That's weird.
He's just scared about the pre-flop raise or having
He's
an
got,
ace.
Yeah, but he's got one pot-sized bet left.
Well, I'll put it this way. That kind of is case in point. If you are going to defend with a hand like Queen 9 and then fold when you hit second pair, well, then don't defend it. You just, it's...
That's right.
Those are the situations you're going to get yourself into, and I think that's kind of what you were saying. If you're a recreational player playing against a pro, and you don't feel comfortable playing out of position and putting yourself in marginal spots, well, my advice to you would be this: I would say slightly tight. I would tighten up my calling range a little bit, and I would actually expand my 3-betting range. So I would take many of my value hands that me personally might call with, and I would actually be 3-betting with those. I would put some more bluffs in there, that especially ones that have blockers, like, King 4 offsuit, a hand like that. I might bluff with that hand, 3-bet with that, but I also might 3-bet with hands like King Jack,
So actually,
King Queen.
you tell your up-and-coming student 3-bet more, call less, in fact, from the big blind.
Exactly. And a lot of the hands that were more marginal, like a hand like, say, 10-6, that I think you and I are very comfortable calling with, I'd probably
just muck it.
Just muck it.
Yeah.
Pitch it. Because you're going to get yourself in trouble. You're not going to know where you're at. You're going to flop second pair, third pair a bunch, and you're going to hate it.
I think it's an interesting question because people that are, trying to improve their poker and, they're not professional and they're trying to get better, I think they're going to watch a lot of streams and TV commentaries where pros are going to analyze the game and say, well, you have to defend your big blind there. And I feel like that's not always great advice for, as you just illustrated, for some players in some situations.
From a mathematical point of view, it makes all the sense in the world to defend your blind. You're getting 4.5 to 1 plus implied odds.
Exactly.
The problem is, if you are an inexperienced player and you're just learning the game and you're playing against a really good player and you're out of position, how often are you going to be realizing your equity?
Yeah.
And how often are you going to get in a situation where mistake begets mistake?
How often would he fold the best hand? Quite often,
or end up
unfortunately.
paying off when you make a decent second best hand.
Yeah.
Saliba's got an interesting spot here.
Yeah, decided not to raise the flop.
No, in her hand, she picks up a little bit more equity.
I have to admit, I quite like check raising there on the flop. Like, it's the kind of flop you can attack with one high card. It's hard to continue for the opening raisers with a lot of their range. You've got equity.
If they don't have a queen, aces, kings, or queens, they're checking back a lot of jacks and tens.
It's the kind of flop that if you want to check raise, you definitely can.
Let's see. The river's a queen, and now this is going to be tough. Because now it's really... I think she has to bluff at it.
You never have to bluff, David.
Yeah. I think she has to bluff. This is going to be one of the worst hands she ever has. She shows up to the river with. I don't know if she's getting an ace high to fold. Because hearts did miss, but he has the ace of hearts in his hand.
Hi.
Yeah, and she bets 22,000. I like the sizing. I might even go a little bit larger, but I think the sizing is good. She's targeting the ace-high type hands. And Shaloud is certainly curious. He sees that hearts missed, Jack 10 missed, but he blocks Jack 10. He blocks 10-9. He blocks hearts a little bit. I think this is a tough spot. I think I probably end up folding this hand. I'm not getting a great price. And he does eventually find the fold. I think the fact that he has the ace of hearts makes it a little bit more of a fold. Also, Yeah, she missed hearts, but how often does she actually have... How often does she actually have... Does she actually have, like, you know, a heart draw that she decided not to check raise with? Take a look at a leaderboard here. Blind still 1,500, 3,000. Apologize, I don't know what happened there with the sound. Nick was playing with the soundboard.
Yeah.
Nick, you're not allowed to play with that.
I get bored.
What's
really.
wrong with you?
I'm never allowed to play with anything.
Hey, Nick, we've got a special guest in the booth.
Hello.
You're on the TV.
I'm on the TV.
There you are.
Welcome.
I made it.
Welcome.
Nick Welthall.
Three people in the cupboard.
Yeah, that's Marley.
We're
Cordell.
cozy. Hi, guys.
How are you?
Welcome.
I'm doing well.
I like those glasses.
Thank you.
They're awesome.
Thank you.
No, they're seriously.
Little hipster. Little
Yeah, no,
hipster
I
look.
kind of like it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you need them or is it just for looks?
Yeah, I'm blind as a bat.
Okay.
Blind as
fair
a bat.
enough. What brings you to London?
I was just here on a vacation, enjoying London. And, of course, I heard this fine tournament was happening. So I decided to hop in the main. I'm going to play the ladies event later. Going to just, see what I can do. And you guys are back here, so I had to squeeze in here
You
for a minute.
crashed.
Yeah.
How did you find the main?
Very, very good. I blew through 2 bullets in about 3 hours. So
Took care of that.
Fuck, well
Thank
done,
goodness.
you.
Thank
no big
goodness.
deal.
You're awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you who didn't see it, Marley was a participant in the 888 ride
Yes.
this past summer.
Me and Brad Owen, famed poker vlogger Brad Owen, did an 888 ride. We failed miserably. Probably the worst performance ever.
How do you fail at it?
The 888 ride?
Yeah.
It was a quiz show.
Oh, it was a
Quiz.
quiz
If you
show.
answered a number of questions, you made money. You could
I
win
thought it was-
$500.
I thought it was the thing where they go around in a taxi with you.
It is, but it was
Yeah,
like it was
but he
like
gives you
it was like
questions.
it was
there's
kind
a
of like
game element.
Yeah.
I played it like it was like a
I
cash
never got that far in the
like a
video.
cash game.
He saw
I
his
like-
face. He was like, and.
I pressed play and I'm like, oh Jesus, it's actually Tuckman. I can't. But I heard it's very good. Everyone says it's
It
good.
was fun.
Yeah.
We had a good time.
No, we had 2 winners. The only winners were Christy Arnett and Lynn Gilmartin and Jennifer Tilley
Wow.
were the winners.
Crushing.
You lost. Maria Ho lost.
Makes you feel better,
Phil
though.
Hellmuth lost.
Yeah. That we weren't the only ones that failed, honestly.
No.
Makes me feel better.
And I feel like you kind of won.
We did, yeah.
I feel like Brad lost.
Why?
I feel like Brad was. I felt like Brad was the anchor. He just,
I was carrying us.
Yeah, he pulled you down. He drowned you.
I don't know what that. I'm bad at trivia in general. Just awful.
It was terrible. I know you don't live outside. I know you live in Vegas,
I do.
so you don't get to play on 888. That's a shame.
Yeah, I know. It is. Just online poker in general, I don't have the opportunity. But live tournaments, love them. Can't get enough of them. So
And how did you find the play here in London?
it was fun.
Was it crazy? Because sometimes they're a bit crazy.
It was crazy. And actually a lot of ladies, too. I will say that. I think more than average amount of women in the field. So
Are you going to play
you'll
ladies
love
event?
to see it. Yep. You'll love to see it. I'll be
Cool.
there.
Ladies event is in an hour.
See, so Marley's in the ladies' event.
Right. I have. By the way, he has Kara Scott. I have the
no,
field.
We didn't make a
3
bet.
to 1,
No, we
100
didn't.
quid.
Screw you. We didn't make a bet. 3
Nice.
to 1.
Good bet. Good bet.
I didn't make a bet.
Is this because you don't believe in Kara?
Yes.
You don't really like
I don't
Kara.
believe in Kara at 3 to 1. All
There's
right.
some tough ladies out there, so we'll see.
Are there some good ladies? Are there some
Caitlin's is here. Sophia's here.
Okay.
Vivi. I don't know if
I
she'll
would
be.
like 16
out,
to
but-
1 and then we'll make a bet.
I could take. Kate's really good.
Yeah. No fear.
She's really good. The Terminal. That's right. They came out with that name because of the airport thing, right?
Yeah. Now, what this is, David, it's a multi-flight series of tournaments.
Explain
that
it to
means you
me.
can enter more than once. Now, let's think about other things where there are multiple flights. An airport terminal might pop into your
Oh,
mind.
wow.
So they went, boom,
Ah.
cut off the word airport, terminal.
Wow.
Yeah. What do
The
you think?
innovation that is taking place at 888 Poker.
Yeah.
Astounding. It's just unbelievable.
When I was walked through that the first time, I was like,
106 players remain of a field of 518. 63 will cash. First place, £100,000. None of us will be winning that. 2 of those 518 entries are yours, Marley.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Thank you for contributing. When you come to London, Have you noticed that are you kind of a celebrity now? Are you well known? Do people stop you? Are they asking for autographs, pictures?
Yeah, the paparazzi has been waiting outside the Holiday Inn Express, just banging on my door, just, wanting pictures left and right. Specifically from the 888 ride. That's what they recognize me from. That was my breakthrough moment right there.
Not surprising.
So,
Nick was asking me earlier. He was really excited because he was like, "Did you know Marley's here?" And I go, "Yeah, I heard." And he goes, "I've never met her." And I go, "Well, do you have any? I mean, this is your chance, Nick." Anything?
I doubt he said that.
I'm already talking freely. I'm fine. It's nice to meet you, Marley.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming in.
Nice to meet you, yeah.
Anil fighting, all in, looking for a 10. Oh, a deuce will do it as well.
He's going to regret folding that
Deuce.
9, man. Do you remember when he folded that 9? He had a pair of 9s and he folded that 9.
Yeah.
That was a big mistake.
What?
Huge.
He just vanished. Where did he go?
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
He has a superhero name, so maybe he literally is. His name is like, what is his name? It's amazing.
Neophytus?
I'm actually going to steal this name.
Where did that come from?
Neophytus Neophyton is
That's
his name.
his real name?
That's
God-given?
I don't know, but that's his
Wowza.
name. How cool is that?
I love that.
And it turns out his superpower is freaking
Yeah.
vanishing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crushing. With
Hey,
a
by
name
the-
like that, you can't.
We're going to be in Madrid, end of January.
Oh,
Do you want to come?
birthday month.
Would you like to be my guest?
I would love to come. Madrid, I've never been to Spain, actually.
You
I mean,
can-
not my guest.
just to reaffirm, you can come
This
without
is
being
awkward.
David's guest.
I was going to say, this is really
Or
awkward. Now,
even-
I'm married.
Or even having to talk to David. It's
Hashtag
fine.
me too. I'm sorry. Did I cross the line? I feel so weird now. You can just come.
No, we're at that level in our relationship where it's not weird. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. No, I'd love to.
Yeah, we totally
January.
partied in Montenegro together.
Oh, God, yeah. Did you come to the wrap-up party at the end?
I did.
Okay.
What do you? I was there next to you the entire time.
I was fucking so drunk.
Okay.
You rode down with? Oh, God. That whole night was a blur.
I was holding your hand.
That's why I ask. Because we did. And then we got some food together, and then we flew out together within hours
Didn't
of arriving
create
back.
quite the impact that David was hoping
Clearly.
it would have.
Dude, I was
Right.
so fucked. Can I say the F word on here?
You did twice.
You did, but it's a reflection on you.
Can I?
Like people are judging.
I mean, we're on the
Yeah,
internet.
you can
Okay,
say whatever
we're
you
good.
like. Yeah.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Seligman was waiting for a hand, finally found one. Unfortunately for him, he has walked into a bigger hand. Saliba looking for the elimination. Only a jack.
Oh!
And there it is. The jack of hearts.
That's unbelievably gross. Unbelievably amazing for Seligman.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where, like, the difference that makes to... She's thrilled.
Yep.
I love that.
That was a great
Someone
close-up.
should clip that. That's amazing.
That was a meme.
That is a definite. Yeah, you could use that for.
She,
Oh my-
she
that was
looks
a
like
gif.
she's going to knife someone.
that is a gif.
That's awesome.
That is. By the way, I have gotten that exact same look. If somebody can meme that, because I'm not technologically
Clearly.
yeah, I can't even say
You don't
it.
know what it is.
I can't say
you
it.
don't know what it is.
I have no idea how to make a meme or a meme or a GIF
This
or
is
a GIF,
unreal.
however you want to
Do
call
you
it.
know what anything is?
Nonetheless, though, I have gotten that look from my wife
Oh, my God.
dozens of times.
That was the filthiest eye rolling I've ever seen.
When you get it, it's not about hands, though. It's probably about,
Oh, clearly, it's not about hands. Right? It's about any number of things.
Yeah.
That makes such a huge difference to her tournament. Like, instead of having
is.
60 big blinds and being the biggest stack at the table and crushing, and
Now she has,
life
what,
is good.
32?
She now has 32. She's
Yep.
almost short.
Yep. It's crazy how things can change so quickly. He's godforsaken.
And the worst thing is, yeah, she got unlucky. It's not like it was her opponent's fault. There's nothing. He played a
No.
hand perfectly. It
Hand
just
played
happens.
itself.
No,
Hand played itself.
nothing you can do.
Oh.
So you play cash hand tournaments, Marley?
Mostly cash, honestly.
cash.
Yeah.
Why?
Just what I've done. I don't know. Kind of what I started in live cash in
Yeah.
Vegas. But this past year I've been playing quite a few tournaments, so I'm trying to. I'm after the glory a little bit, like everyone is.
You
Oh,
play
and
more
then, of
cash
course, the
because
ace
it's
queen
not
the next
like
hand.
as soul-destroyingly awful as
Yes.
tournaments.
Yes. Yes. You can
This
actually
is-
rebuy and.
This flop is going to the texture of this flop will very much favor the under the gun opener. I expect Shalad to bet this and win it. Even though he doesn't have anything, when he raises under the gun, he's the one who's going to have aces. He's the one who's going to have a queens. He's going to have the ace king. He'll have ace queen. Hands that his opponent in the big blind will have at a far less frequency. David Tuckman, Nick Wealthall, and the one and only Marley Cordero next to us in the booth. If you have not watched many of Marley's YouTube videos, you are missing out. Check her out.
Don't do it around your kids. Make sure your kids are out of the room.
It's actually my 6-year-old's favorite YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He loves it.
He really enjoyed the looking for a poker boyfriend. He was like, oh, man.
That was actually entertaining.
Just missed it.
You liked
Just
that
missed
one?
it. He was not quite old enough. Kings.
Vivian's so angry.
I love it.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you think about it. This is not. It's an 1,100. It's an 1,100-pound tournament where first place is 100,000. So you think about, I mean, obviously we're really far away from that moment, but those are the hands
Yeah, make or
that
break.
you need to, you need to win.
I think it's just particularly annoying because there's no skill. Like, she has to call. It's an all-in. She has the hand that she's going to call with. She
Hasn't dominated. She's in the best spot. She's just going to cruise with a big stack.
Yeah.
No pressure.
No.
And now she's almost, one of the shorter stacks. It's just...
Schechter in there with the 9-8. And suddenly, Seligman with a new life.
Wow.
In there with Queen Jack. Shaloud with 8s. I mean, would you ever squeeze here? Well, I guess the answer is no, but I might consider it with a raise and that many callers. I might consider squeezing with pocket 8s, especially with that many chips, but Shaloud decides not to.
That play is wildly out of fashion, and I feel like it's profitable. I don't feel like I'm certain it's profitable. Like that play got called the Greenstein because he used to do it so much in cash games years ago. And nobody ever does it anymore.
Right. I don't know why, though. I mean, especially if I have a good hand. Because, to your point from earlier on, you mentioned, the callers. Each caller has a smaller chance of having a good hand. Mm-hmm. So if I can get it to the first person, it's so likely to get through everybody else. And there's so much dead money in there.
Everyone's range capped, and obviously all this analysis looks dumb because one of the players had kings.
Right. But what does Alsalkas had do when he has ace jack?
Right.
Of course. Yeah, of course. It's really profitable because you bet a really big bet, but your big bet is still only like the size of the pot. So you still only need the folds 50% of the time, and it's higher than that.
Yeah. But the hand like 8s, though, if you get 4-bet, you're just hating your life, though. Have to fold.
Yeah.
This is a really easy call.
I'd rather do it as a bluff, actually.
Yeah, probably worse hands there. But...
I don't know what Alsalkas is actually thinking. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Just thinking it through.
He has all the chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually tank called the river. Like, I guess he just assumed that, my opponent called out of the big blind. He's got to have a 7.
He might have been thinking of raising.
No, he looked frustrated.
He checked back the turn there?
It checked back turn,
yeah.
He bet flop, got called by one player, decided to check back turn, figuring, I'm a little bit concerned with that many callers. Somebody might have a 7. Mm-hmm. Checked it back and came back there. Play Blast on 888 Poker. The Blast Sit and Go is an exciting sit and go game where you could win big. That's right, Marley. 3 to 4 players are in for a fun surprise as they compete for a randomly drawn prize pool in a time-limited Blast Sit and Go. The prize pool could be up to 10,000 times your buy-in.
Wowza. That's a good return. That is a good return.
In one word, she surpassed all your commentary. Wowza.
I'm fine with it. I don't grade myself.
In all the years of commentary that I have done with you,
God.
Nick, you've never come out with something as profound as wowza. Useless Brit.
I mean, I'm going to let you enjoy your moment, David.
Iconic duo in my midst.
So, Marley, tell me about your YouTube channel, because I'm new to it,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm very bad at keeping in touch with new things.
No, it's
It went poker viral.
I mean,
Well, it did.
It was definitely more successful than I anticipated.
And what's that like? Fun or not fun, or
It's fun, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a wild ride. It just passed my 1-year anniversary of putting it out, so
cool.
it's been a wild ride. And
Was that the first video that kind of like, because you already, I knew who you were already, but was that the first video that kind of like really made you mainstream? That particular one?
Yeah, that was maybe the fifth or sixth one I put out,
Okay.
like 2 months into starting it. And yeah, that was kind of the one that kind of got the most attention, I think.
And do you get the flip side? Do you get like
Haters?
negativity?
Of course.
Haters.
I'm very colorful on my vlog too.
Sure.
So I've had, there's been a couple notables that have come out. Justin Bonomo.
He doesn't like you.
Well, no, I mean, we've actually come full circle in our relationship.
Okay.
That's
good.
And, we see each other relatively often. So, no, we're cordial, but,
It's so weird, too, because Justin's so open-minded and not pretentious at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird.
It is weird.
106 players remain out of 518 entries. Blinds now 2,000, 4,000 of the 4,000 big blind ante. We do play all 888 events, have the big blind ante, which is kind of an industry standard now.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that I love about 888 events is we have the shot clock. 30 seconds stacked on your hand.
Mm-hmm.
If you need more time than that, you have to toss one of those yellow little cards in there, and you get additional time. All in here for Seligman, once again with ace-jack. It worked well the last time. Let's try it again. For those of you, by the way, who are Vivian Saliba fans, I can tell you wholeheartedly, she is actually even better in real life.
Mm-hmm. Me and her got quite tipsy last night. And
Thanks for the invite. Cool.
And we had some fun. We were dancing and.
Where'd you guys go?
Just to the bar here in Aspers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a good bar here.
Yeah.
She's just such a sweetheart.
You weren't
She's so
even
great.
there. Like, you could have been there.
I could have been
Thanks for
there.
the info. It's a public area.
I know.
So when you say she's better in real life, what's the...
I just mean she's like just an absolute... I got to hang out with her. I met her in Brazil when we were in Sao Paulo a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And, I didn't know who she was really. I'd heard about her. And then I just thought she was just really, really sweet. And she kind of showed us around Sao Paulo a little bit. And then over the last, 2 years of her being an 888 ambassador, I've had the pleasure of having, meals with her and maybe an occasional drink. And she's just...
And she's like held herself together through all of those meals with you.
It's shockingly.
So she really is a nice person.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Doing charity work like that.
Exactly. It's the people that do community outreach.
Marley,
that
he
we
doesn't
can't
need
take
help.
for granted, can we?
Okay.
No, she's great, and I didn't enjoy that jack. And no offense to the young gentleman who received the benefit of it, but I didn't enjoy it.
You were clear about it. You said you would be biased commentary.
Biased commentary. I'm not. I'm rooting for Vivi, and that was grim.
Yeah, Vivian the big blind here. She's down to about 25 big blinds. I think she can call here with 5-4 suited.
Looking for an ace 4-5 flop.
Ooh.
Hurt this.
How about
friend-
ace deuce 3?
Hurts this young. That'll do.
How about just all clubs?
That's no good.
There we
though.
go.
It's no good. We need a queen or ace or something. She's not going to get any money.
Yeah, but you know what though? Just winning the 6 big blinds that are out there are actually pretty important. When she started with 25.
I really hope someone from 888 has clipped her eye roll because that was awesome.
Oh, we can find that.
That should be like being used in poker over and over.
It's the best.
It should be used in anything. I mean, if you need a GIF, if you
Mhm.
need something, you just kind of use that. Like
Yeah.
when you forgot to, when
What
you
was
forgot
brilliant-
to like lower the toilet seat. That's what your wife's looks like. I mean, everyone.
What was brilliant about it was that she knows she's a poker ambassador.
Yeah.
She knows she's on.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
Shalal
yes.
just made the nut straight. He made
Commentary's
Broadway.
so biased. Somebody's clapping. You're gonna bust the
She's
toilet.
no, she's my friend. I'm trying to be biased. She's my friend.
Goodbye, Chillord. Bye.
I didn't mean to clap, but she's...
If I'm betting this, if I'm Viv, and I'm not only betting it, but I'm going to bet large. What do you think, Marley?
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of...
Targeting the king queens, the ace kings, even hands like pocket aces, pocket queens that have a club in them.
Yeah.
Ace queen's a possibility. I mean, because
just
not
too
only
many
do you have a
hands.
razor, but you have a caller in there. Schechter obviously has to get rid of the deuces, but Shalad's going nowhere.
I'd just like to say I hope that Maxime Chillord has a great life outside this tournament. I hope he has prosperity, health, love, etc.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, all the best to him.
Because, you know, we've wished him the worst in this situation, and I'd just like to redress the balance.
No, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can't fold.
No.
You can't fold.
Probably
I
something
think
about
raising
jamming.
is somewhat. It's a huge bet. I mean, she bet pot.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you kind of just want her to keep bluffing,
bet
but
pot.
there's also just too many rivers that kind of.
She bet pot because she wants to
awful?
put the rest in on the river.
Clearly.
Right?
Yeah.
And that might be what he's thinking about. If I call this, am I calling it all in on the river on a non-club?
Oh, he
There we
shoved.
go.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is good.
And
I'm
Charlotte is
sorry.
drawing dead.
I'm sorry to Maxime and the nation of France, but get in.
And you love to see it if you're VV. It's rare that you get it in drawing completely
Locked
dead.
up. Yeah.
Yep. Love to see it.
Oh, that was a smile.
I love to see emotion at the table. Any kind. Oh,
That's okay. Hold on a second. Just a small hiccup. I'm sure that'll come back.
yeah.
I had faith.
We got through it together.
The guy munching away on pretzels next to him.
You know, it's
He,
fun.
he was almost horse-like. Just the way it was like out of his mouth like that. It looked like a carrot.
That's why poker players are all in such good shape.
Marley, you strike me as somebody who might ride a horse once in a while.
God, no.
No.
I'm not outdoorsy. I like casinos.
She's a
and I
poker
like.
player, man.
Yeah.
No.
I enjoy.
I assume there are poker players who have other
The
hobbies.
only outdoorsy poker players are the ones that relentlessly tell you they're outdoorsy poker players. Like there's
Jason
like
Kuhn.
there's like yeah,
As I
yeah.
was thinking.
There's like
Or
three
the-
of them. They
that
can't
are
go
high
on a
performers.
hike.
Yeah.
They can't go on a hike without everyone knowing they've been on a hike. It's all right. Go on a hike. Just
Yeah.
you're fine. Just go on your hike. Come back. I'll see you when you play poker.
Yeah.
It's fine.
What a huge turn of events there for Vivian. Flops the flush and just a nightmare turn card for Shaloud. Leaves him with fumes. He is down to just 14,500 chips. Marley Cordero, Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman in the booth. We've got Marley for about 30 more minutes. Then she's going to go play the ladies event. But Marley has promised to come back every couple of hours, giving us ladies updates. Now,
Yeah,
when
definitely.
you come
I
back,
can also give you ladies updates.
yeah, there you go. When you come back, by the way, I
No
don't
problem.
want to hear.
What would
I don't
you
really
like
want to know
know?
about your chip stack. I want to know, like, what's going on.
In
I
a
want
sec-
the dish.
Nick
Yeah.
and Marley in a segment we call "What's New in Ladies," and you'll give the ladies tournament update, and I will give my ladies update,
Oh.
and everyone will.
Do you have ladies updates?
I'm married, so like,
Oh,
I have to
okay.
like invent them.
Yeah.
But
so-
I just think it's a good segment.
Yeah, yeah.
What's new in ladies? Yeah,
Yeah, it's great.
We'll
Thank
run it
you.
by
In
888
the world
legal.
of
they don't even listen. We can
Estrogen.
do what we like. Are the ladies tournaments still? Because obviously I don't get to play in them.
no.
Ladies tournaments still super friendly, or have they become more competitive? Because like 5 years ago, they were the most friendly
Yeah.
things you could do in.
I don't play too many of them, but the ones I do are always just the most relaxed. I'm sure there'll be a lot of alcohol involved in this. And
Ace King 6, 2 clubs out there. Top pair for McCulloch. You actually just did a segment with Tiffany Michelle for Poker News called Things That Either Suck or Don't Suck, right?
yep.
And one of the questions she asked you was ladies events.
Yeah.
And you said, kinda suck.
Yeah. Kind of suck.
What is it? Why?
Because I think it's kind of nice to have a place where people can get eased in if they're new, if there's women who are new and kind of don't want to jump off the bridge there into a bunch of random dudes. But you know what? Poker is not a physical sport, so let's just all get together and be as one.
I think the problem is that there are a lot of poker environments that are. If there weren't poker environments that were unfriendly,
Oh, and there's
then
so
you wouldn't
many.
need
There's so
ladies
many.
tournaments. But because there are, like the one big thing we haven't solved in poker is how to have more female players, because like it's crazy that, because as you pointed out, there's no reason
There's no reason.
why everyone competes on a level. So
Yeah, I guess.
and the only reason is men create. I'm sorry, but men create an unfriendly environment. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
There's no other reason, unless someone knows one that I don't know.
Classic race here.
Well, we got an all-in and a call, very standard. With the blinds at 2,000, 4,000, you certainly expect that with pocket eights and ace king. I think McCulloch's ace 10, probably a fairly easy fold when you get the all in and a call.
And 14.1.
The problem is, the call is so short. Maybe you're thinking, well, if I can beat the first guy, though.
Yeah, the call's not relevant, is it? To his decision.
See on the wheel for Simon Reutenberg.
Or is this marginally relevant, not really relevant?
Right. It's a relatively early position shove, though. It's hard to imagine that he's shoving a much worse
See
hand.
on the wheel for Fabian.
How much is it for?
15 bigs.
15 bigs. That's like really
Fabian Donovan for the wheel.
close.
Close, yeah.
Like ace 10 suited, like I think possibly is a call.
Well, nonetheless, though, it looks like it's going to be Shaloud who is at risk here. Ace king versus pocket eights. You see that little triangle? That indicates the player who is at risk. So far, eights, very good.
888. I don't think eights can lose in this tournament. That's the problem.
It didn't work very well for Kara, but that usually is the case.
I missed it.
But you weren't watching the stream?
I missed that hand. I was
What's
taking a
wrong
bathroom
with you?
break. Taking a bathroom break.
Marley. Tough turn of events there. Lose with Broadway, and then the following hand lose again with ace king, and you are out the door. Updated chip count here. Racksteiner, the Calvin Klein model in the bottom right corner of your screen, our short stack with just 69,000 chips. 69,000.
Nice.
Saliba on 222,000.
Nice. Oh no, it's not. It's different.
Nice for different reasons entirely.
Yeah.
NFL Sunday has begun.
Yeah, I
If
checked
you
the scores
followed
and
Nick's
it's going phenomenally badly.
already.
But
So if you faded Nick's picks,
my
you're doing
picks, my picks are very reliant on garbage time. Like they're real kind of
well.
really focused on.
What are the early scores so far?
well, just like the reverse of what I've picked.
So Green Bay's
Just
winning.
imagine the reverse of what I've picked.
So I might win a quid today?
You might, but it's very early. I like to peak late, just in life. That's why I haven't hit my peak yet.
Do you,
It's
do
coming.
you sports bet? No.
I've bet maybe 2-3 times in my life and lost every one. I lose every time. So I don't do it.
Pretty dry board here. Seligman with a lock on this hand. Imagine this goes check, bet, fold, but we'll see.
Yep.
They say that every poker player wins at the beginning of their poker experience.
I don't think that's true.
I think that is true. Who's going to like... You think that somebody would go, oh, there's this new game called poker, it's really fun. Or there's this game called poker you've never played, it's really fun. And like you lose the first 5 times you play. You think anyone's sticking with it?
Oh, you mean every professional poker player?
Everyone that goes on to play a lot of poker
I
gets
see.
lucky
Oh,
in
yeah,
the beginning.
100%.
Yeah, has run good in the beginning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, of course.
I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Sean Deeb actually said, like, he talks about it all the time. He goes, yeah, early on in my career, I was terrible. He goes, and I just luck boxed a couple of tournaments, and then I learned how to play.
Right.
Yeah. You hear that? Hear a lot.
I'm the exception, actually. I actually ran horrifically bad early on, but I was so good I was able to overcome it.
Wow.
So you're just like a natural.
Yeah.
What a genius.
That's pretty much it. The grand hand snap. That's right. You can win $1,000. It's you can actually play snap on 888 poker. The minimum stake's just 2 cent, 5 cent, and it's kind of a hand of the day. Scratch your grand hand, scratch hand card, and you can win up to $1,000. It's now and every day at 7:30 p.m. local time, London time, until Christmas Eve. So that is 1 hour and 6 minutes from now. So make sure you are on 888 poker playing snap. Reminds me, the free roll coming up in just an hour and 36 minutes. Registration for that open in 36 minutes. The password is London. And you can find the free roll in the restricted tournaments tab over at 888 poker. What is next for you, Ms. Cordero?
Well, just Christmas when I get back, and then just kind of family time, and then my birthday right after.
When's your birthday?
January 16th. So I'm going to have like the next month of maybe just chill a little bit, family and friends time.
Are you doing anything special for your birthday?
Might be going on a trip, yeah, with my boyfriend. We're gonna go on a little, tropical vacation, maybe somewhere
That's
warm.
great.
Yeah,
Lovely.
not England because it's.
Are you dating a poker player?
Yeah, Spraggy.
Who?
Spraggy.
Spraggy.
Yep.
I know who that is.
Wow.
Do you like a power?
I didn't
couple?
realize you were.
like a poker power.
I just
couple?
thought. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was a joke.
That was your
Not that it was like. Not that.
Oh.
Pair of aces here. I'll just shut up.
Oh. And it's always.
Next
an ace.
Steiner all in here. Schechter
Isn't
looking
always
for
an
a
ace.
queen. That is not a queen. 9 of spades and tough blow for Schechter as our Calvin Klein model doubles up. Rex Steiner from Switzerland up to
Don't.
144,000.
Can't continue to objectify players.
I can. I've been doing it for 15 years.
If that was a female player, and
Oh,
you were
would never
saying,
fly.
And she was wearing a Calvin Klein shirt, I would call her a Calvin Klein model.
well, you would be in serious, serious trouble.
Yeah.
Rightly so.
Okay.
And the fact that you don't see it as wrong is sexist because, as men, we have a right to be judged.
He's wearing a Calvin Klein model shirt.
He's a good-looking guy.
He's a good-looking guy.
I
He's
have to
wearing a
give it to
Calvin
him.
Klein shirt.
Those cheekbones could kill.
Nick, just for a moment, close your eyes and imagine him without the shirt or the pants and just wearing underwear.
Yeah.
Now, can you see what I'm saying?
I don't know what kind of condition he's in.
He looks like he's fit.
Why? How can you tell? He's got a baggy sweatshirt.
Marley, what do you think?
He could
No.
be skinny.
Doesn't he look fit?
Skinny fat.
No, he's muscular. You can tell.
He's got
How
some
can
nice.
you tell he's muscular?
Look at his cheekbones.
What's that got to do with it?
That guy's his body fat is like 7%.
I'm really disturbed that you know his body fat.
Well,
There's
I think these are obvious things. I don't know what
Okay.
you're looking at.
okay.
Anyway, yeah. Back to
Don't know
your
what I'm looking
boyfriend, Spraggy. Not that it's a joke. I mean, I assumed because I assume everything that you put out there is like just for a haha funny joke.
Oh yeah.
I just assumed it was a joke.
Our tweets and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, we're real.
You're legitimately dating.
Legitimately dating.
Wow.
Yep. Legitimately hot and heavy.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Straight draw here for Seligman. See how he wants to play it against Colin McAndrew. Terrible flop for ace king of clubs, but that's not going to stop McAndrew from betting.
Have you given any thought to where you are on the poker power couple ladder? Because there's a ladder.
I think we're right below Liv and Igor and right above you guys. I would say that.
Are we a
Wow.
couple?
I don't see how you're above us. That's some bullshit. Like, A, you just started. B, no one even knew you were a couple, whereas obviously we
Iconic duo.
established.
Let's see if
How are
McAndrew
they-
wants to bet this again.
What are you doing? Listen to what's being said.
And Seligman lets it go. I'm watching a very interesting hand. One of us is here to call the poker action, okay? And you guys can have
Yeah,
an
Marley.
inane conversation.
Unreal.
This is the gossip. This is
What
the
other?
real.
I'm trying to think.
I tell
What
you
other
now-
poker?
now Liv
What other
says-
poker couples are there? out
Well,
there?
Liv says she's not playing.
She doesn't really play
anymore.
poker. She does,
Well, no, she said
technically-
officially. So
I mean, she hasn't really played poker for a
Really,
year.
there's a
Yeah.
So really, there's a vacancy.
Well, Alex Foxon and of course Chrissy B, legendary duo.
Yeah,
So they're
And,
high. They're high.
Our Nano Noko and Celia. I always mess up her name, but she's poker.
They are, and by the way, congratulations to them. They are
Yeah.
new parents.
New
Oh,
parents.
that sounds quite meaty on the. I feel
Is
like
is she still playing poker?
no offense, but I feel like they might be above you.
Yeah. No, she plays it. Well, she actually had a kid, but probably not playing the last few months. But I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure.
what about Kara and Giovanni?
Yep.
They're high up.
Yes.
I mean, that's a
Yeah.
pretty strong poker couple.
Mm-hmm. And
Actually, Viv, and I always forget his name.
yeah.
Good-looking German
that's
lad.
a bad sign for their brand.
It's a good-looking German lad, though.
I don't think enough poker couples have taken their coupleness and turned it into give it its own identity.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with like a little Brangelina name for
Yeah,
us.
yeah,
Either
that's what you
Maggie,
need.
or Smarley. We can't.
I think Smarley's better.
Smarley.
I think
Yeah.
That's the
Smarley
kind of
is-
thing that can really
That's-
elevate you on the ladder.
That's good branding.
Because people will just that recognition.
Mm-hmm. Rolls off the tongue.
And if maybe your brand image, Schechter's all in here. And maybe if your brand image was something like Spraggy's face on your body,
Well, he's like 6'5".
Maybe her face on his
So
body.
that
might work
body
better.
is really just you can't take that away.
Where
So-
does he live?
He lives in Gloucestershire, England.
I was going to say, and you live in Vegas. How's this working?
I know. We've been together for the last month. We've been in New York, LA, Vegas, and here in the last few
What's
weeks
what's
together.
the plan going ahead?
I'm not sure. Might be a British Marls. You never know. And man, I might be able to
I mean,
play
you think
888.
you're moving here?
Maybe.
I don't think she's not. You can't make her discuss where her relationship is going on the stream. That's
Why not?
Yeah.
Breaking news on 888 Poker live stream. Here we are. Welcome to 888 Live. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman, where we break news. No, I'm always curious because I've had numerous long distance relationships in my life, and I always wonder, you know, is there light in the tunnel? Like, okay, what's the plan? Okay, clearly, if you're going to have a sustained relationship,
At some point, you
at
gotta,
some point,
yeah,
one person's not going to live in Vegas and one person's not going to live in,
Gloucestershire.
UK.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, we're lucky that we both have such flexible schedules. Obviously,
Right.
So poker players, we're always, not like we have really too much.
And he can come. Is he allowed to come to the States?
Oh yeah, he's still on the no-fly list for a few
I was
months.
going to say,
but
despite his
Yeah.
scragginess.
yeah, no, he's good, but we will see. We will see. He
I got
doesn't-
to hang out with him a little bit. We're certainly not friends, but I got to hang out with him a little bit at Run It Up Reno last year,
Yeah, great event.
and he was fun.
Yeah,
He's a fun guy. We played poker together for a hot minute.
yeah. That's where we met, actually, in April. Right at Reno. That's where we met.
Did I set you guys up?
Stapes did.
I knew it was one of us.
Shout out Joe Stapleton. Great guy.
That might be the first good thing he's done.
Honestly.
His entire life.
Well, I've known him for 10 years, so
Yeah,
in that time,
that's
definitely
pretty
the
standard.
best
Yeah.
thing he's done.
Yeah.
Great news, David. The Giants have scored a touchdown.
Oh, look
so
at that!
you're now losing a pound.
Ah!
Roller coaster.
Can I buy out
For how much?
30p?
No. No, I can't accept 30p. This is obviously a lock.
I have exciting news for everybody out there. If you were concerned, apparently my iPhone charger woes are over. As this one is working.
It's just working the whole time?
Now it's finally
Oh,
working.
geez.
It is working. You are watching 888 Live. We are in London. This is kind of our one of our marquee stops. 518 entries. Prize pool of £518,000. First place, 100,000. That is nothing to sneeze at, for sure. Of course, our next stop, Madrid. That'll be our first stop of 2020. Are you a believer in New Year's resolutions?
Yeah, I think so.
What are your New Year's resolutions going to be?
Probably.
Do you want me to tell you what they should be?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Better than that. Let people in the world let us know. What do you guys think that Marley Cordero's new? Because I have a list.
Do we have a chat or anything?
We used to have a chat. We don't really have a chat anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's unfortunate.
Got that bad.
Well, I'm going to do our best to get our chat back. We had a
Yeah.
chat, and it was a good chat, and we lost that in the last couple of streams.
Yeah. I won last year was to, the classic, just start going to the gym, which I've actually done a good job this year consistently going. So I won for
By the way,
one.
it's obvious.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
Nick can't tell.
because
Nick can't tell, but I can tell.
You know her body
I know.
fat, right? Because you can just look at a person, you go, boom, it's X percent.
10.5%,
Yep.
which is amazing for a
Yep.
woman, by the way.
Really, I've actually lost
You're
about 100
creepy,
pounds.
creepy dude.
Nick Wealthall's body fat, 23%. Which, by the way, is not bad for a man of your age.
The problem is that I've got another nearly 2 days of you. That's the problem. I don't have a coping strategy.
Drugs, alcohol.
Just a rude person.
At least the NFL's here.
Which I can't watch.
I mean, you could watch it.
Luckily, we have poker. Luckily, we have Vivian Saliba winning an 888 main event, which is 100% happening.
Yeah.
And by the way, some other notables still in the field. James Williams, our defending champion in this, is still in. And Gary Miller, who won the WPT 500 in London, is also still in.
Wow.
And last I heard, Gary Miller won a massive pot. So, might be just a guess. He might be at our next table. McCulloch on the button with Jack 3. How does the weather over here agree with you?
Oh,
or does it
God.
not?
It's been quite gloomy.
That's just normal here, obviously.
Yeah.
I lived here for 4 years.
Did
I love
you?
it. Yeah, I love it over in London. If the weather, in all fairness, if the weather was even just mediocre, I probably would have stayed forever.
The city itself is gorgeous.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Really green.
Yeah.
Some great places to visit and see.
Yeah, even Gloucestershire, where he lives, really nice.
What part of the country is that?
I think it's west. Don't quote me on that. It's by like,
I mean, is there anything significant over there?
it's kind of near where like Shakespeare was born. Stratford upon Avon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, Bath. There's a place called Bath where all these like old Roman baths and stuff are. Yeah. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Just
A lot of pubs.
A lot of pubs.
Right.
Yep.
People talking funny.
Oh God. Can't understand them half the time.
Right. Like, do
Really?
you just nod and
Ugh.
kind of chuckle?
I'm like, is that English? And of course they think we sound funny,
Right.
but we're the right ones. We're the real deal.
So you met in April, but you've only been dating a month?
Yeah, we've been friends for whatever.
Right.
9 months.
What was
8
the
months.
the impetus for forming the relationship?
I don't know. I kind of just feel like we both knew we liked each other, and
Right.
it just kind of we continued to hung out all the time, and whatever, and then just kind of boom, one drunken night, you're just naked, and you're like, oh, but no, so far so good.
Right. I wasn't going for all the details, but thank you for sharing. We appreciate that. I like that.
Yeah.
I think you'd get along with my wife. Thanks for joining us. Marley Cordero, David Tuckman, Nick Wellfall has stepped out for a moment. I think I have finally gone over the edge. I've pushed him too far. I love Nick. I hope he doesn't leave me forever. I would be distraught. Vivian Saliba on our screen, our only remaining 888 ambassador. Chris Moorman, by the way, has had a great week, though, as he won the high roller here in London.
Yep, crushing.
Your ladies' event, I'm keeping an eye on the time. You have 22 minutes
Okay.
until your ladies' event. I feel like watching this, does this warm you up a little bit? Mm-hmm. Get your brain kind of going?
It does. I mean, I love doing commentary, but I always do look at like a little bit of FOMO. I'm always a little bit of FOMO just watching the action, and I think that's why we love the game, We want to be in there.
No doubt. The Terminal, our first multi-flight tournament series. That is running from December 15th through the 23rd over at 888 Poker. Check that out. Schechter under the gun with King Jack. Just 57,000 chips now. What's your play here? This is always kind of awkward for me. You've got 14 bigs under the gun with a hand like King Jack off. Can you just fold that? Do you want to play it? I mean, what's the play in a full ring game?
I mean, I think it's one of those spots where you gotta just think about how the table's playing. Are they playing too passive? Are they playing too loose?
I mean, are you raise folding? 'Cause I always feel like I'm like, what do
How
I
many
do with this
bigs?
hand?
Like,
He's got the blinds are 2-4. He had 14 bigs. I always feel like it's like, well, if
don't
I
know.
shove and I get called, I'm crushed.
yeah.
Raise folding feels awful. Everything seems awful.
I know a few players who love to do some limpage here with range from early position with hands like this, and then obviously every hand, and it kind of protects you there, so people.
Give yourself a chance to see a flop for one big blind.
Yeah, and you just do it with all your hands there, and then because you're so short, people don't want to just
Right, they don't want to
raise
raise and then commit
pocket
themselves.
sixes. Yeah, and then or whatever. So
Because you're doing it with aces, kings, and
yeah,
queens, and
yeah,
all the hands you're going with.
yeah. So that's one strategy, but it is definitely a tough spot with a mediocre hand. And so he opted to raise here,
He raised minimum,
and now he's
and now he kind of has to fold.
exactly. I don't know. I think that I either shove, limp, or fold. I think that raising may be my least favorite option, but tough spot.
Now, as I pointed out, I'm obviously an incredibly shallow person, and I pointed out, but you agree with me that the Switzerland guy in the bottom right, what do you think the chances are that he's legitimately a Calvin Klein model?
He's done some modeling in his life. I'll bet on that. Yeah.
There you go.
Whether it's hand, cheekbone, something.
See, that's what I like about you, Marley. You and I feel like we're cut from the same cloth.
Yeah.
We're not afraid to say what we think is true.
It's true.
British people like Nick Wealthall are just afraid to actually speak. They're afraid to kind of like, well, I don't want to offend anybody. Let me be proper. Oh, you're back.
David, when was the last...
I thought you were... I'm sorry, I forgot you were here.
Wait, because this is some serious bullshit. when was the last sincere argument you had with someone? Like, never. You agree with whoever you're talking to all the time. You're like the most agreeable man in America.
I'd like that clipped. Can I send that? Can I send that out?
You are the most agreeable
I
man
am the
in
most
America.
agreeable man in America. I love that.
You're just a nice person.
Wow. I don't think I've ever been accused of that. That's amazing. 93 players remain. So now we're getting a little bit closer to the money. We are 30 away from what is a decent money bubble. Christian Zetchi on the floor for Poker News, doing a great job. He gives me some insight. He's kind of my eyes and ears out there, and he always gives me some tidbits about what's going on. And looks like we're going to get Gary Miller at our next featured table, so I'm looking forward to that. Action folds around to McAndrew. Not going to play the 7-5 suited on the button. Schechter all in. I love how he looks disappointed. Like, oh, I really wanted a call when I had Queen 4 offsuit. 888 live. The one thing that's great about long-distance relationships, I've always found, is... I won't let this go. No. I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to beat this thing until it's dead. Now, the one thing that I've always thought that are great about long-distance relationships is that if you only see each other, a couple of times a month, the thing that's kind of cool about it is that when you see each other, it's really special. It's like you can kind of like clear your schedule, clear your calendar, and make it all about the other person.
Yeah, you don't get that mundane bullshit of like the day to day. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Right.
It's always a vacation. It's always you're always doing things too. But I've never actually been into long distancing ever, so I don't know. But it, the last month is a huge sample size, and it's been that way. So we're still in the honeymoon phase though. So pretty much you could be doing anything, and we're having a good time.
How long are you married, Nick?
2 and a bit years.
Still the honeymoon
behind
phase?
the bell. I had a friend who used to, when someone said, how long have you worked for this company, he'd say 5 years behind the bell, which is a reference to what lepers used to carry in olden times. They used to walk around with a bell.
Aye.
I've been married 2 years, but I've been with my life partner for 9 years. Still very much in the honeymoon phase.
10-10-8. Who was the vicar at your wedding?
Kara Scott.
Kara Scott, yes.
Was she?
That almost never comes up on this stream.
It's weird, yeah. It's.
Yeah, she was, yeah.
Nice.
I brought in a hot vicar. I was like,
for the record,
you know what vicars need to be? Hotter.
For the record, despite our relationship, I was not invited to Nick's wedding.
Yeah, didn't even make the long list.
No?
No.
Like I wasn't even like the D list?
No,
Wow.
no. You're way off, buddy. But if it's any consolation, no one from poker was invited. Like, I had my real friends, not my fake work friends.
That hurts. I feel like if you'd gotten married today as opposed to 2.5 years ago,
You actually,
I feel like
you
maybe
actually
I'd make the
would-
D list.
You would have made the long list, definitely. That is a fair comment.
McCulloch pacing the field here. Not throughout the tournament, but at our feature table with 278,000. I know that somebody in the field, I think a couple of people have over 400,000. Saliba. She giveth, she taketh. She lost the ace-queen to ace-jack early on at this feature table, but then won with a flush over a straight, and she is still over 200,000 chips. See if she can make the money and then make a deep run in this. Once again, first place, 100,000.
Nothing to sneeze at.
That's some good money.
Yeah.
Speaking of good money, we'll have good money up for grabs in Madrid. A 1,000 guaranteed overall, 800,000 guaranteed main event. That's an 800,000 euro event where the buy-in is just 888.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And you can qualify. Probably on 888 right now.
Yep. And you're just in Madrid, living the dream.
Yeah.
It's a win-win.
I actually think that you should start. We should make a push. Pair of deuces here for McCulloch in the big blinds versus blind on blind here. I think, in light of your, recent relationship status, I think why not take a look at the 888 schedule for 2020?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Is now that
we've got Madrid,
yeah.
London. We go to Barcelona. They go to Bucharest.
Where's that?
You don't know what Bucharest is?
Where's that? I don't know. I'm an idiot, honestly.
I think it's okay to not know where Bucharest is.
Eastern Europe.
Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. Bucharest, we go to Sochi.
Yeah. Nice.
Russia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boom,
We were in
straight
Portugal
away.
earlier this year with
Portugal.
WPT Deep Stacks.
I'm Portuguese. The home country.
Yeah. Do you speak Portuguese?
No.
No. But Vila Moura is gorgeous.
Yeah.
So there's numerous 888 stops, and the buy-ins are all kind of in that really nice mid-tier approachable level.
Yeah.
That I think there's a lot of value in those because you just got a lot of recreational money in there.
Totally. No, these 1Ks are great. Still big enough for, fighting for some real money, but not too big.
And if you're out here anyway, why
yeah.
not?
Well, that's what yeah, for sure.
Action folds around the Rechsteiner at 7-5.
Drawing on all of his modelling experience here.
I'm glad to see that you've jumped on board.
I don't understand what he's a model for. Look at his picture.
McCulloch out of the way.
Ooh.
Viv has a hand here. She could easily 3-bet this.
She will.
Probably
3-bet this.
should.
She will. Incoming.
Viv, as we've talked about earlier on, definitely airs toward the aggressive side.
Just kind of good at cards. Yeah, 30,000 in your face, modelly. Smize, what is it? Smize? Smize? Yeah, smize that, biatch. Also,
Yeah,
he's breaking
Rechsteiner-
he's breaking the cardinal rule. He's lost his neck. Don't lose your neck. 100% the cardinal rule.
He's going to Hollywood this for a little while, but I imagine just a fold, and there it is. It's frustrating, but I think some of these players, there's more 3-betting at this table than people think, and they're probably thinking players are getting out of line. Just happens to be like Most of the
Yeah,
time,
I
people just
don't-
have hands.
We
Yeah,
haven't
they do.
seen- We haven't seen a light 3-bet, I don't think.
Oh.
No.
We saw the one light 4-bet with Jack 10.
Yeah,
That was
that's
it.
right. And that went badly.
Did not work out here. We're in East London at Asper's Casino. Where, by the way, so I got up early this morning. A little jet lag. Got up early. First of all, I don't understand. The malls were packed. Are you just scratching your face or are you giving me the finger? Or both?
Do you have to comment on everything?
Well, you were giving me
You're
the
like
finger
a
and I wasn't
frickin-
sure.
You're like a puppy dog. Like you're making a point and you're distracted
Squirrel.
by a complete
Squirrel.
irrelevance.
Squirrel.
It's unbelievable.
Sorry.
Just make your point.
Anyway, so I woke up. I woke up early, and I'm wandering. I was
And
trying.
the mall is packed.
Yeah,
Okay.
but none of the stores are open. So I'm wondering because none of the
What?
stores, they can't open a store until noon.
Is it noon?
It wasn't noon yet.
I don't use shops, so.
But the weird thing was,
I
so
genuinely don't
I didn't
know.
understand why everybody was there. I mean, I woke up and went in there thinking the stores would be open, didn't realize they wouldn't be. Then I went and got breakfast and waited until it was open.
Is it not 11? Is it noon?
No, it was noon,
Oh, was it?
and everything was shut down, but the mall was packed,
Crazy.
and people were like literally sitting outside waiting for like
Well, Black Friday, they
like
were
at a
yeah, waiting for the stores to open.
Yeah.
crazy.
They want the deals. People get trampled this time of year.
Yeah, the retail customer is alive and well here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice flop here for McCulloch.
Beyond help.
Do you do a whole decoration thing for Christmas?
No. I'm not a big decorator.
No.
No.
Halloween, Christmas, nothing like that, huh?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm very plain Jane. I do have some of those neon, like glow in the dark stars on my ceiling. Yeah, that's as much as I'll do.
Did you have those when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
now you just like,
Oh, they were actually there when I moved in. I just didn't take them off. So I figured, yeah. More out of laziness than anything else.
that's great. Nick, you said you've kind of taken to Halloween. Did you decorate your house?
We did pumpkin carve. I did my first ever pumpkin carve.
Ooh, what'd
Yeah,
you carve it
I
like?
really enjoyed it, and I'm like horrible at all arts and crafts. Horrible. But I could do pumpkin carving.
What did you carve it like?
It's
What
like
was
a
the?
scary face. Like I've got a picture.
Can I see?
I'm like really proud. I'm like properly, genuinely proud of it. Because everything's context, right? Like if you're good at something, you don't get
Yeah.
like I'm bad. I'm bad at arts and crafts, bad. But this, I really, you know.
Schechter's all in here for about 12 big blinds.
If we had working internet, I'd be showing you right now, but we're not allowed working internet here in the cupboard, so
No.
just something that we're not allowed.
Oh, Combs might call this. It is an early position open. No, what's the play here?
I mean, the live players usually fold, but probably he should call. But live players don't like making these calls, in my experience. How close are we to the money? We're getting close to the money, actually.
They are 24 away from the money.
Oh, not that close. A bit close.
Oh. Oh, I thought he was holding.
Nope, he picked the Sam Sobrel. Put on the time card instead.
Would you call Marley?
Yeah.
You're calling? You said?
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 10 bigs or
12.
10.
Well, it's actually 11. That's all that's all Combs
It's
has.
the guy that 4-bet bluffs, so I should have remembered that's the guy that 4-bet bluffs, so he's more likely to make that call. So he does call.
Makes the call here. Ace 10 versus King Queen. And so far, the ace high, still the best hand. Pot is 104,000.
Oh.
And there's a king. Full double up for Combs. And
And so now we know it was a good call.
Yeah, it was good.
So Combs up to 104,000. And I believe Schechter is not all in. I think he has about 12,000 left. Or no. Apparently our graphic was wrong, and he has been eliminated.
The river. Again.
Fickle mistress that she is.
Well,
I literally can't show you my pumpkins. This is the worst thing that's happened today. Like,
Can't you use the local?
the
mall
the Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi?
just doesn't
Uh,
work.
we are in the back room here, so.
Oh, it's small. I can't really see, but it looks
Tiny, they're
fantastic.
there.
Oh,
but-
they are nice. They're
Yeah.
like the what's that movie?
Mama, I Made a Pumpkin.
Halloween,
No, there's like a movie. What's it called? The Tim Burton movie.
The Nightmare Before
Oh,
Christmas.
yeah. Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Marley, do you?
Top notch.
Are you already registered?
No, I'm gonna take off in a minute and
Okay.
go hop in this tournament, and we'll be back later with some updates for you guys.
I'd love that.
Yeah,
In a segment we're calling What's New in Ladies.
exactly. What's new with us ladies?
I love it.
All right, y'all. Thanks for having me.
Marley Cordero,
Thanks,
everybody.
Marley.
All right, bye.
Nick, I'm not gonna lie. That was the best 45 minutes of commentary we've ever had here on 888 Live.
I thought you were going to say today.
That Marley Cordero. She is something.
Just imagine, if you're watching the stream, just imagine not having working internet.
In 2019.
Just at in any point in your life, it's just like the absolute nut low. But that's what we're confronted with here. To the point that you can't get a picture of a pumpkin when you want to get a picture of a pumpkin.
Let me throw a prop bet at you then, for a fun little prop bet.
Okay.
How much would I have to pay you? Or how much would you have to be paid to not have mobile internet? Like, you'd have internet at your house, and that would be the only place you'd have it.
Oh, yeah, not that much. I'd be fine.
Okay.
I actually just took Twitter off my phone because I was too addicted. So literally like 2 weeks ago I took Twitter off my phone. And I have enjoyed not having it on my phone.
Was part of your Twitter addiction following me?
I mean, by default, I suppose. I mean, I'm following about 400 people, so 0.25% was definitely following you, yeah.
Well, I'm impressed that I wasn't muted.
No, you were not muted, no.
Wow. I thought for sure I would have been.
Although mute on Twitter is awesome because you can, like, never see anything from someone and not offend them at all.
Right. Well, there's some people that I actually mute that I don't follow, but other people
Oh, yeah.
that I follow
So,
them.
Actually, this is one of the worst things. This is one of the things I dislike about Twitter is that. So, to give you one example, people who are people relentlessly retweet things they don't agree with, or that they find scandalous or they don't like. So what that means is your timeline ends up with a lot of stuff that you don't want to see because it's the opposite of the people you're following.
Right.
So that's one of the things I don't like about it.
Yeah, I'm a huge Twitter guy. Obviously, that's where I'm probably most prominent. So, and I'm at Tuck on Sports. If you ever want to talk to me or you want to say I suck or anything like that, that's where you can do it at Tuck on Sports. But my biggest pet peeve about Twitter is the fact that when I don't follow somebody, but if I follow you and you follow this guy, I then see his tweets.
Yeah, exactly.
If you liked one of them,
It's
and I'm
weird.
like, I purposely don't follow that person.
know.
If I wanted to know what he had to say, I would follow him myself. For example,
Agree.
like Dan Blazarian.
Agree.
I don't care
Right.
at all about Dan Blazarian. At all. One iota. I think the guy's disgusting.
Okay. I've got
Okay.
a picture of my pumpkin.
The pumpkin's there. Well, that
Look
is
at that.
really nice.
Well, that's mine.
That's-
like
no,
my
it's
first-
really
that's
good.
my
You should
first-
tweet that out.
It's like my first ever. I was really
Can you
proud.
tweet that out?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. You should. That's a really great picture. People can follow at Nick Wealthall and take a look at his pumpkin.
And
Let
then
us know
they'll
what you think.
See my pumpkin.
It's a really good.
But my little sister did that one. She's good at arts and crafts. Like that's a Tim Burton.
She's good. Yeah.
Yeah, she's
That
good.
is really good.
But
But yours
like-
is not bad at all. Yours
Thank
is
you.
quite good.
It's all like grading on a curve. Like, because I am horrible at like arts and crafts. Horrible. It's the best thing I've ever done.
I would have. Yeah. I mean, I would have assumed that the middle one was yours.
Right. And it's not.
No, yours is. I'm impressed.
But it is a really fun thing to do. So I was pleased that Britain has inherited Halloween,
Vivian Saliba
spending other people's money.
from Brazil. Well, she's looking to spend some other people's money as well. And if she can win this, She'll be doing that. Looking to make her second big score of 2019. Her other big score, of course, a final table in the 888 event at the World Series of Poker this past summer, where she won over $300,000. I believe a break is approaching. Levels are 1 hour long.
Yeah.
As opposed to day one. I love the structure of the 888 main events as well now. 40-minute day ones. You know, let's get a move on. Let's see if we can get some chips. And then they make it 1 hour.
When it really matters, you get more time.
Right, which is great.
Yeah, and if you've watched one of our streams before, you'll know there's play right the way through to the end. It's like a good structure, really good.
How are your bets, your NFL bets looking right now?
Let me tell you, if I had an internet feed right now, I would know. But apparently...
Seligman checked back the flop. Decided to check back the turn as well. I would have thought he would bet the turn, but maybe he's going to go for some thin value now on the river. Well, checking back the flop was certainly reasonable. He's going to go for a little bit of thin value now, but I don't believe... No, McCulloch has already folded. Insta-fold. You know, it's funny, I mentioned yesterday how I thought the NFL was, for the most part, almost unwatchable now without fantasy sports or without sports betting. There is a game today, though, that is very watchable between two of the best teams in the league. You mentioned the Baltimore Ravens versus the 49ers.
Yeah.
That is just a great game there. You saw on the screen there a free roll
as well in the second quarter, so that's fun.
And that's going to be a great game. I mean, you have two teams that are legitimate. That could be a Super Bowl preview theoretically, very easily. You saw that on the screen. The free roll that is coming up in just 57 minutes. Registration is open. Get in there. Password is London. You can go to the restricted tournaments tab and get in that free roll. Free money. You do nothing. You just got to sign up and play. See if you get lucky and win it.
On us.
Right. And if you don't, then there's another one tomorrow.
You're welcome.
I actually got a tweet. Somebody was asking if the venom that they hear in the commentary booth is real. And no, Nick and I are... I actually consider Nick a good friend. I've known Nick a long time now. We have... for many years, kind of worked like in tandem on the same project, but not together.
Yeah.
But over the last, say, 2 years or so, working on these have been a lot of fun.
We've come together, and our rise up the poker power couple ladder has been as fast as it has been fun for everyone to enjoy, I think.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to me that someone like Marley would put herself above us. It's just funny when people come and pretend they've got game in that way.
Like I said, now that Liv does not play poker anymore.
I'm pretty confident we're top.
Top three.
Top three. Podium. Minimum.
By the way, Viv had right around 50 big blinds. She's still at 50 big blinds. That's good news for her. Seligman has had a tough go of it, but still there. And again, survival is what's key at this point. You never know when that heater is going to come. Mr. Combs, definitely one of the more creative players at the table.
This is a good stage of the tournament. Like, players have enough chips where, you can still make moves and be aggressive and 3-bet and stuff like that. And you're not going to face shoves all the time. So there's still, quite a big separation between the good players and the less good players at this point, I think.
I would imagine that at this point of the tournament, where you're like 20 away from the money, three bets are really effective because players
Really
aren't
effective.
because the players aren't deep enough to four bet
Exactly.
shut, and they don't want to put their tournament at risk.
1,000,000%. Like, you really have a license to 3-bet, especially if the opener has, like you say, kind of 30 to 50 big blinds. Like, you can attack those opens. Because and we're coming up on a break, so I'll keep this short, but everyone knows that you should open a lot to try and steal the blinds, but not everybody, in fact, the vast majority of live players do not adjust and 3-bet enough to that fact. So there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, no doubt. You see the players getting up. They are going on a break. It'll be about a 15-minute break. And it's actually a 25-minute break. So I imagine this is kind of their like pseudo dinner break. So they a 25-minute break. And we will take a break as well. Ladies' event has just begun here in London at Asper's Casino. And we'll be back. More Nick Wealthall, Mull, David Tuckman, and, of course, more 888 Live after this.
Once I made the switch to tournaments, I just became kind of obsessed with them. Like, I was playing every day, like 7 days a week, almost cancelling plans. It was a dangerous obsession, like, looking back. But I was in my young 20s and just wanted to become the best I could be. And I finally got #1 ranking on Poker Fires, which was always a dream for me in like 2008. But from there, I just was like, I got to create a legacy. We got this $55 30K guaranteed deep stack Blizzard event. Amazing value tournament. Definitely there will be a lot of inexperienced players in this tournament who've never really played 200 big blinds deep. I mean, I don't play 200 big blinds deep very often, to be honest, so I might be one of them. So far, no one's really seen my cards. I've been in quite a few hands. Like you can see, I've played 36% hands, like this third highest at the table. So I'm just going to hope this guy got a good hand, to be honest. He could just call from the big blind with a lot of hands, so when he raises, it's actually pretty strong. So I'm just hoping that he's got like a big hand. I've almost flopped too good there, like flopping the ace kind of sucks. Like, obviously I have the best hand, like I have the nuts, but it's very unlikely he has an ace. And it's obviously a very scary card for him. He could put me on a hand like ace king. And so, I mean, we've only got 1.5 times the pot as well. Nothing really to protect from. I even got the ace of hearts, so I'm just gonna check back and hope maybe he puts me on a hand like queens and tries to bluff. And obviously he's betting 1/16 pot, which was not really the kind of bluff we were hoping for. But I'm just gonna call with the nuts. Hope that he puts in a real bluff on the river. He did put in a real bluff, and obviously no option other than to go all in now. No point, really. Oh, there we go, perfect.
Chris Moorman has been ranked #1 a record 13 times during his career for a total of 24 weeks. He's won 29 Pocket Fives Triple Crowns, 8 more than any other player. In 2013, he became the first player to break the $10 million earnings mark, and in 2018, he became the first and yet only player to hit 15 million. He currently sits alone atop the all-time earnings leaderboard with $15.8 million in lifetime earnings. In 2017, he won his first World Series of Poker bracelet, and he has $5.7 million in lifetime earnings. It is my honor and pleasure to award Chris Moorman with the Pocket Fives Legacy Award.
Yeah, I got to Vancouver on Saturday night. Actually was really tired. I got a 7 a.m. flight after the Global Poker Awards, so I came down here, got a nap, actually woke up and won table to turbo and won that, so I started off strong. I started making a run in the 888 tune-up event, which was a 160 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Anna Marquez was also at the final table, and I actually ended up putting a pretty bad beat on her. Sorry, Anna. It was $160, and I ended up winning for $21,000. Like, there's not many tournaments you can do that in. There was a time when I first started back in the day in poker that $160 buy-in would be a huge event for me, biggest of the night. I think now I'm playing all the bigger stuff. It's kind of crazy. With regards to turning pro or like doing this as a living, I think it was in the second year of my university. I'd been playing quite a lot, going to less lectures, and that summer I was going to go home and do a summer job, and I'd done that the previous year, and it's been some really terrible, mundane, minimum wage job, and I'd hated it. And I worked out that I could actually earn a similar amount basically playing poker, but I knew my parents would never go for it. So I ended up telling them that I had a job already, but really me and my friend, we just play poker. I exceeded my targets by like 4x, I was loving it. And I just sort of went full gung-ho into poker and realized that I had to make this work really because I didn't have anything to fall back on. In poker, I still feel like I have a lot to achieve. I really want to get a live triple crown, so I need to win an EPT. I want to win more bracelets, not just have one. Play in more events, give myself more shots. Yeah, like the World Series of Poker is definitely something I'm really targeting next year.
So you're not retiring?
No.
Not retiring?
Not anytime soon.
So we're about to watch a heads-up match between Jason Kuhn and Ben Pollock, and it's from a US Poker Open. We're joining the action on the flop, and it looks like Ben made a min raise before the flop. Jason called pretty standard queens versus ace deuce. Flop comes ace 9-6 with a flush draw, and Kuhn decides to check call, which is pretty standard, and so is Ben's c-bet. So on the turn, another ace comes, and both players elect to check. Pretty standard by Kuhn to check that spot. He doesn't have that many strong hands, so it wouldn't make sense for him to lead. And I think with Ben's hand with pocket queens in the spot, once Kuhn check calls, it pretty much has either an ace, a 9, a 6, or a flush draw. So with the check, I think Ben is trying to pot control a little bit. I think he's slightly worried that Kuhn might have an ace, and Queen's simply not that strong on this board anymore. And he can also induce some bluffs on the river. If Kuhn did have a flush draw and it bricks, he's gonna bluff it on the river for sure. So let's see what the river brings. So the river comes an offsuit queen, and at this point I think Jason's fairly confident that he has the best hand. With the stacks the way they are, they have about 3x pot stack ratio, and Jason knows that if Pollock had a really good hand, a knotted hand, he's more likely to bet it on the turn to try to build a pot and finish the match. He's pretty confident that Pollock is somewhat capped in his range, and that's why you see this big bet from Jason, because he's obviously trying to get hero call. He's quite polarized in his range. He wouldn't do this with a 9, so he's pretty much saying that he has an ace or a missed flush draw at this point. I think when Ben sees this bet, he also knows that Kuhn is like pretty polarized, so I'm guessing he's pretty excited that he might have an ace and he's not going to be able to fold when both the flush draws break. So he's just, you know, thinking about Vegas and the Mirage right now.
Jeez, wow.
So this is a really nasty spot for Jason. He's confused right now for sure, because he would have expected Pollock to keep barreling the turn with all of his knotted hands and really strong hands. But at the same time, it's a very weird spot to bluff in Pollock's shoes. Jason pretty much has the top of his range. If we look at the board, he really doesn't have that many stronger hands. And, you know, like, doesn't really matter if he has ace deuce or ace 7. But when players take this line that Ben just did, it's usually a really strong one, and it makes a lot of sense that he has queens in the spot, the way the hand played out.
Fold.
And he finds a fold.
That's a really good fold. Heads up, that's tough. It's possible that the time bank had something to do with it. Usually when you're in a spot like that, you have your initial gut feeling of what to do. And then the more time you take, the more time you consider other options. And then you just keep going back and forth until you finally make up your mind. So the more time you add, like the more thoughts pop up in your head and the more you can think about your opponent's range and where you are in your range and might sway your decision. So it's definitely possible, but as we can see, he made the right decision at a limited time. So I'm guessing he went with his gut, and his gut said fold.
I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stack still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the 5 under the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where you know it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again, not going to work out for her.
Bingo for Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the overs. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn card. Not only is it the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand because,
for sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so you... he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, Davey's just going to call and...
Yeah. And he's not drawing dead.
Nope.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like
a
really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket fives.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for... And there are a lot of players in live tournaments that do not, you know, qualify, travel to live tournaments, sit through a day and a half in order to play a 3-bet pot out of position and make a marginal decision with second pair, that kind of thing, you know.
Kara's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's got ace-jack. There's a jack dead. Yang's got ace-queen.
I think she's made a very standard, solid decision to move her chips in.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was a raise. There was a call. There was dead money in the pot.
Yeah, she's got a great stack to do it.
You know, she really got unlucky here. I mean, it's also the chip leader who opens. He doesn't need a premium hand to do this with.
Yeah, he could just as easily turn over King-Jack here.
Yeah. He could have been raising with whatever. There's a spade, though.
Oh, bingo.
There you go.
We approve of this message.
Well, and this is the interesting thing. You know, we talk about this, and obviously Kara got lucky in this particular spot. But whether she got lucky and doubled up or whether she was out the door, you and I both agree we like this play.
Yeah.
You know, we try not to be results-oriented when we
absolutely
evaluate our decisions.
No, I think it actually probably would be quite bad to let that spot go, to be honest. Like, he's got a big range for his open, and she's got a really nice stack to shove.
Right, how often is he going to raise, just fold?
Yeah, quite a decent amount. And also he's going to call her with worse.
This hand is from the Super High Roll Bowl earlier this year between Daniel Negreanu and Mikita, two like top-notch players. So it's a great hand to watch, and I remember watching it at the time, kind of live on the stream, and kind of was amazed by the end results. So the hand starts off with Daniel Negreanu opening under the gun, seven-handed with Jack-10 suited. Pretty standard open, especially deep stacked. Great hand that can make a lot of strong holdings. Mikita flats in the next seat with pocket nines. Very standard call here. Maybe he's going to free bet sort of very small percentage, like 10% at the time here, just so that he can have that in his free bet range. But he wants to flat here the majority of the time with this hand. And then actually, interestingly, Brian Rust folds Queen 9 suited in the next seat, which is a good fold, I think, but a hand that most sort of weaker players would play. Three ways is kind of a hand that's just going to get him in a lot of trouble. He's going to make worse flushes, worse pairs than the other two, just because they have such a strong range. And you can see, like, by the level of the players here, that everyone else has hands that, you know, you might potentially see weaker players put money into the pot here, especially Ali in the big blind. He has Jack-8 off, great odds, but he understands he's up against two tight ranges and makes a good fold. Okay, so the flop comes 8-6-7 rainbow. Daniel has a backdoor flush draw, two overs, and a gut shot to the nuts, and Mikita has overpair to the board and an open end. That's a great flop for him. Daniel actually decides to bet a third of the pot here, which I think it's better to check most of the time on this board, especially in these positions, just because Mikita actually has much stronger range than Daniel. Even though he opened under the gun, Mikita's not flat in too many hands here. He's not, for example, going to call the raise here with King Jack offsuit broadways really. So this board, he has all the overpairs, all the sets, two pairs straights, and Daniel Negreanu has like a bunch of hands that miss the board, like King Queen offsuit, that just have very poor equity on this board. So he will be check folding most of those. So he also needs to check with a lot of his strong hands or middling hands. Jack-10 suited is kind of an in-between one, because he would like just to get a fold from maybe like Ace-Jack with no backdoor, which a small bet will accomplish, which is great for him. But on the whole, I think he wants to be check calling here or check raising sometimes. So the turn card actually changes everything. It's the offsuit 9, so now Mikita makes top set, but Daniel Negreanu makes a top straight, and it's quite an interesting spot for Mikita here. He raised the flop, so he has the lead in the hand, and his hand has actually improved, but he's beaten by some other hands now that Negreanu could have. If they were deeper stacked, I think he would definitely keep betting on the turn, but I think he's a bit worried with his stack size, only having just under 2 times the pot left, that if he bets, he's kind of going to have to call off if Negreanu goes all in, and he's going to be up against the 10 a decent amount of time in that situation and sort of have less than 25% equity. So he decides to take the conservative route and check back and reevaluate the river and see if he can improve. And so the river is another 8, pairs the board, gives Mikita pretty much the virtual nuts, and Daniel still has a very strong hand. Bet sizing on the river particularly is actually really important in poker. At one point you can think you kind of have the nuts, and then someone sizes completely differently, and it's very important to be able to adjust your decisions based on that. It's definitely one of the hardest skills in poker, when a different card comes out or a different bet size than you're expecting, to be able to readjust and change your decision and come up with the right decision. This is a really tough spot in the river for Daniel here. Facing an overbet, he's actually now only really beaten a bluff, and he's obviously put Mikita on a strong range before the flop, and then raising the flop as well. He believes he has to have something here. So yeah, even though he has a nut straight, he beats any 10 on the board. With this sizing, Mikita's not really using this sizing ever with a 10, I don't think. And then Mikita makes a very big bet. He bets like 125% pot, so it's like overbet. And now it's pretty crazy. Daniel instantly realizes his hand is just kind of a bluff catcher. So Mikita's not really betting 10 for this size on this board. So yeah, Daniel only really beats a bluff, and still you kind of expect him to call just because he's kind of set this up. He's played his hand. His hand's very under-repped. You can't really put him on Jack 10 really here, and it seems like it would be a good spot maybe if Makia got to the river with air to go for it here. So at this point, Daniel's only beaten a bluff, but he has played his hand quite weak and passively, so he could easily have induced this bluff. So it's kind of a guessing game for him. He has a hand that, in theory, he shouldn't really fold. It's too strong, and it's against a world-class player. So you don't really want to deviate too much out of sort of GTO, but also he might think that with this sizing, Makita's kind of being greedy with a full house, expecting Daniel to snap call with a straight or something like that. And yeah, it can go either way really. So it's definitely a tough spot for Daniel, and yeah, one I wouldn't envy being in. So it's pretty crazy that he ends up actually making the fold here, and is correct. It's like, it looks amazing because it's right. It's a tough one because if you start making these folds against players, it's like world-class players, then they are going to exploit you. But then again, Daniel isn't really known for making many folds. Definitely in game though, sometimes you just have also a weird sort of spidey sense feeling. Your gut's telling you to fold, and there's definitely times I've listened to my gut over the theory and made an exploitable fold and been right. And yeah, other times you're wrong as well. So it's definitely a hand that could go either way, and I don't really know what the right or wrong answer is.
Hey guys, I'm bringing you this hand here between Alex Foxton and Ike Hexton. They're heads up in the Super High Roller Bowl, which is the biggest tournament of the year. And there was this really exciting hand heads up. And yeah, let's jump right into the action and see what happens. Action here pre-flop, Alex Foxton coming in for a raise of the Queen Deuce. He goes to 2.5 times the big blind. It's already fairly interesting here, especially because they're playing with big blind ante. You know, that dictates that you're going to be playing a lot of hands, which you do heads up anyway, but you're going to be playing even more hands because big blind ante. So you're more incentivized to play your hands. They're like 60 big blinds deep. I think that action is completely reasonable. And yeah, Ike here comes in with a call. King 6 of diamonds. Certainly you can 3-bet that at some percentage. It's a good hand to 3-bet. It's an excellent hand to call. Calling's fine. Re-raising is fine. Yeah, let's see how the action continues. Okay, the action here just goes check by Ike, which is very reasonable. You know, you don't want to be betting into the pre-flop aggressor, heads up. Alex continues with continuation bet around half the pot. Probably very likely because he has the queen of diamonds. Yeah, and Ike continues with a call. What you can think about this hand is you don't always want to be betting just because you have the queen of diamonds. If you tend to bet all your queen of diamonds hands, you're just simply going to have way too many of those. So you got to be careful. You know, you can't simply bet every single queen of diamonds. For Ike, check raising is really not that appealing here. You don't have an overcard to the board. Calling is going to be the winning play, and I would, in Ike's way, I'd play it the same way. In Alex's way, I mean, I'm not always betting the flop, but I can certainly see betting the flop sometimes as well. The turn action card completes the flush for Ike, gives Foxton a flush draw, obviously, with his queen of diamonds. Ike always going to be checking on the turn, no surprise here. Again, this is another situation where Alex needs to decide, does he want to bet or does he want to take the conservative route and check? Again, you don't want to be betting always, and neither do you want to be checking always. So in order to be a strong heads-up player, you gotta sometimes mix up your game a lot and like take unpredictable actions, so to speak. So you can't always just, you know, bet the flop because you have the queen of diamonds and then always bet the turn and then always follow through. So you gotta mix it up sometimes, and sometimes you check, sometimes you bet. Here, Alex decides to bet. Again, reasonable. You gotta be careful though to not overdo it, which is very easy to do if you take too many of those hands, you know. So yeah, Ike has a flush. He basically has no point raising here. His hand is pretty much invulnerable, so Ike just continues with the call. And let's see what the river brings. Right, exciting stuff here at the end. Ike obviously checks again, no point in ever betting that river. Yeah, and Alex decides to follow through. And the main interesting takeaway here is that when Alex follows through, there is around 1.8 million, 1.9 million in the pot, I'm not exactly sure. But with only 3 million in your stack, that's less than 2 times the size of the pot. So the interesting thing here is, what are you representing when you bet the river, right? And the answer to that is, well, pretty much you're representing a flush. You know, if you follow through, it's a good play by Alex, as I've explained. You know, it's very reasonable to take that action. But the mistake is, if you do represent very few holdings, very strong holdings, you're supposed to bet as many chips as you can, you know? And so typically just looking at this board, you know, if you want to make your opponent consider folding an ace, a hand such as strong as an ace, it's going to be very hard to do so with a bet of around 3/4 the pot. It's where you want to choose an over-betting size to go for the maximum fold equity, to apply a lot of pressure. Because if you think about what you have, which is the lone queen of diamonds, you're either bluffing or you have what's close to the nuts. So whenever you have a hand that is sort of, you know, a card that sort of could go in both of those hands, what you want to do is you want to bet the maximum and give your opponent a really bad price.
Don't you look back, don't look back in sorrow, 'cause ashes don't look so bad, remind us of all we had, living life in a tree, living life on the other side, we felt alive in a dream, we brought a light to the other side. And I'll stay forever. And I'll stay forever. I'll stay. And I'll stay forever. And I'll stay forever.
Hello and welcome back to 888 Live in East London. We're at Asper's Casino. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. As 81 players remain out of a starting field of 518, all looking to cash. 63 of these players will do just that. First place, of course, 100,000. We have a new featured table and some familiar faces, some big names.
Take us through them.
As we go around, we will. I know Gary Miller, I believe the WPT Deep Stacks is there. There's a familiar name as well. Lampropalu, she won the High Roller in Barcelona.
Right.
And has had a lot of success on the poker circuit in various different series here and there. Very good poker player.
As you can see, 81 left. 63 is our money bubble. So play will probably get a little tight. as we close in on that. I mean, it's quite a significant money bubble, right? Especially if you satellite it in.
Yeah, and a lot of these players do satellite in. You're looking at, you know, making £2,000, and at that point, it's kind of like, you know, you're going to go home with nothing, or you're going to go home with £2,000, and you know, certainly nothing to skimp at.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge. I mean, like that's double your entry fee, obviously, nearly, which is a huge return actually. You know, a really good tournament player is going to have about 120% ROI, 20% return. That's a 200% return for cashing in this tournament. So it's that's a big bubble. And like I said, if you satellite online, which you should absolutely be doing because you can qualify for these things for a few dollars, you could be looking at a really big return. So I would expect the play to be tight at the money bubble. It should be.
Yeah, I mentioned Maria in seat number 1, obviously, has had some huge scores over her career. And the other player that we were talking about that I had mentioned, Gary Miller in seat number 7, won $114,000 in the WPT 500.
On stream.
Were you commentating on that?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember his face now. He's in shot, and he's got a few chips. 600,000?
Yeah, and
Squeeze me?
Yeah, I've got the story behind that as well. So Christian Zetchi, who I said does a great job for Poker News, seemingly traveling all over the world. Interestingly enough, so he and the chip leader, Kafera Levgi, who is still in, was chip leader last night. They were going back and forth and battling and battling and battling. He was the chip leader heading into the day with a 419. Gary had 259,000. They ended up getting involved in what is still the biggest pot of the tournament, where he lost a massive pot to Gary Miller when he flopped 2 pair with 10-3. Miller had ace-10. It was 2 pair after 2 pair, over 2 pair on an ace-10-3 board.
Jesus.
Yeah. So
that's a horrible cooler.
Yeah, and it was just two of the big two of the big stacks. Gary Miller doubled up there to over 500,000, and has obviously just added to that. This is a pretty aggressive play from Khatri against the chip leader, so close to the money.
Yeah, no fear.
And I imagine Miller's got to be just feeling all sorts of confidence. You know, I mean, coming off of a win earlier this year. Khatri does have the king of diamonds.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he doesn't bet the turn. Maybe he knows his man. He knows that Miller will fire, come what may.
A little bit of pot control. He likely has the best hand right now. He's got a really nice hand to check call with, I imagine. Doesn't want to get raised, that's for sure. And he's going to call here. It'll be interesting to see if the river is a blank. How it plays out. And while that's not a blank, you're not really worried about the ace so much as you're worried about your opponent just having a queen. Miller clearly needs to bluff at this if he wants it. And you wonder, you know, if a bet of, say, 135,000 comes out, what do you do with King Jack?
Well, I mean, there's a 3-bet pot, which makes it an interesting situation because he goes all in, David Tuckman.
Yeah, and I love this play.
Screw 130,000.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he says all of it.
You want to play for your, you want to call off for your tournament. This is what happens when you 3-bet the chip later, buddy.
I mean, Miller is a strong player.
Just understanding the dynamic, understanding what you can do to your opponent at this point. Yeah.
That's pretty strong stuff.
You mess the bull, you get the horns.
Is it?
What's they say? David Miller. Gary Miller, sorry. It's a bull.
Not his first rodeo.
No, not at all. That's just great, you know, great understanding of where you are in the tournament and what you can do with those chips. And frankly, if you're a player like Country, you're in a tough spot because you can easily fold your way into the money. There's no question. He has 44 big blinds.
And just in that hand, it's a tough hand because there's like a 4-line straight out there, wasn't there? And it's such a connected board. He could easily have a monster hand. And you have not much.
Yeah, it's one of those situations you just kind of like look at your opponent and just go, do you have it or not? That's it, right? Am I willing to put my tournament life on the line? Luke Olin for just about 10 big, 10 big blinds. Action folds around to Maria, who I do not believe will call.
She's getting 1.5. She's not going to call with King 5, but she's getting 1.5 to 1. Not enough, she says.
Let's that one go. So I've been able to, I think, yeah. I've been able to find the, we are on Facebook and we are on YouTube, of course. That's where you can watch us. I am going to follow the YouTube chat. And as I can see there, Kifa Ravenna in there, Darius Jalawaki. Hadeen, if you have any questions for us, you can ask us in that chat. You can also tweet us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck on Sports. But I'll try to stay on top of the chat over there. See what's going on. How are your NFL recommendations going?
It's a mixed bag, David Tuckman. As usual,
Right.
betting on the NFL. There's one pick which is not going to go my way.
Well, they're not all going to go your way. So, I mean, hey, listen, if you can win, what do you have, 4 picks today?
I have 4 picks.
If you can go 3-1.
Well, you're killing.
Strong, right,
Yeah.
really strong.
A lot of times you're going to go 2-2 and pay the juice and slowly die. That's what's going to happen a lot of times.
Right.
But our wager for £1 English pound is in the balance because Green Bay are 7 ahead.
Ooh.
And it's 6.5, so you're half a point ahead. Very exciting.
I'd like to win by just a half.
Yeah, you would love that. I'll give you a lot of satisfaction.
So we get a 3-bet over the top. And it is going to work. I don't care what she has. She obviously has the goods.
So Anderson's got a lot of chips as well. This is a loaded table. I can see why this is our feature table. Big chip stack, strong players. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, I figured we needed a strong table to get Vivian off of it. J Robo, what's going on? Raptor USSS. Wondering about the free roll. The free roll starts in just 17 minutes. The password is London.
Get on it.
Once again, that password is London.
Get yours. Get your free doubloons.
Yeah, get in there. Once again, if you have any questions for Nick or myself, shoot away. If you have any questions for Marley, she'll be popping in later on. You can ask us and we will relay those questions.
In a segment we're calling What's New with Ladies?
It's very clever. I like it.
Yeah, because she's going to update us on the ladies event, so check that out. Watts is short stacked in the big blind.
Now, these players are coming off a break, and I would imagine, I mean, at least something I would do is if I had, an under 20 big blind stack, I would take a walk around the tournament area and see what are the short stacks there were. See what I needed to do to make sure that I cashed in this event.
Yeah, and without wanting to labour the point, this is a really big bubble. And I think that there's a lot of poker information about exploiting players on the bubble. Right? You'll hear this a lot. And it's definitely a good idea if the situation is good for you to do that. However, the most important thing is that you cash when you get to this stage. Because it's super valuable. You've got to bank those cashes if you want to make money in tournaments.
Yeah, min cash just a tad under 2,000 pounds.
When the entry fee is 1,100 and when a lot of the field have satellited for, who knows, 10, 20, 40, you know? Couple of short stacks. We've got huge polarization at this table. We've got a couple of players over 500,000 and a couple of players around about 50,000.
And I always feel like the money bubble can be a lot of fun for the big stacks. It can be really miserable for the medium stacks because those are the players that really have the most to lose because they could just easily fold their way to the money. I mean, we talked about that hand right there at the King Jack. You could literally just fold. You could not play a hand the entire bubble, and you would definitely cash.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to take a lot of heat, and we saw that in that particular hand. Obviously, that was a very unfortunate run-out for our bearded gentleman right there, Kotri.
Still a fantastic bet by Miller. I mean,
Kotri
great. Had 270k left behind, so it's like high risk.
I'm taking nothing away at all.
It was
from
cool.
Miller. It was a great play. See what Marie does here with the ace-8 of hearts. Does she want to 3-bet this? Does she want to let it go? Does she want to play some poker? I think amateurs sometimes don't realize that the money bubble is big for the pros too. The pros care about cashing.
Yeah,
they
the pros understand it.
Yeah,
like really well. It's incredibly important.
$16 away from the money.
Fishing my blind.
And I'm also going to be defending a little bit less. Remember earlier on we were talking about defending in the big blind. Against some of the big stacks, I'm going to defend a little bit less in the big blind.
Because they can bully you so...
Well, you're just going to... Okay, you get in a situation like this. Yeah, obviously you're not check folding. You're going to check call. But how much heat are you going to take? Do you want to get yourself in these marginal spots? Do you... I guess it really depends on your, your threshold for how much you want to gamble. Great run out here for Uji. I'm not going to pretend to know how to say his name.
Yeah, that's a strange name. Could be Yuji or could be anything.
I feel like he should buy himself a vowel.
Consonant, you mean?
Consonant, I know.
Yeah.
I wasn't very good at math.
It's fine.
Now you look on the card like you don't really like it. You don't like the king. You like the 3? No, I don't like the 3. It's good, but it's medium.
Once again, the free roll just in 10 minutes. That's the start time. Registration is open. The password is London.
free money available now. Going fast.
James Williams, by the way, the defending champion this event, still there. Heresy, wearing the glasses. Going to raise this up with ace-jack. There's the all-in. Oh, gut-wrenching spot here for Heresy. Ace-jack suited, such a pretty hand.
Snap! Snap!
The power of the shove, though.
Yeah, it's quite a nice shove because if he gets called, he's rarely completely dead. Not completely dead, obviously. He's rarely completely crushed.
Yeah, and the hands that he's getting
and he
called
gets a lot
by.
of folds.
Yeah. He blocks kings, he blocks queens, blocks ace-king a little bit.
Yeah, gets the better hand to fold. That's how you play the shortish stack.
If I see flop, I'm losing, so it's better for me not to.
I think money bubbles are kind of a great, like, peek into the human mind and how it works. Because I feel like everybody is different, and you can kind of get a glimpse into how each people thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Kiefer Ravenna says bad fold. He needs to call this.
If I don't have massive, I'm folding. Especially when he's big blind. Yeah.
Moldova in the house. Have you been to Moldova? I have not either.
I have not been to Moldova. How many countries have you been to?
I counted it like recently, somewhere in like about 32-ish.
Good luck, Elvis, huh? Let me see if I mean it.
I think that probably puts you in like the top 50 Americans.
I would imagine so. I've been to all 50 states now.
Okay.
Which might be a bigger accomplishment. But I did a South American tour, so I did basically all of South America. Got an all-in and a call here.
Oh, Miller might call.
Yeah, that knocked out like 9 countries right there.
Miller might shove here.
Yeah. You've got an all-in, another all-in. The issue is the first all-in is not the issue. That's only 59,000. It's the second all-in, which is 206,000. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now, right?
Yes, that is correct. There he goes.
Makes the call, and he's in great shape here.
Wow.
Look at this. So we've got a main pot.
What a setup.
Which is going to be about 170,000. And then a side pot, which is another 300,000. Miller has everybody covered.
Yuji is pretty unlucky here to have Miller wake
There's a
up with
10,
hand.
though. Unlucky to lucky.
Indeed.
Watts, by the way, is still at risk. He needs a jack. Or a queen to eliminate 2 players.
Wow. Miller hoovering chips.
Miller might have. He has like a final table stack right now.
Very close to a mill ball.
Yeah, he has got like pretty much like what somebody will have when they make the final table.
He has 200 big blinds just before the money. That's ridiculous. Must be nice.
Yeah, he is in a weird situation where he could almost just shove any time it folds to him.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just roughly 10 players off the money bubble, and that's a crazy amount of chips.
That really is.
193 blinds. It's all right.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is that
Workable stack.
Anderson probably has a top 5 stack in the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, and he has half his chips.
Crazy river there. Obviously, the ace-queen was ahead from the start. Ashley Hart asking about Carl Shaw. I do not know if Carl Shaw is still in. Big Pun asking if we're interested in pool billiards. Do you like pool?
For fun, yeah.
Yeah, me too. My dad had a.
I'm not good, but
I'm
competent.
Yeah, I'm competent. I'm what you would expect somebody to be who, like, my dad had a pool table.
You'll be decent then.
So I'm like decent, right? Because it was in my house.
Yeah. Yeah, you would destroy.
But I'm not, considering that the pool table was in my house, I'm bad.
Right. What would you say of the sports and games that you've played? What would you say you had the most natural ability at? So, like, the thing that came easiest to you?
Ice hockey.
Ice hockey?
Yeah, no doubt.
The skating or the stick handling?
The skating was just really... My sister was
good at skating.
Yeah, my sister was a figure skater. She's a few years older than me, and my sister was figure skating, and I was about 3 years old, and I was driving my mom crazy. I know that's probably hard for you to imagine that I would drive anybody crazy.
Strange.
Yeah, it's weird. But I was driving my mom crazy, and my mom basically just made a deal with the rink. Just said, can you just put him on the ice, even though I wasn't of the right age to be in that group.
Because I can't sit here with her.
Right.
Yeah.
Since I have to sit here with my daughter while she skates, I don't want to watch this 3-year-old. Can we just put him on the ice? And they put me on, and it was like, within about 6 months, I was already better than my sister.
Right.
Which promptly made her quit. And then my mom was like, well, your sister quit, so now it's time for you to quit. But I really liked it, so I stuck with it. Now Miller picks up kings. Are you kidding me? This is one of those, it's just a sick situation where you're just like, you have a feeling, you're like, well, I know what you're doing. I know you're just doing this with garbage, but what are you prepared to do back? You're 11 away from the money.
Yeah, I mean, there's no imperative to do anything back, is there?
No, but that's the annoying thing. It's like, the funny thing is he happens to have kings here, but it's so unlikely. Miller could have anything here.
But especially in Anderson's seat, like, there are so many other players that he can exploit to make chips from, and he's also in position all the time against Miller, so he doesn't, like, this is like a king-queen offsuit. It's like kind of a sketchy spot to continue.
Yeah, to me it's an easy fold. Every single time, you pointed out the big thing, he has 2 to Miller's left. So basically, every time Miller folds, which isn't going to be very often, but when Miller folds, if I'm Anderson, I'm thinking, it's my pot now.
And also, he can 3-bet Miller when he wants to. Even though Miller's got tons of chips, he's still getting 3-bet out position. So I think, like, he did the right thing in that situation. I mean, we can see the whole cards, but even still, I don't think there's much point in continuing there, given the context. The context is 10 players-ish to the money. We don't know if the number on screen is completely accurate, because obviously we're trying to follow the whole tournament, but we know it's roughly 10 players to the money.
Yeah, I just think this is the point of the tournament where even if you know, and you do know, even if you know the chip leader is getting out of line and taking advantage of the money bubble, there's just no real point in trying, like, well, I'm going to be a hero.
Yeah, that's my point, really. It's like, what's the upside?
I mean, maybe you give yourself a slightly better chance of making a deep run. And I think there are situations where you can do that. But bubbling a tournament is certainly not fun. This is absolutely somebody tanking, using time extensions to tank.
Fair enough.
He is doing nothing but folding.
I'd tank for £2,000.
Yeah.
There's a lot I'd do for £2,000. Just saying.
Welcome, Liam. Liam Tulloch in the booth, in the chat there. Thanks, everybody, for joining us here at 888 Live. Our next stop, Madrid. That's right. January 23rd to early February, we will be in Madrid. The main event is an 800,000 guaranteed, 800,000 euro guaranteed.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Main event.
First time we've been to Madrid.
Just really easy raise for Miller. Like, this is a spot where normally I would defend the big blind with 6-4 offsuit. I'm not going to do it here.
Yeah, we think Miller's over $1 million in chips.
He's
That
a beast.
is silly, isn't it? Silly money. What chance would you give him to win the tournament? So, we know he's one of the stronger players in the field. We've got 74 players left, and he's got 200 big blinds, a mill ball.
If I had to set a fair line, my guess would be probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 7-1. You're looking at me like I'm crazy. What?
That's so low. 7-1. There's 74 players left.
Yeah, but I figure, I mean,
once every 7 times he wins the tournament. First place.
I mean, I'd want to see the other chip stacks, but I think he is so far in the lead right now that I would say, I mean, what's he, right now, what is he to make the final table?
But if you put this into ICM, he's going to be like, I don't know.
I'm also factoring
he's
in.
going to have like.
I'm also factoring in his ability.
2% to win it, right? Or something?
I mean, I'll put it this way. He has about like 7% of the chips in play. Even with 74 players left.
That's a lot, isn't it?
I mean, with 74 players left, he has 7% of the chips. I figure he's 2-1 to make the final table.
Really?
Yeah.
2-1 to make the final table? No.
No?
Don't think so. I don't know.
I mean, like, if he had an average stack right now, it would be 7-1, right? Or maybe like 8-1.
Right.
He's clearly an above-average player who's made deep runs before, and he's got just like heaps and heaps.
Yeah, I'm not good at this. I'm interested to know what people think, though.
I mean, the true odds on him probably winning this tournament are probably closer to 10-1. But if somebody wanted to bet on it, I would probably give it to him at 7-1.
I mean, I just think it's a horrible bet.
Of course it is. I mean,
I think
anything can happen. But
I think he's more like 20-1.
Oh no! If you gave me 20-1, I would back up the truck on that. I mean, I would literally.
You think more than 5% of the time he wins the tournament outright?
I do.
Wow, I don't. We disagree.
I mean, I'll put it this way. You're saying 5% of the time. Like, an average stack right now has about, what, 1.5%, right?
1.25. Oh,
Sure.
1.5, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, 1.5. So he's only 3 times that? With 1 million chips? He's got a mill ball. Everybody else is like 200,000.
Yeah, I know. But the value of those chips decreases the more you have, right?
Yes.
I don't know. It's interesting.
I don't know. Let us know what you think, guys.
And
what are the odds he wins
and
this?
then we get to see what happens.
Right, yeah. What are the odds? What are the odds he wins this? What are the odds he makes the final table?
Yeah.
I would set it like maybe final table like 2.5-1, win 7.5-1, somewhere in that range.
I think like win is about 20-1, so I would offer it at about 16-1.
I'll take that. Can I bet it?
No, I'm not giving you 16-1 bets. I'll go.
You just
broke.
said you would offer it.
Yeah, I'm not a bookmaker. I'm saying what I would offer it. If someone gave me a
In
float,
theory.
in theory,
In theory, you would offer it. I would legitimately offer it at these prices.
yeah, because like 7 to 1. I mean, you're so tight.
16 to 1. I would. Can I throw 100 quid on that?
No, because giving you 1,600 quid would make me physically ill.
This went check, bet, call on the flop, and then Maria hit a 9.
Yeah,
Made her need to bluff much.
She's got the world.
Much less. Yeah,
She's the world.
Buxton actually only has 4 outs. Buxton's a good player from what we're hearing. Because check on the turn.
We know she's a good player.
Yeah, this is a stacked table. You've got
it
3 or
is.
4 really good players at this table.
Yeah, it's probably almost certainly the toughest table in the event. Right?
No, I think this is normally a value bet, but because you're so close to the money, maybe she plays it a little bit small ball and decides to check it. And is going to win it with a pair of 9s. Vince Mock is also in there at 16 to 1. He'd like to make this bet for 100.
Maybe give let her know every 5 seconds.
I mean, everyone's saying they'll make the bet, doesn't actually.
That means you won't take it, though.
I'm not paying out 16 to 1. I'm not a bookmaker.
Going off topic for a moment here, speaking of the NFL, is there a more disappointing team than the Cleveland Browns this year? Is there a team that was more hyped up?
For the public, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is there a team that was more hyped up that has failed to live up to those expectations than the Cleveland Browns?
I have a friend who's a English guy who's been a fan of the Cleveland Browns for 25 years. Can you imagine? Yeah.
Joe Blog says 7% of the chips equals 7% chance of winning, so 14 to 1.
Yeah, and that's not how it.
It's
Is
not-
it 7%? Does he have 7% of the
Yeah.
chips? Because you said 5% just now. I don't know how many chips there are in play. I haven't worked.
Yeah,
it
he's
out.
got about there's about 15 million chips in play. So
why did you say 5%? You're just being dumb.
no, I said 7.
No, you said 5.
How do
He
you-
said the chat said 7.
No, I said 7. He said 7. Chat. Well, did I say 7 or 5?
You said 5. Jesus, I'm sitting right here. I'm not like getting this on telex.
Okay, let's see.
So 7% of the chips.
By the way, another player here.
Yeah, well, luck.
Tamer, also a good poker player. So a lot of really, really good players at this table here. Ace, Queen, Ace, King. This is an unfortunate situation for Kamal. He is not going to be able to fold this. And he is not going to like what he sees. Dark Galaxy says he said 7%.
You literally said 5%. Like, why would I make up that you said 5%? That would be
Sam
weird.
is in the Sam is in the chat. Sam, you're not supposed to be in the chat. You're supposed to be at the table. You let us down. It is the Ace King that is at risk.
Yeah, needs it to hold up. And that's a very beautiful sight for him.
Yeah, that's a good start. Kamal now drawing dead. Full double up there for Luke. Asher Badal wants to know what the password is for the tournament, the free roll tournament that has started just 9 minutes ago. Registration is still open. Password is London.
London, baby. No, just
Get in
London.
on that.
Just London. Don't put baby. Just London.
Jack Nunes saying, come on, Buxton. Miller on 1 million chips.
We think we've only got 4 players to lose before the money bubble bursts. This has gone quickly.
Yeah, they're pretty good at keeping the number accurate as we get close to the money bubble. So that's, we might be at 66, but it's probably pretty close.
So I think my line was pretty good. If he has 7% of the chips in play, I think my 20-1 shout was a pretty good shout, no? Maybe a bit lower because he's a good player.
I will maintain. I think that the likelihood of him winning this tournament are probably around.
You said 10-1.
I said 10-1. I'm not changing it. Or 10-1,
Well,
and I would take the bet at 7.5 to 1.
But that's clearly wrong. 10-1 is clearly wrong.
I don't think it's wrong.
It's clearly wrong. He only has 7% of the chips.
I think he's that good a player.
The bigger your stack, the less valuable it is.
Normally, but you're
ICM.
Unless you're Gary Miller.
He just doesn't have as much. It just doesn't affect it as much as you're arguing it affects it. Like 10-1 is clearly way off.
I like the fact that this is completely
hypothetical.
Yeah, so there's no.
And when he busts in 14th, it'll be proof of
Right,
nothing.
there you go.
proof of absolutely nothing.
What odds would you give that he finishes? See, winning is so difficult. What odds would you actually give on top, like a top 3 finish?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that's a different thing.
That's hard to work out.
I still think that he's like, I would say 2.5 to 1 to make the final table. Probably better now, actually, now that it's only 67 left.
Yeah, so he'd be 6.5 or whatever, 6.7 if he had an average stack. Maybe 3 to 1, something like that. Somewhere around there, 2.5 to 3, somewhere around 2.5, 3 to 1.
Look at this here. Kamal really, this is a good player. These are two very good players.
Kamal doesn't have chips, unfortunately.
No, but the fact that he called out of the big blind with 5-4 offsuit so close to the money bubble, I think tells us a lot about his play and what he's here for.
He's here for the math.
Yeah,
he's
he's going to go with it, and he's in a world of trouble.
I mean, it's nice how... I mean, Gary Miller's obviously a fantastic player, but it's also nice how he keeps getting into spots where people give him chips.
And this is, I think, a fairly trivial call. Kamal's just not going to have that many aces, I think, in his range. He's going to have spades here occasionally. He's got a 4 here.
It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because Miller will be thinking, well, wait a minute. It is the money bubble.
Right.
But he does actually...
Which made him pause for a moment. But
Yeah.
I think when push comes to shove, you're just looking at it going, I've got 9s here.
Yeah.
I'm losing to an ace and only an ace.
Yeah.
2 pair, meaningless, by the way. Miller looks for a 4. That is not a 4. And I'm sorry, Kamal looking for a 4.
8.7 million.
And that's the danger with defending your big blind with a hand like 5-4 against a chip leader. You get into a situation where you can't fold, and you find yourself bubbling. Liam Tulloch says, I'd love to come play in one of these events. Well, you're welcome to. We'll be in Madrid in about 2 months. We'll be there, and if you're looking to get in for on the cheap.
Qualify online, man.
Yeah.
Qualify on 888.
I think people don't use satellites enough. It's just
100 million%.
just an amazing way to parlay a small amount into a big amount. And Liam, if you come and you see me, come say hi. I won't bite, and I will buy you a drink. Your Washington bet looking quite good right now.
That looks good. My Giants bet's in trouble because Green Bay are near the goal line. And that means I'd have to pay you £1, which would be distressing.
Very excited about that.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking amazing for me and for my many, many followers who follow my picks and pay a monthly subscription to get them. It's definitely... That's the most amazing thing, isn't it? charging money for NFL picks. What a bizarre thing.
Yeah, if I could give anybody advice on anything in life, don't ever pay anybody for advice on sports betting picks.
No.
If anybody was that good at it, they wouldn't sell them.
Of course.
They would just make bets and make tons of money.
Exactly.
Miller has added 493,000 to his stack. Are you kidding me? The vast majority of the players in this field would love to break into that money bubble. Gary Miller is one player, I can tell you right now, who would love this money bubble to go on for hours. Catre raised it under the gun +1. And Maria just calls. Now, this should be a pretty strong hand. So close to the money bubble, I can't imagine that she's, like, calling with some, like, speculative suited connector. And there you have it, pocket eights. Heresy calls as well. And Buxton in the big blind 5-4. I imagine he's just going to fold this. Doesn't have a ton of chips.
How much is the main cash?
Pardon me as I choked to death. I like that fold at the 5-4. Getting a good price, but
disciplined.
You get a flop like this and you just don't know what to do. Well, Ketry, the original raiser. He checks on the 7-7-5 board. Maria's going to put up little, I'd like to take it down bet right now. And I imagine that will get the job done.
Hope you're enjoying this stream because this is a very strong table. Like, this is good poker we're watching. I feel like good decisions, aggression.
I can't tell exactly what's going on here.
You need a mirror. You need to get a mirror, two mirrors, one mirror over there, one mirror over here, so you can see the tablet.
But we do know that Maria won that hand.
Yeah, I understand. If there's two mirrors,
Oh, she can't see the shot clock. Is that the problem? I think that's the problem.
In fairness, you know what? I actually think it should be on both sides.
Right.
You can see that it's just the right of the dealer, and I can imagine, yeah, anybody in seat number 1 would have a tough time seeing the shot clock. You get 30 seconds to act on your hands. She's now up to 45 big blinds. Anderson on 94. Miller on an astounding 221. Bobby M. asking what the password is. It is London. Registration still open for about 40 minutes. Get in there. It is the restricted tab over at 888poker. We have an $888 free roll. That's right, free money. We ask you for nothing. Just go get it.
Just turn up.
Yeah, play.
Turn up with your big sack and fill it full of cash.
It is the 888poker Live daily free roll. Password is once again London. Blinds are 3,000, 5,000, the 5,000 big blind ante.
Is this just because of the design of the feature table? Like, this isn't a problem in the normal tables.
Yes, yeah, this is
it's just a quirk of this feature table.
Absolutely, that's all it is. It's you can see the shape of the feature table, how it is slightly different. than a normal poker table would be, and that is for our, for our cameras. You'll notice how seat 1 and seat 9 are not next to the dealer, giving our cameras enough room to go in and out so you can see everybody. But that does create a slight issue for the player in seat number 1, and you can see them addressing it right here. And hopefully, maybe that's something that we can make an adjustment for going forward.
Does it have to be connected? This is the power socket. Does it have to be connected? Something wrong with it.
I think it's a fair complaint on her side,
Yeah, and an amazing way to kill some time to get to the money bubble as well.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're Gary Miller, you're sitting there going, okay, can we get more hands in?
Yeah.
This is costing me $500,000.
Look at him with his 221 big blinds.
Does he have the rest? Yeah, he has the rest of the table covered.
How about you sit over here? Sit over there. You sit over here.
He basically has the entire table covered.
That's crazy. That's crazy because there's a 94 big blind stack at the table.
Right.
His arms are so too big.
Yeah, by the way, nobody at this table has to play a hand. Even the short stack could very easily fold their way into the money.
There'll be several shorter stacks in the main room, I'm sure.
I mean, you do the math and you realize it costs 2.5 big blinds to play an orbit. So there's no way we're going to go around, say, 6 orbits.
Yeah.
Wouldn't shock me at all. You see a couple of tight folds early on, the queen 10 of clubs. Wouldn't shock me at all if this just folded around and our big blind got the walk. Gary Miller is, by the way, in the big blind.
Do you happen to know if players exceed the time, their hand's automatically killed, right?
You know what?
Because we never see it on the feature table. We never see someone go past the end of the shot clock.
I don't know.
Or
Look at that. Well, it turns out he's going to get a walk, and he picked up a huge hand, too.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I would assume, and I'm not 100% sure, I'll check on this during the break, I would assume that if you had time extension cards and you went over, you would just have to use those cards. The dealer would just say,
right,
you owe me 1 card, 2 cards.
Okay.
Now, if you ran out of your cards and then you went over the 30 seconds, yeah, your hand is dead.
Brutal.
Dead. Hand 70. Yeah, you mentioned it, by the way, and this is a really entertaining table. I think we're all in for a treat. To get this many good poker players around the money bubble during day 2, that's a lot of fun. Going back to the NFL, does Baker Mayfield just suck? Is that it? Is he just overhyped? Is he just not good? Was he too busy pumping his own tires?
He definitely hasn't. He was definitely better last year than this year, whether that's him or... I think, unfortunately, I know too much about the Browns because of my friend. They're horribly coached.
Yeah, they are.
And, coaching is so important in the NFL. It's so important. And they have a guy who's never been a head coach anywhere, right? Who was, the 3rd or 4th guy at their organization. They just went, you can do it.
Yeah, word has it, I think I was actually 3rd on the list.
Right.
After him.
They had, 2 weeks ago, they had 9 plays inside the 3-yard line and didn't score, I think, or something like that. They're just, horribly... And they have so many penalties. So it's sort of hard to judge him.
Sam, by the way, who played in this, actually let us know. So apparently the hand is not dead. They ask you for the cards. So if you use more than 30 seconds, they ask for your time cards after the fact.
Okay.
Obviously, if you have no time cards left...
What if you just go, no? Thinking, no. Screw you.
Well, I guess the thought process is rather than bother you during it, they just they keep track and they go, you owe us 2 cards.
Right.
Take a look at our leaderboard. I think it's safe to say that Gary Miller is most likely the chip leader throughout.
Yeah, steamrolling his tournament. Look at that chip stack. He's barely got enough room for it. He's going to have to start going up, like Manhattan.
Don't count out Maria here. Obviously, her stack pales in comparison to Mr. Miller, but she still has a very healthy 40 big blinds, and obviously a ton of experience going deep in these tournaments. Very dangerous poker player. Devson, new to the table with Jack-10 suited. Apparently did not get the memo. Ooh.
Yeah, what does luck do here?
I think it's just a fold.
Yeah, I think it is too.
I think because of ICM, I think it's just a fold at this point.
He does fold. Yeah, it's not actually that tough, is it, with 3 players to the money? It's like...
I mean, what do you... I'm all in. I just hope.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be fine.
Hope I didn't just light money on fire. Anderson has a couple of choices here. Decides call. I don't think folding was an option. I don't think 3-betting actually would have been a terrible play. I mean, ace-7 suited is going to flop pretty well, but I think, against a shorter stack with Anderson's stack, he could have actually 3-bet pre, put a ton of pressure on Devson. Getting hands like King, Queen, even hands as good as Ace-Jack, Ace-10. What do those hands do? Devson picks up a little bit of equity. Needs a non-heart queen. Anderson's not going to go anywhere. I think at this point Anderson might think he's actually behind, though.
Oh, there's no drama. He can just call.
Yeah, I mean, he's got top pair. He's got a flush draw. Devson's double-barreled this, though. You might think you're up against ace-queen or ace-king.
Yep. But you're too strong to fold, and so I think it's just a...
No, there's really no value in raising, right?
Yeah, a reasonably straightforward call, I think. Hoppa. Now it's interesting.
If the problem is, I mean, does Devson triple barrel for his tournament here? I mean, it's going to have to almost... Oh, now Anderson leads out.
Just a blocker bet.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Devson does anything that's close to the money, and maybe that's what Anderson is counting on.
Yeah.
Be pretty sick if Devson could shove here. Just lets it go.
Yeah, if they weren't close to the money, it would be interesting, wouldn't it?
If you could somehow recognize the fact that your opponent's got like a weak ace. I mean, I think the check call on the flop, I think the check call on the turn was perfectly standard. I'm not a huge fan of the river play, but...
Rich get richer.
Yeah.
Anderson's over $500,000 now.
That's what normally happens at the money bubble. All money bubbles obviously are not created equal. And depending on where you're at, what tournament it is, there are some extreme examples. I have seen players fold kings on the money bubble. Just not want to get involved.
Yeah. It also depends on the context to the individual, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
You've put 30 30 euros in online, and suddenly you're looking at 2,200 euros.
I mean, let's say you're normally a 1-2 player.
Yeah.
You know?
You don't want to put money in with those kings, get called by ace queen, and get unlucky. You're just going to be mortified.
Yeah, £2,000 is a
good
lot of
night-
money for
it's
a lot of
good-
people.
Good night out, David.
A really good night out.
Not in London. It's an average night.
Yeah, good point. Earl Hall, welcome to the chat. The pre-roll password is London. That's right. That's where we're at. We're in East London at Aspers. The password is just London, though.
So open for an hour.
It is open for 1 hour registration. So you have 30 minutes. Get in there, guys. Good luck, Earl. Joe Blogs pointing out it's maths, not math.
I'm trying to be more American for David. They say math.
Yeah, in the States, we call it just math.
I don't see how either could be incorrect or correct, because they're both inventions anyway. They're both bastardizations of the real word, so let's just roll with whatever.
Thoughtless White asking how much the winner takes home 100,000 London pounds. London sterling. Not London sterling. I don't know. You know what I mean, though. 100,000 pounds.
The Queen's of the Queen's doubloons.
Yeah.
Of Her Majesty's folding.
Still in the money bubble. 3 away. What's up, KJ Cool? Thanks for joining us. It's nice that we're back in the chat here. So this is pretty much, if you're watching this on Facebook, by the way, wondering who we're talking to, we are following the chat over at YouTube. You are welcome to watch this on Facebook, obviously. Watch it anywhere you want. But if you want to join us in the chat, come over to YouTube. If you do have any questions for us, you can always tweet us at Tuck on Sports, at Nick Wilthall. Or, of course, just ask right here. Buxton. Looking sharp. He's going to try to take advantage.
Blinds up. Next hand, 3,000.
Anderson's going to call.
And a 6,000 big blind under.
And this is really interesting. When you are one of the chip leaders and you call a short stack on the money bubble, I think there's some value here because you expect your opponents to play fairly ABC post-flop.
Yes, So they're just going to give up.
Yeah, I mean, like when the flop comes out, King Jack 7. What do they do there? Now, obviously, Buxton hits this flop. And that is a flop that is going to favor Buxton's range by a ton. Anderson, looks so frustrated. It looked like he had kings. He was so upset with the ace out there.
Yeah, he wants to win every pot, right?
Yeah. I think he kind of figured, he's like, well, my opponent's going to miss this, and I'm going to win it so often.
Let's make the money, yeah?
Let's make the money together. It's been crazy.
XL Blizzard coming soon. One of the big online series we have over at 888poker. Check it out. And, of course, the terminal you can see in the background there. That is 888poker's very first multi-flight tournament series, and that is running from December 15th through the 23rd. Boru Alexandru says, any ideas when will the next 888 poker tournament be in London? Usually we're here in February.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not confirmed, are we? Because I don't know if Madrid affects that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That'll be very close together.
Yeah, usually we're here in February. It's usually a smaller event, though.
Yeah.
Like the main event might only be like 400 quid. But that's the usual schedule, as Nick said, though. Nothing confirmed right now. I do know, of course, our next stop, though, is Madrid. Boru Alexandru says, cheers, see you in Madrid. Awesome, man. Love it. So we have quite a featured table here. Gary Miller, as we mentioned earlier, won the 500 WPT event here in London earlier this year for over 100,000. He is our chip leader throughout this tournament with 1.1 million. Maria Lampropoulou has numerous accolades on her poker resume.
Reminder, in the hand-for-hand process, you must
Oh, we're
remain
hand for hand.
throughout the hand-for-hand process. So we advise you please remain in your seats through the hand-for-hand process. Obviously,
The really bad news is that I owe you £1.
we're not going to penalise you for
Oh, yeah,
that.
game's over?
No, but
During the hand-for-hand
It's not looking good for you.
it's not looking good for me.
I told you what my thesis behind that game was. I don't think that much of Daniel Jones yet, who's the New York Giants quarterback. And Green Bay's
neither do I.
defense is quite good this year.
I don't think much of him either. I just like points at home. I love points at home, and I'm really annoyed I didn't take the Dolphins. That's annoying because that's like my kind of bet.
Just keep walking around every hand, I think that's fair enough.
Like they were plus 10.5 at home. You can just bet that blind in the NFL.
Usually, yeah, especially regular season. You don't see many sharps. When I say sharp, I mean like a professional sports bettor. You don't see many sharps giving more than 10 plus points or even more than a touchdown
on the road. Yeah.
On the road, it's just not something you'll see sharps do very often in the regular season. This is not the final table, KJ Cool. We have 65 remaining. Top right corner of your screen, you'll see that 65/518. That means 65 out of a starting field of 518. 63 cash. We're down to 64, as you can see. We are one away from the money. Min cash just under £2,000. First place, 100,000.
Wouldn't even raise if you never said anything. I think Nigel, just happy fold, man. Just no phone during hand or no phone? No phone, please, gentlemen. He's allowed, isn't he? He don't even hide it, he's just like that. That's why he's on the table. Just telling my mum.
Sir, please, you can stand up whenever you want and use your phone.
I can stand up and use my phone.
If you're wondering why the delay, that is because we are hand for hand. When we get one, sometimes two away from the money, make sure that nobody stalls. Each table will play one hand and one hand only. So if two players are actually eliminated on that same hand, they'll split the min cash. I've done that once in my life. Have you ever done that?
No, never done that.
I did that this past summer. Played in a side event when I was working the World Series of Poker. I played a side $600 event. Big pun.
What did you feel? Happy you got something, or mad you hadn't, or got lots?
It was a weird spot. I actually tweeted the picture. I kind of committed ICM suicide, and I made a huge call off against the chip leader, and I had a medium stack, and I could have just folded, but I had a I had a strong feeling that I was like 85% to win, and I
Okay.
was. And I made the call, and my opponent got lucky and beat me in it. So I knew what I was doing. I mean, I put myself at a risk to, be eliminated. I also already knew that somebody else had been eliminated.
Okay.
So I was like, well, I could just fold here, and literally, if I folded, I was cashed. So by calling, I knew that I had a 15% chance of only earning half a cash.
I see.
I'm in cash just under £2,000, Ned. So, I mean, I felt good because I had made the right decision, I think.
Yeah.
But
Got to watch that facial tell luck there.
18,000 bit.
Oh wow, look at his mouth. If you want to learn about tells, like that's like massive submissive mouth gestures. He's chewing, he's sucking his bottom lip. Like after he checked, he gave a submissive gesture as well.
And the problem with this, of course, is cool. You've got the. If you call here, what are you doing? Look, he just says, "Forget it, I'm done." I'll just fold.
So like he might always do that, but after he checked there, he gave a big kind of weak mouth gesture.
Gary Miller, happy to take that one. Still at 1.1 million chips. Blinds are up now, 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante. Got some questions in the chat, nothing to do with poker whatsoever, but we'll answer them nonetheless. Big Pun says, Tuckman, is Wayne Gretzky the all-time GOAT? Yes. Not even close.
Tough one.
Yeah, he is the greatest of all time. Not close.
Even I know that.
Right, it's like, there's
his numbers are just silly. Like,
yeah, ridiculous. It's just unbelievable. I mean, obviously they're amazing. We're talking ice hockey, by the way, for those of you who don't know.
Dinner's next time, please.
one player from the money, which is why action slowed down, and Tuck's talking about ice hockey.
Boru Alexandru says, will there be qualifier tournaments for Madrid at Aspers? I don't know. That would be a local Aspers thing. I don't know what they'll be doing here, but I'm sure there will be satellites on 888 Poker. So you can check out those. Got a question here from somebody in the Facebook stream asking what we are playing down to today.
Do we know?
We don't know exactly. Actually, what we normally end up playing down to is we'll play a certain amount of levels.
Yeah.
Or we'll play down to like 18. They'll probably play down even more so since tomorrow is the final table day.
We've come back with around 20 on the final table.
Yeah.
Something like that usually.
The way it works out here, and we're deep enough that I can't imagine, like, we would definitely stop it at 9, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, it's not a problem. Hopefully, they'll be somewhere in the 20s, because if there's more than 30, it makes for an extremely long day tomorrow. Final table is tomorrow. We'll play this thing down to a conclusion tomorrow and crown a champion. Players started at 2 p.m. today, so I would imagine they'll play to about 2 in the morning tonight.
Okay.
That's normally about a 12-hour day.
Is it that long?
Yeah, with breaks and dinner break and all that stuff.
Do we sometimes go off air before the end of the day? I
Occasionally.
don't remember being 2
We
a.m.
have.
on day 2.
Yeah, usually, a lot of times we might leave at like 26 left, then come back the next day and there's 21 left.
Right. Gotcha.
By the way, I've just got word Vivian Saliba is still in.
Go Vivi.
Will she survive to the money?
Yeah. Of course she will. She's going to win the thing.
Don't go anywhere. We'll let you know.
We need a ladies update. Is Kara still in the ladies? Is Sophia still in the ladies? Is Marley still in the ladies?
Is Kate?
I don't know Kate.
Katie?
Well, I don't know her.
Chris's wife? Chris Mormon's wife?
No, I know who she is. But
Oh, you don't know? You don't know her, really?
No.
I'm shocked.
Sorry.
I'll
get to know her.
No need to apologize. I just assumed you knew her.
It's just literally going through the people I know.
Right.
That's
fair.
my idea of coverage.
Anna Marquez?
Stood there for about 5 minutes.
Did she play?
I believe she played. I saw her, so I would assume she played.
You know your Are the Browns the most disappointing franchise this year? I see your Browns and I raise you the Philadelphia Eagles.
Possibly, yeah, that's a good...
Who were supposed to be contenders. They're like 5-6 and they're going to lose to the Dolphins today.
If they lose to the Dolphins, that's just horrific.
That's really horrific. And they're still not out of the playoffs because they could still win the division. Because aren't Dallas 5-6 or 6-6? Something.
Taking a break here as we look at the chip count. Gary Miller still pacing the field, 1.1 million. Anderson's done a good job to kind of pick his spots, playing against everybody except Miller and adding chips to his stack. And everybody else just trying to hold on here. As you can see, Luck, no interest in getting involved at all, as evidenced by the way he played those 10s. And that, by the way, that's not a problem. Nothing wrong with that. Mitch Hecht says, can I get a shout out to my dad, Seymour? He is having surgery Monday at 90 years old. Mitch Hecht, of course you can. Seymour, my man, thoughts and prayers with you. I hope everything goes well. Get better soon. Happy holidays. We don't normally do shout-outs, but
I know,
Seymour, please.
Sitting here as this turns into a local radio show.
Yeah.
Birthdays and good wishes.
Now, we don't normally do shout-outs, but I mean, come on. Mitch has been a constant viewer. He's been a fan. He's been there for a long time. And his dad, Seymour's
hold on.
7. He's 9 years
I
old.
didn't say I was against it.
Oh, okay.
I like shout-outs. I wish we had prizes and stuff.
They're just playing hands over there.
We need like T-shirts. You know what I mean?
Are my stinky Jets losing?
They might be, yeah. It's a close one in Cincinnati.
I thought that was such a trap game, honestly. You know, when you look at sports betting, it's kind of funny. Whenever you see a game that just looks like, come on, the Bengals are terrible. The Jets are winning 3 straight. They're not, and you just wonder how. And it's like when everybody is on one team, like everybody you know, and you wonder why the line's not moving. It's because all the sharp money is on the other side, and sure enough, the sharp money is rarely wrong. Yeah. If given a choice, you always want to bet with the sharp money and against the public. And sure enough, the New York Jets showing why they're the New York Jets. Talking about badly coached teams. Big Pun says, any idea how long the longest bubble took to burst? I don't know the history. I'd probably have to ask like Kev Math or somebody like that to know.
If it's not the World Series of Poker main event, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I have covered. I mean, there have been some ridiculously long bubbles. The reason why the main event is not normally the longest bubble is because there are so many tables. You know, and when you have like, 70 tables, you're bound to get a cooler at one of those and get an elimination after a little while. I know some of the high rollers, though, the 100K high rollers, some of those, because there's only like 10 people left.
Right.
And, or 9 people left and 8 people cash. Those can be like
the reason I
so
nominate the
long.
World Series of Poker main event is that they go hand for hand pretty early, and then it's such a palaver because you've been in the room, right? And they have the cameras and like they go to the tables where someone's all in and stuff. It takes a long time.
I have been on every side of that. I have commentated it. I have played and cashed in that event twice. But I've also worked as a producer with the cameramen where we had to like climb over tables to get to the interesting hands.
There's a lot
as
of
we tried to produce it for ESPN.
Oh,
that is a nightmare.
to cover. I mean, how many make like hundreds make the money?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to cover. No question.
You're covering 90 tables. I still think the longest one, though, is probably... I remember, like, one of, like, the big one for one drop, something like that, where it was, like the money bubble was hours. Thanks for the questions, guys. Keep them coming. Thanks for joining us here on YouTube and on Facebook. 888 Live. We're in East London for the main event. And we are right on the money bubble. Hey, if Miller shoves from the small blind and Cautry's in the big blind with what is about 30 big blinds, what's the worst hand he should call with on the exact stone-cold money bubble?
Oh, wow.
With 30 bigs.
I mean, it's a definable math problem, right? So you'd be able to work out what kind of edge you should need in order to call. Can we get Chris Moorman in the booth, please? Paging Chris Moorman. It's a big hand, I know that.
I Am Royal says probably ace-10 suited worst hand. I would say it is significantly better than ace-10. Would be the worst. I mean, I think ace-king's a fold.
Yeah, I think ace-king's a fold, yeah. I think so, yeah. 30 bigs?
Well,
and also because the bubble is huge. The bubble's like 100%, like 200% ROI. Like it's a huge bubble relative to the buy-in.
Yeah.
So in equity terms, the downside of busting that hand is freaking huge.
And the upside is cool. You went from 30 to 60 bigs.
Yeah, which is going to be a small uptick in your equity, as opposed to a zeroing of your equity.
Right.
So it's probably just like aces, kings, and I don't know about queens.
I mean, it might be like queens plus.
Yeah, but not ace king, because ace king's going to be 60-40 so often.
Yeah, I mean, what happens when your opponent just like shows threes, and you're like, awesome. I'm flipping a coin for like what's
for
the
200% ROI?
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
ROI on your buy-in.
I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but when you're on the absolute stone cold money bubble and you have 30 bigs,
and honestly, the size of the bubble makes a massive difference.
Oh yeah,
it's always important, but this bubble is huge. I don't actually know why it's so big. Why is it so big?
We tend to have pretty good bubbles.
Yeah, we do, but this is.
Yeah, but sometimes you're right. Now, sometimes if the buy-in is 1,100 pounds, min cash might be 1,400. But this is, like I said, I mean, nearly 2,000. Galavana says, how many women are in the tournament? I don't know. I don't know how many. I know there's at least 2 left.
We know our feature table lady, you say it?
Maria.
Maria, thank you. And we know Vivian Saliba, 888 Poker Ambassador.
Yeah, I actually learned this from Patrick. I learned this from a lot of different people about ICM and how tight you need to actually be during the money bubble and at final tables. But Patrick Leonard talked about this with me this summer during the World Series, and he mentioned the collision effect. He said, every time you fold, you're actually making money.
Right.
You allow your opponents a chance to get into a collision, and then you can ladder up, or you can, in this case, just get in the money. To call off in a situation like this, you have to be extremely strong, I believe.
Yeah. No, yeah, definitely.
Especially when you're calling an all-in.
Well, we explained it. Just think, like, you have close to £2,000 worth of equity, which is close to 200% ROI. If you lose the hand, that goes to 0. So you have lost, right, close to that much. If you call and win the hand, your equity goes from like 1/3% to 0.5% in the tournament or something, or 1% to 1.5% or something.
Anderson's going to play a little bit of pot control here, but he's not going to go anywhere just yet. I like the c-bet from Miller. I mean, he's going to win this so often when his opponent just misses, but unfortunately for him, that's not the case in this spot.
Well, this is just a case of how aggressive does Miller want to be, because he has close to no hand at all.
And he decides to give up here. When you see Anderson he's probably going to put a little blocker bet out here. We saw him just do this earlier. Kind of a... And this is not a blocker bet. I mean, he bets 40 into 69. That's just a weird bet. I imagine it's a weird kind of blockish bet in his mind where he's like, well I want to bet an amount that doesn't look like a blocker bet so I don't induce something crazy. But I don't think, because I think once he bets that much, he can't get called by worse.
Well, this is the second time we've seen him make a lead-out bet that perhaps other players wouldn't, so clearly this is part of his game.
Right, but this time he bet 40 into 60.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're playing against him, you'd have to start to try and get a read on what these lead-out bets are, because most players don't make them, or very rarely make them. Clearly, he makes them more often.
I am Royal asking if it's a multiple-day event. Yeah, this is day 2 of what will be a 3-day tournament. We'll be back at it tomorrow. We still probably have a good 3-4 hours of poker tonight, but once we call it a night, we'll come back tomorrow. Players will bag it up, and then tomorrow we will play it down to a champion. First place, 100,000.
Not much on this flop for these two to get excited about.
We'll see if Maria wants to take this one down. Although when Gary checks it back, I'd be a little bit wary. I would assume that Gary would be betting most flops he missed. I mean, we can see that he did not here, but I'd be wary that he's got a 9 or a 10. And but she realizes that she's only got 6 high. She has a gut shot, and she's going to bet and take it. Two hands in a row that Gary has lost. Still, obviously, very healthy at 1 million. If you want a chance to win back your quid, let me know. I'll let you go double nothing on a late game.
I'm getting killed.
Feeling desperate.
I'm getting killed. My picks are going to go 1 and 3. Ooh. Yeah, that's bad for my subscribers.
Okay, table 1 rolling the call. Cards in the bags, please.
Baltimore won the battle, but
did not cover.
Not by enough points.
Yeah.
How did Lamar Jackson play?
Good on the ground, not good in the air.
Okay. But he won another game, though. I have him at a nice price to win the MVP.
Oh, well, you're going to cash on that. He's clearly going to win that.
I mean, short of him getting injured.
And we have a bubble.
And at this point, even if he were to get injured, he might still win it.
Get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's basically him or Russell Wilson.
Come on, let's go.
Players seem to be excited. Are we in the money?
We may well be.
That's what it seems like.
It's been quite a long bubble for one of these tournaments, really.
Yeah, with this many tables in play, normally you get a cooler or two. Joe Bloggs wants to know what happens to all the TV and advertising money from the World Series of Poker main event. I don't know. I don't see any of it.
You need to email at the Rio Caesar's Palace dash.
Yeah, like King Queen or some shit.
Yeah, I would assume that Caesars Interactive enjoys
Caesars
part
Interactive.
of it.
Well, Caesars Inc. owns the World Series, right?
Caesars Interactive owns it.
Interactive, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, they get it.
Yeah, I believe they bought the rights. I believe they bought Binions, and with that came the rights to the World Series. They then immediately sold Binions, the actual brick and mortar casinos, and just kept the rights to the World Series of Poker. That was back in 2003, I want to say. Password to the free roll, and I'm not sure if registration is open. It might be closed, and I apologize for that. Started at 8 p.m. That is London, Vincent. So try to get in there. It might be too late. Good news is there's another free roll tomorrow at 8 p.m. Well, I thought the money bubble burst, but it appears maybe it did not.
They thought it burst, definitely. The players thought it burst.
I mean, there might be 2 players all in. Who knows? Once we get word, we'll find out for you.
Probably only lasted 1.5 rounds. It didn't last long. So that all those BB makes big difference. The 9 BB when I came back when we first started the feature table, I thought I knew I would get in. I just needed to go up one time.
It's in, yeah? In the money, yeah? In the money, yeah? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Alright. I'm coming for you, Gary. Good luck, my friend.
From the mannerisms of the players at the table, it appears that we're in the money. Catre raising it up with ace-9.
Please don't use your phone.
Yep, we are in the money. 63 players. Everybody guaranteed just a tad under 2,000 pounds.
Congratulations, players.
Yeah, and Vivian Saliba did make the money.
Congratulations, Vivian Saliba and other players.
So one poker ambassador, one 888 poker ambassador in the field.
She needs to make the final table. I have never commentated on a 888 ambassador at the final table, I don't think.
I don't think any of them ever made the main event final table.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Kara did.
I don't think I commentated.
No, it was way back in the beginning. Kara did once, but nobody else. Now, multiple 888 ambassadors have done well in the high roller. Anna Marquez has won it. Chris Moorman has won it. Sophia has made deep runs. But
not the main.
Yeah, the 888 ambassadors, despite how good they are at poker, have not had that much success in the main events.
Come on, Vivian.
Yeah. Yeah, 2019 has been a magical year for her. Does it continue? Cautry is going to win that one, it looks like. He does. So registration stays open for 1 hour for these free rolls. So you can register up to 1 hour in advance. And then, or you can register up to 59 minutes after it starts. But R-Man, wondering if there are any Portuguese players still in. I do not know.
So let's see how fast we get eliminations now. Usually, especially after a long bubble like that, usually a little rush.
And obviously all the players have to now adjust their style a little bit. Gary Miller doesn't have nearly the amount of leverage he had just minutes ago.
Oh, no interest in ladder, mate. I've got to come so far up this leaderboard to get my money. Final table. Final table might cut it.
New player at the table, Andreu, on 360,000. Very healthy stack. That's 60 big blinds, by the way.
So relieved.
Levels are 1 hour long.
The next day, I was so happy. Yeah.
Average stack at the final table will be about 1.6 million chips, I think.
Okay.
Oh, what a nightmare. Welcome to the table, Mr. Andreu.
Yeah, this is not fun.
This is for a lot of chips, too. I mean, Andreu's got 60 bigs. Started the hand with 60 bigs.
I mean, this is why jacks get a bad rep. It seems like every time lots of money goes in, even if the decision's correct, it seems like you're always crushed.
Well, when a lot of chips go in, they are. I mean, think about it.
Yeah, but like, you know, you've got the jacks and money's going in, you're like, have ace king. Why can't he have ace king? Oh, he doesn't have ace king.
But even then, though, you're not loving it. Like,
Wow.
okay, cool. Are you just calling this, or what are you doing with jacks?
How deep is he?
60 bigs.
And he's just come to the table. I mean, you can call or you can four bet. It's up to you. Like, either's fine.
He's going with it.
Yeah, I mean, four betting is a good default because, you know, you're ahead of his 3-bet range. The problem is you've got to put the rest in.
Question for you now, if you're Anderson, is this enough evidence that you can just go with it and the guy's never going to fold, or do you just flat and kind of set a little trap at thing, or do you just know? You just go, you know what, he's got it.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so little four betting light in these things, and in this situation when you've got him covered, Anderson just put the money in, and this used to drive me crazy when I was a less calm person. That he's now thinking about it. When he four bet the guy, only one of two things is going to happen. He's either going to fold or he's going to shove all in, probably, right? Like 90% of the time. So you've got to have your plan. I don't.
Yep, there's the call.
I don't. That's probably too harsh. You can take a moment for your tournament. That's fine.
Yeah, maybe you picked up a live tell.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, it is a cooler. I mean, it's a big cooler. It's horrible.
It is, but I mean, this is what happens. A lot of times you 4-bet with the jacks in the hand and you win the hand. But when you actually get it in,
yeah,
you're never really.
Well, you need them to turn over ace king, don't you? It's that simple.
Even against ace king right now, obviously he wouldn't be doing very well. Looking for a jack. Little joker on the river, not going to happen. And look at that. We have a 735,000 chip pot, and Mr. Anderson
is a big stack now. He
has 957,000 chips. He and Gary Miller have 2 million combined. It's only 15 million in play.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Sick.
I Am Royal says, wow, good action, great content. Thanks, I Am Royal. Yeah, we try to, 888 does a great job. We, our crew put together these graphics and the production. They've just done a fantastic job. And to see where we've come from in just a couple of years, it's pretty amazing. So I give them all the credit. And we do this 5 or 6 times a year, so you can follow us on the YouTube channel. I would, if you like what you see, subscribe to the 888 YouTube channel. We put out some funny content all the time. There's a classic one coming out. I don't want to give it away, but it is great. It's really funny. I don't say that lightly. There's some, not so great stuff that Nick and I occasionally put out.
Sure.
But there's something that did not involve Nick and I that was quite good.
It was a big operation as well.
Yeah.
It was a big filming session, I know.
I was impressed with Anderson's play during the money bubble. He picked his spots well, kind of stayed out of the fray.
Raise 54,000. Raise on it.
Two all-ins from two of the shorter stacks that we've watched cruise into the money.
Yeah, and I think this is a fairly trivial call for Anderson.
Yeah.
He's already got some chips in there. It's 19,000 to call. I mean, getting 10 to 1.
Amazing spot for luck.
Yeah, you've made the money already, and now you've got a chance to almost quadruple up.
Yeah.
How does this play out here? Nines in the lead right now. Luck is the overwhelming short stack. Anderson could still eliminate Heresy, even if the nines hold. And that's exactly what happened. So Luck is going to pretty much quadruple up.
Yeah.
Anderson is going to win the remaining 7,000 chips in Heresy's stack. And Heresy is gone.
Patient luck box though. Yeah. Anyway, use my tan bank. Use all the tricks I've got. I've got 10. What? How many does it say is left? 60. 60, oh, 59 now. 59 now. By the time I mark him off. Come on.
Yeah, you'll see it says 63 left, but Now that we have burst the bubble, they're not
Just knocking on the door.
adjusting it one by one. I guarantee you that we're in the 50s right now.
Yeah,
You can say who's there.
definitely. Still playing 3-6.
Look at Cautry spot. Just right between the two, just behemoths.
Yeah.
He's holding his own, though. And then he's got Maria, too.
Yeah, it's a stacked feature table.
She's still on about 35 big blinds. Ooh, Devson's got a nice hand here. Would not surprise me at all if the chips went in, cards went on their back on this one.
Well, he only has 15 big blinds,
Yeah.
so this seems... I don't know what... Do you have any choice? I don't think so.
There are just so many situations in tournament poker that just play themselves, right?
Yeah, definitely. As the stacks get shorter, no question. It's a classic race.
Yeah, cards on the back.
Important hand for these two players, especially for Devson, who will be out if his 10s don't hold.
Has to fade one more card here, looking for an ace or a queen. Cautry cut in half. Devson up to 221,000.
Confirmation, this is two massive stacks and several much more normal tournament stacks at our feature table. Down to 59 players in our main event. You'll be able to watch almost all of the rest of this event today and tomorrow. Monday poker. Who doesn't like that?
Mondays normally get me down, but
we positively encourage you to watch this at work.
will I date myself if I start singing the famed Bengal song?
No.
I won't do it to our audience, though.
I think it's a classic. I feel like, you know, it's still valid.
How much is it? 105. 105? No, okay.
Yeah, nice fold by Luck there.
Sweat together, turn high. Come sweat together.
Kerry Miller having a good time. Let's Cautry sweat it with him.
It's like 16 big.
Vince Mock, looking for a job, wants to be hired as an 888 poker $1 sit and go ambassador.
Nice. You need to come up with like a brand, like a catchy, like either a name or an identity or like some kind of phrase or like, what do you do to the $1 sit and goes?
He's got a catchy name, Vince Mock.
Like Bubble Daddy or something like badass like that.
Vince says he crushes it. I like Bubble Daddy better.
Bubble Daddy's cool. Someone
Yeah.
should use that. You're welcome if you're out there and that's the beginning of your...
I believe there was a segment that Kara Scott took part in with Poker News earlier today. Don't know if it's been released or not yet, but you can look for that. Where there were pictures of babies, kids, just people's kids, and
Yeah.
it was who's their daddy.
Okay.
So they
And
would
who
show.
was it?
I believe they showed, pictures of a couple of dogs. Said who's their daddy.
Right.
Pictures of another kids. I don't want to give it away because you can play along and watch.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. See, Luck. was grinding the short stack for so long, and look at him now.
Yeah.
Rocking the 30 big blinds and aces and.
Ah, Liam Tulloch was knocked out of the free roll. Lost with aces to King Jack.
Oh my goodness.
Ah,
that's hard to do.
Sorry, Liam.
That's not fun.
Good news, we're back at it tomorrow, though. And there'll be another free roll tomorrow night. So make sure you join us. Keen Shua, welcome to the chat. He says, Luck has high potential. He is patient.
This is true.
Yeah, patience is important. Unfortunately for him, avoiding trips also very a good attribute to have in poker.
I mean, sometimes poker's just grim.
Yeah.
You're like, I sit here all day. I get my aces and they give him.
There's the all-in. There's the call. I love the play by Kotri, by the way. I love the fast play with King 10. And I think he fully understood the fact that if he just check calls, it's going to go check on the turn so often, and he's not going to get the chips in. Luck looking for an ace. That's not an ace. Fortunately for Luck, though, because the double up just a couple of hands ago, he still has chips.
But it's like, I do feel sorry for him because it's very, like, it's not depressing, but it's like a hard road just sitting there with a short stack, folding. He suddenly got his hands on some chips, and they immediately take them away again. He had about 10 minutes of having chips in this whole day.
I think you're actually describing it nicely. It's just terrific.
Yeah.
I mean, he sits there, he grinds a short stack, he gets in the money, he finally like triples up. He's like, yeah, and then he picks up aces. He's like, oh, this is awesome.
This is sweet.
I'm gonna make a run.
I'm really gonna get in this thing.
Right, I'm gonna make a run now.
No, you're freaking not.
Like, seriously? Hey, your Redskins bet looks really good. Washington Redskins.
That's literally the only one I won, David.
Maria Lampropoulou, a talented poker player, won an 888 high roller. Just one of the many wins on her poker resume. And she adds a cash here in London. The value in these kind of mid-stake tournaments on the 888 tour is just amazing. Nick is so distraught, he's just closed his computer. He's so pissed off. Are you going to fire anything on the... people want to know, are you going to fire anything on the late NFL games?
There was nothing, but I wanted to have an interest, so I've taken Denver plus 4.5.
I like Arizona.
At home. I thought that was about right. You like Arizona, though?
Arizona has been consistently underrated by the line makers this year. Now, I'm not going to say they're definitely going to cover, but I believe they're like 8-4 against the spread this year.
But I think they're only 3.5.
They're getting 3.5 at home.
Yeah, to the Rams.
Against the bad Rams. Against the overrated Rams team.
Against the bounce-back Rams, surely.
They're bad. They're not a good team, though. They're just not a good Rams team.
No, they're not. But I think the line's about right, but
yeah.
I don't know.
I like, hey, give me, like you, I like home teams getting points. This is more than a field goal divisional game. I think it's probably a field goal game. So... fact. I think we'll fire that a little more. Chalk myself into it.
You're going to invest some capital, some hard-earned Tuckman doubloons.
If I can't bet against you, I might have to.
Why not? This way I can pull for your bet and you can pull for my bet and we can be like friendly.
I'm okay with that.
We can be friendly about it. We're both on the crappy teams as well. You're on the crappy Cardinals, I'm on the crappy Broncos. I wish I was on Miller. I wish I had an investment in...
You can. I offered you. You can bet on him at now to win or just to make the final table. Or top three. I'll give you a price on all of them.
No, your prices were horrible. Like, they were so horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd rather just have 10% of him. Can that be arranged? He wouldn't mind, right? Anderson is the other big stack, just limping from the small blind. We don't know Lampropoulou's cards, but she does raise. Well, Anderson hasn't limped to fold here. Almost certainly just going to call, but we'll wait and see. Yep, he does call. So we can kind of sweat Lampropoulou's cards. We can play her hand dark. So you can beat Anderson in this hand. Oh, now we know it's ace queen. Spoiler. It's just got a lot easier to play my game. Once again, Anderson makes a lead-out bet, as I observed before. He makes lead-out bets. He makes these small lead-out bets seemingly all the time. He's done it again here after she raised pre-flop, David. And he's just led the flop.
I mean, I do like, thinking outside the box. I think a lot of poker players like to play poker in their comfort zone, and if you can kind of take them out of that and make unconventional plays,
yeah,
I think that's good. Now, obviously, it can be exploitable as well, and you have to understand who you're playing against, and,
Definitely in tournaments, players aren't seeing a lot of lead-outs, so, most of the time you're not going to be playing against them long enough for them to figure out what you're doing. So
right.
It's an interesting idea.
The sample size is so small that, it's hard for people to come up with some sort of a trend.
Yes.
One of my favorite plays, to be honest, is something that I've incorporated in my game over the last few years.
It works,
the check
by
call.
the way.
The check call lead out to me is kind of a really kind of cool play. I'll sometimes do it with the nuts. I'll sometimes, I'll do it with draws. I'll do it when just the board favors my range.
Do you remember Gavin Smith when he was winning a lot?
Oh,
he used to make that play all the time. He used to call
the late great Gavin Smith.
He used to make that play all the time. He put it in a book.
I don't remember him ever winning that much, though. Was he ever winning that much?
I don't know overall, but
right.
he had like a couple of big wins that brought him to prominence, I think.
Yeah. Such a talk about a gregarious gentleman.
On the bubble. See. What are you talking about? About the Jack 4. Did you see that one? What? I don't remember anything.
Buxton, a fan favorite. A few people in the chat were really cheering him on, and he's going to need some help to get this one through. By the way, Gary Miller they've chipped up some of Gary Miller's chips, and he still has heaps and heaps and heaps. There's the 3-bet from Miller. Kotri gets out of the way. You imagine Anderson will get out of the way as well. I would imagine this hand is over.
Yeah, you would think so. Buxton seems pretty disciplined.
The funny thing is, despite the fact that Gary Miller has tons of chips and has been kind of bullying the table, he's actually had the hand most often.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, we saw him make that one grandstand play actually just after he came to the table, or this table came onto our stream. But apart from
with
that, you're
deuces,
right.
right.
Yeah, apart from that, one big play. He's just had nice spots, basically, apart from that. Two monster stacks. And
the rest.
The mortals.
I mean, the crazy thing is you would look at the medium stacks there, all about 37, 38 big blinds, and you'd think, wow, they're short stacked. And they are in relation to the two big ones, but they're both doing fine. Well, thank you for joining us here. We're in East London at Asper's Casino in Stratford as we watch the 888 live main event unfold in front of our eyes. We're down to 55 players. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here to call the action. 100,000 up top. That's what they're playing for. See in the background, Casino Gran Via. That's right, we'll be in Madrid in about 2 months.
Our next stop on the poker party bus.
There should be like an 888 poker bus.
It would be great.
Yeah.
Me, you, K-Dog, the whole gang. Mormon, the other ones.
That'd be so much fun. Dominic Nietzsche could just make reservations for us so we could stop at Michelin star restaurants along the way.
Yeah, Dominic Nietzsche can just pay.
Well, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be funded by somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll bring donuts.
America. I'll bring withering cynicism. England. You're welcome.
Everybody has their strength. The important thing is to know where you fit.
That's right.
Back to this feature table. You will, my friend. You will back.
Playing seven-handed, it should be noted, at this feature table. This blind level seems to have lasted a really long time.
Well, they're hour levels now.
Oh, I know. I'm just seems to have been 3-6 for a long time.
Do the same for me. You're a man of your word.
What was that? What did you make?
I'm just, we're just messing around. But he wants a shake on it, so I don't know.
I want to thank you all for joining us.
If we make it, fuck that. I have to ask you. Good luck, man. He's a big guy, then. Good luck. I'll fold nothing to you. That's really bad.
Devison opens the cutoff, and he's going to get a defense from the monster chip stack of Miller.
Yeah, it's a nice hand to defend with. Obviously, not in great shape here as he's dominated. But
remains dominated.
yeah, this is the kind of flop that you think if you're Gary Miller, you really like. You've got backdoor straight possibilities, backdoor flush possibilities. More often than not, you're probably ahead with a pair of fives. But as we can see here, he is behind. Devson going to bet here. Miller going nowhere so far, pretty standard. Might go check on the turn. And, well, how about just get there?
Run better.
Right. Well, we talked about the backdoor straight possibilities.
What a life. What a life.
Spades missed, but, I mean, 7-6, 8-7. I mean, so many hands that did get there.
Yeah. I mean,
6-4 I got there.
It's only 14K, but...
Well, that's actually part of it, though. I mean, you're getting a really good price, but look at that. That's a pretty good disciplined laydown by Debson.
5. Huh? 6-5. Lucky 5. 6-5. She's number 5, yeah? So lucky. 5 was good, bro. Does he get no good 5? 5's good, bro. Does he get 5? 5 on the turn, you double me up. 5's good, bro. Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't hit my straight, I'm still value you in full good.
888 Live. It's been a magical year as we cap off 2019. Started it off, of course, in London back in February. We're in Bucharest.
Yeah, Bucharest.
Barcelona. Malta just a little while ago. Portugal this year. Sochi. I heard, unfortunately, I could not go, but I heard that was absolutely gorgeous.
It was lovely. In the Russian mountains. And back to London. And Vegas in the middle as well.
Yeah.
That counts, right?
Always does. I know 888. I know there was an 888 week on Poker Go with Poker After Dark. That's always exciting.
We got a player. Can't see him, but we're 8-handed.
We can only see hands.
9-handed, excuse me, 9-handed.
So I would assume we're down to 54 then. 6 tables of 9.
That's probably a good guess.
See how quickly I can do the math?
It's very impressive.
27,000 of my shit back. 26. So lucky. It's 8 on river. So lucky.
So I was desperately trying to get another wager on the Arizona Cardinals, but it looks like I might be happy that I did not, and that I was not able to.
Oh, you were too late.
I was too late. Yeah, the game had already started. Sometimes the best bets you make are the ones you can't get in. Luck picks up 6s. He's all in. Kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah.
All in for his last 77,000. If Denuso was in the blind, I think this would be a much easier call. But in the cutoff, he has to worry about all the players behind him. Denuso, by the way, the new player at the table. And I think Cautry's calls. I think this is actually much closer than people think. Jack 10 actually does quite well.
Against everything.
Yeah, it's
Jack
just
10 suited.
You have to also think your opponent's also shoving like 10-9 suited sometimes, Jack 9 suited. You actually do dominate some of what he has.
Good point.
And when you're in the big blind and you close the action, you're getting a price. This is not a terrible spot at all.
It's 13 big blinds, the shove.
13?
Yeah.
Too much to call, you think?
I'm not great at these, at being precise with these. I suspect it is a call. I mean, he's getting a bit of a price.
He's going to let it go.
It's close.
I mean,
It's
Queen Jack suited is definitely a call.
It's definitely close, that decision, because I don't think Luck is, like, based on how we've seen him play, like, I don't think he's shoving, like,
10-7.
He definitely isn't shoving 10-7
Right.
with 13 big blinds. He'd rather sit there another orbit. I don't think he's actually shoving 10-9 offsuit, for example.
If he's not shoving 10-9
offsuit, he's not shoving. I don't
10-9
think.
suited.
Yeah, that might be.
There's only 3 combos of that though, because you have Jack 10.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's bad to fold to that player with
Right.
that shove.
Yeah, he has been very tight.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Miller putting a bit of the hammer down here with a 3-bet. He's pretty effortlessly chipped up. He had a big stack when we started this stream with him on it, and he's only gone in one direction. He's barely lost a pot that he's had chips in, actually.
Yeah, he from what I remember, and obviously we've been watching him for the last hour plus, he's lost 2 hands, both of which were almost insignificant. One was simply a raise, and then he gave up on the flop. And the other time was a raise. He put 1 continuation bet out there and then gave up. So 2 almost meaningless hands, and everything else has won. And he's really been impressive because he put his foot on the gas when he needed to, when he felt like he could. And then at the same time, he has not pushed the issue. He's kind of let the game come to him, and gives me a lot more confidence in my my bet with you, where I bet 16-1.
Hey, it's good.
I feel great about that
Good
one.
you have confidence. When he gets bad beated in the heads up, I look forward to your many tears.
I let you buy out right now for 900 quid.
Thank you. It's very generous. Couple of playable hands right here.
Yeah, and this is unfortunate for Devson because he's probably going to feel like he doesn't know a ton about Danuzo, and Ace Queen's a really strong hand.
Yeah, I think he might just fold though. He's in a fold or shove spot. I don't think he can flat out of position with less than a pot size bet on the flop. That doesn't seem. So it's either a shove or a fold, and I think he might just fold because is Danuzo just 3-betting him in early position out of nowhere? Do you think it's okay to fold, or do you think it's too tight? Because it's shove or fold. Like, I think calling's pretty horrible with this stack.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. Does he just check fold on like a 9 high flop?
Exactly. And he's got 1 pot size bet, so you're just guessing. Like on the flop, he's got 1 pot size bet. So it's a shove or fold. And like I said, you've opened early position.
He's all in.
He's all in.
He decides to go with it. Ace Queen versus Kings.
It's a tough one because it does feel like really tight just folding, but I don't know. That's where commentating in these situations is a little bit tricky because you can see the cards, so you're influenced by the cards, aren't you?
Of course.
But I do wonder if this new player to the table is just 3-betting you in early position, like, you know, with anything other than strong hands.
Yeah, but to your point, I mean, what does he do on the flop? He's
No, he
just going to
can't
check fold
call.
his ace queen, right?
No, no, he can't call, and folding just feels tight, so it's hard. But
Well,
he's out the tournament. I mean, I don't know. It's
yeah, that's sometimes poker. I mean, that's sometimes that's what's so frustrating. I think sometimes when you play this game, because maybe the right play doesn't always. It feels weak, and you're like, I'm just gonna fold my ace queen, really? And maybe that's the right play. Then again, if we don't know a ton about Denuzzo, maybe Devsid knows more about him.
Well, lovely spot for Denuzzo. He's stacking chips.
Was that free on the board? Was that free?
Well, there's a man looking to get luck. E. Luck under the gun with ace deuce. He has shown tremendous amount of discipline and patience. Will it translate?
There's no justice in poker, David Tuckman.
No,
it's
there's
a
not.
brutal, brutal, brutal business.
Now Cotry with the raise. Action folds around to the blinds.
Well, we were asked if there are any Portuguese players. We've got a Spanish player.
We have a Brazilian player who speaks
in
Portuguese.
the locale. Yes, that's a good point. We do.
Pair of tens here for Cotry. He's the pre-flop raiser. Gomez with a gut shot. Not sure if he continues, though. Well, this could go check-check.
I think Cartry's going to check a lot here. Showdown value. The guy's got a stack where he could shove it, and that's going to be disgusting.
Well, it's a really wet board, yeah. You think about all the draws he might shove. That is a well-manicured beard.
I was just going to say these. I was just going to say exactly the
It's
same
like
thing.
every hair is in the exact spot. Should be.
Dude, that's like you were in my brain. I was literally like, geez, that's a well-tended crop of hair. Well done.
Are we sharing the same brain? So scary.
There's not really enough to go around, is there?
No.
Brain cells wise.
Take a look at the chip count. Gary Miller still just 200 big blinds. Anderson also tremendous. Denuzzo, though, courtesy of those kings, he's quite healthy. Maria holding on as we continue as with 53 players battle for what will be first place 100,000. So exciting.
How tilting do you think that casino music is for players?
On a scale of 1 to...
1 to, would you shut up?
Yeah, it's pretty close to that.
It's like that low-level stress type level.
There have been many times that in my days of playing poker like 30, 40 hours a week or more, I would play on like Cinco de Mayo, for example.
Right.
And in my local casino in Los Angeles, the general manager, the owners of the casino, whatever, they would hire a mariachi band
Oh,
to
no.
go through
Oh, no.
during and just on like a loop.
Oh, my God.
And I'm playing like, at this point, I'm playing like, a 5, 10, 20 game or a 10, 20 game, making
trying to make
huge
quite big
decisions, right?
yeah.
And it's just, and oh my. That extremely tilting.
Well, Lampropolo really hasn't seen a hand since you sat down at this table and has been trying to work the shortish stack. Opens the button here and gets some action. Somewhat connected board. That's she has a gut shot. She's thinking, is this close between betting and checking? Yeah, it definitely hits a lot of the small blind range. Now if he checks again, she might bet.
Well, especially she's picked up a lot more equity here. She's now got a double gutter. She had a gut shot, could have hit the 7 on the flop. But now can catch a 7 or a 3, or as we can see, a 6 or a 5 as well. She's played this like kind of an ace-high type hand, and I think it's certainly conceivable she could bet this. I think Gomez lost his chance at winning this hand. I mean, if he bets the turn, it'll be very, very tough for Maria. She does pick up more equity, but he's the one who's going to have, like, the jack hits his range a ton, the 8.
It's been interesting watching her, like, get basically no playable hands and just have to grind to keep her head above water. She's done well so far.
Well, thank you all for joining us. I see you in the chat.
.53 players left here in London.
Big Pun asked me, says, will you introduce your children, your kids to poker or not because of the negative aspects to it? I don't think there are really any. I mean, are there any negative aspects to it? Of course there are. But I think on the whole, poker is an amazing game. I love the game. It's fun. It's a great way to socialize with people. So my grandfather introduced the game to me, and my dad played it. So I see no reason why I would not introduce the game to my boys as well.
Also, it'd be quite a tough conversation if they said, I want to play poker, and you said no. Daddy, you built your whole career around poker. No.
Right.
Not for you. Get off.
Right. And I don't think the game, I mean, to me, whatever negative aspects are around poker, I think pale in comparison to the positive aspects of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's played for money, so you got to be financially responsible. That's the only thing. But other than that, it's fantastic. It's the best game. It's the perfect marriage of luck and skill. It's endlessly fascinating. You can never master it. You meet interesting and an eclectic mix of people.
Yeah, I think if you ask people in the business world as well, I think there are many many leaders in the business world that will come out and say that people that are really good at poker tend to be really good at other things also. They teach you a lot of great life skills.
Yeah, interesting. I should have learned some of them.
Did you?
Make a note to self. Learn more great life skills. Apparently you know it from poker, Nick. Come on. Top pair for Buxton, and Denitzo's going to call.
Yeah, Buxton hand's getting stronger as he picks up a flush draw to go along with top pair.
He can just put his money in here. I mean,
yeah,
he doesn't have to, but he probably will. Yeah, he does.
I mean, I think he can get called by worse.
I mean, Buxton raised under the gun here, and now he's bet the flop and not shoved the turn. I don't think Dinitso can call, do you? Like, is he ever going to, like...
It's just a weird play, because you look at the board and you think, well, you know, are you really... Aren't you scared of an 8? Aren't you scared that I have something?
Right, exactly that. Yeah, I think that's a safe fold. I don't think he can ever be ahead there. Well, I think he can only rarely be ahead there.
I think, but yeah, that when push comes to shove, your opponent had 50,000 chips. It's like, well, listen, if I'm behind, I'm behind. I'm not folding. So I believe the players are going on break.
It's a pseudo dinner break.
Yeah. They've had a couple of, like, they had a 25-minute break, and now they're having a 40-minute break. So just enough time to make yourself some dinner.
I'm getting some dinner.
Go get dinner. Make yourself some dinner at home. Rick's already out the door. He's gone. And get yourself a drink, take the dog for a walk, pet your cat, and then come back and join us in 40 short minutes. More action from London, more action from 888 Live in 40 short minutes. Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888 Live. Win picks up aces. Win wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, this is not
Is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against you?
definitely more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously, but
hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah.
Once I made the switch to tournaments, I just became kind of obsessed with them. Like I was playing every day, like 7 days a week, almost cancelling plans. It was a dangerous obsession, like looking back, but I was in my young 20s and just wanted to become the best I could be, and I finally got #1 ranking on Pocket Fires, which was always a dream for me in like 2008. But from there I just was like, I got to create a legacy. We got this $55 30K guaranteed deep stack Blizzard event. Amazing value tournament. Definitely there'll be a lot of inexperienced players in this tournament who've never really played 200 big blinds deep. I mean, I don't play 200 big blinds deep very often, to be honest, so I might be one of them. So far, no one's really seen my cards. I've been in quite a few hands. Like you can see, I've played 36% hands, like this third highest at the table. So I'm just going to hope this guy got a good hand, to be honest. He could just call from the big blind with a lot of hands, so when he raises, it's actually pretty strong. So I'm just hoping that he's got like a big hand. I've almost flopped too good there, like flopping the ace kind of sucks. Like, obviously I have the best hand, like I have the nuts, but it's very unlikely he has an ace. And it's obviously a very scary card for him. He could put me on a hand like ace king. And so, I mean, we've only got 1.5 times the pot as well. Nothing really to protect from. I even got the ace of hearts, so I'm just gonna check back and hope maybe he puts me on a hand like queens and tries to bluff. And obviously he's betting 1/16 pot, which was not really the kind of bluff we were hoping for. But I'm just gonna call with the nuts. Hope that he puts in a real bluff on the river. He did put in a real bluff, and obviously no option other than to go all in now. No point, really. Oh, there we go, perfect.
Chris Moorman has been ranked #1 a record 13 times during his career for a total of 24 weeks. He's won 29 Pocket Fives Triple Crowns, 8 more than any other player. In 2013, he became the first player to break the $10 million earnings mark, and in 2018, he became the first and yet only player to hit 15 million. He currently sits alone atop the all-time earnings leaderboard with $15.8 million in lifetime earnings. In 2017, he won his first World Series of Poker bracelet, and he has $5.7 million in lifetime earnings. It is my honor and pleasure to award Chris Moorman with the Pocket Fives Legacy Award.
Yeah, I got to Vancouver on Saturday night. Actually was really tired. I got a 7 a.m. flight after the Global Poker Awards, so I came down here, got a nap, actually woke up and won table to turbo and won that, so I started off strong. I started making a run in the 888 tune-up event, which was a 160 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Anna Marquez was also at the final table, and I actually ended up putting a pretty bad beat on her. Sorry, Anna. It was $160, and I ended up winning for $21,000. Like, there's not many tournaments you can do that in. There was a time when I first started back in the day in poker that $160 buy-in would be a huge event for me, biggest of the night. I think now I'm playing all the bigger stuff. It's kind of crazy. With regards to turning pro or like doing this as a living, I think it was in the second year of my university. I'd been playing quite a lot, going to less lectures, and that summer I was going to go home and do a summer job, and I'd done that the previous year, and it's been some really terrible, mundane, minimum wage job, and I'd hated it. And I worked out that I could actually earn a similar amount basically playing poker, but I knew my parents would never go for it. So I ended up telling them that I had a job already, but really me and my friend, we just play poker. I exceeded my targets by like 4x, I was loving it. And I just sort of went full gung-ho into poker and realized that I had to make this work really, because I didn't have anything to fall back on. In poker, I still feel like I have a lot to achieve. I really want to get a live triple crown, so I need to win an EPT. I want to win more bracelets, not just have one. Play in more events, give myself more shots. Yeah, like the World Series of Poker is definitely something I'm really targeting each year.
So you're not retiring?
No.
Not retiring?
Not anytime soon.
I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stacks still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the fives under the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where you know it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again. Not going to work out
bingo
for her.
Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the over. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn card. Not only is it the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand because,
For sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
3,600 bet.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so you, he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, Davey's just going to call. And
Yeah. And he's not drawing dead.
Nope.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like
a
really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket fives.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for... And there are a lot of players in live tournaments that do not, qualify, travel to live tournaments, sit through a day and a half in order to play a 3-bet pot out of position and make a marginal decision with second pair, that kind of thing,
Kara's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's got ace-jack. There's a jack dead. Yang's got ace-queen.
I think she's made a very standard, solid decision to move her chips in.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was a raise. There was a call. There was dead money in the pot.
Yeah, she's got a great stack to do it.
She really got unlucky here. I mean, it's also the chip leader who opens. He doesn't need a premium hand to do this with.
Yeah, he could just as easily turn over King Jack here.
Yeah. He could have been raising with whatever. There's a spade, though.
Oh,
a lot of spades.
bingo.
There you go.
We approve of this message.
Well, and this is the interesting thing. We talk about this, and obviously Kara got lucky in this particular spot. But whether she got lucky and doubled up or whether she was out the door, you and I both agree we like this play.
Yeah.
We try not to be results-oriented when we
absolutely
evaluate our decisions.
No, I think it actually probably would be quite bad to let that spot go, to be honest. Like, he's got a big range for his open, and she's got a really nice stack to shove.
Right, how often is he going to raise, just fold?
Yeah, quite a decent amount. Yeah. And also he's going to call her with worse.
This hand is from the Super High Roll Bowl earlier this year between Daniel Negreanu and Mikita, two top-notch players. So it's a great hand to watch, and I remember watching it at the time, kind of live on the stream, and kind of was amazed by the end results. So the hand starts off with Daniel Negreanu opening under the gun, 7-handed with Jack-10 suited. Pretty standard open, especially deep stacked. Great hand that can make a lot of strong holdings. Mikita flats in the next seat with pocket 9s. Very standard call here. Maybe he's going to 3-bet sort of very small percentage, like 10% at the time here, just so that he can have that in his 3-bet range. But he wants to flat here the majority of the time with this hand. And then actually, interestingly, Brian Rust folds Queen 9 suited in the next seat, which is a good fold, I think, but a hand that most sort of weaker players would play. 3 ways is kind of a hand that's just going to get him in a lot of trouble. He's going to make worse flushes, worse pairs than the other two, just because they have such a strong range. And you can see, like, by the level of the players here, that everyone else has hands that, you might potentially see weaker players put money into the pot here. Especially Ali in the big blind. He has Jack-8 off, great odds, but he understands he's up against 2 tight ranges and makes a good fold. Okay, so the flop comes 8-6-7 rainbow. Daniel has a backdoor flush draw, 2 overs, and a gut shot to the nuts, and Nikita has overpair to the board and an open ender, so great flop for him. Daniel actually decides to bet a third of the pot here, which I think it's better to
check most of the time on this board, especially in these positions, just because Mikita actually has much stronger range than Daniel. Even though he opened under the gun, Mikita's not flat in too many hands here. He's not, for example, going to call the raise here with King Jack offsuit broadways really. So this board, he has all the overpairs, all the sets, 2 pairs straights, and Daniel Negreanu has like a bunch of hands that miss the board, like King Queen offsuit, that just have very poor equity on this board. So he will be check folding most of those. So he also needs to check with a lot of his strong hands or middling hands. Jack 10 suited is kind of an in-between one because he would like just to get a fold from maybe like Ace Jack with no backdoor, which a small bet will accomplish, which is great for him. But on the whole, I think he wants to be check calling here or check raising sometimes. So the turn card actually changes everything. It's the offsuit 9, so now Mikita makes top set, but Daniel Negreanu makes the top straight, and it's quite an interesting spot for Mikita here. He raised the flop, so he has the lead in the hand, and his hand has actually improved, but he is beaten by some other hands now that Negreanu could have. If they were deeper stacked, I think he would definitely keep betting on the turn, but I think he's a bit worried with his stack size, only having just under 2 times the pot left, that if he bets, he's kind of going to have to call off if Negreanu goes all in, and he's going to be up against the 10 a decent amount of time in that situation and sort of have less than 25% equity. So he decides to take the conservative route and check back and reevaluate the river and see if he can improve. And so the river is another 8, pairs the board, gives Mikita pretty much the virtual nuts, and Daniel still has a very strong hand. Bet sizing on the river particularly is actually really important in poker. At one point you can think you kind of have the nuts, and then someone sizes completely differently, and it's very important to be able to adjust your decisions based on that. It's definitely one of the hardest skills in poker, when a different card comes out or a different bet size than you're expecting, to be able to readjust and change your decision and come up with the right decision. This is a really tough spot in the river for Daniel here. Facing an overbet, he's actually now only really beaten a bluff, and he's obviously put Mikita on a strong range before the flop, and then raising the flop as well. He believes he has to have something here. So yeah, even though he has a nut straight, he beats any 10 on the board. With this sizing, Mikita's not really using this sizing ever with a 10, I don't think. And then Mikita makes a very big bet. He bets like 125% pot, so it's like overbet. And now it's pretty crazy. Daniel instantly realizes his hand is just kind of a bluff catcher. So Mikita's not really betting 10 for this size on this board. So yeah, Daniel only really beats a bluff. And still you kind of expect him to call just because he's kind of set this up. He's played his hand. His hand's very under-repped. You can't really put him on Jack 10 really here. And it seems like it would be a good spot maybe if Mikita got to the river with air to go for it here. So at this point, Daniel's only beaten a bluff, but he has played his hand quite weak and passively, so he could easily have induced this bluff.
Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Wynn picks up aces. Wynn wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, this is not
Is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against
definitely
you?
more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
5,800.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously, but
hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah.
Once I made the switch to tournaments, I just became kind of obsessed with them. Like, I was playing every day, like 7 days a week, almost cancelling plans. It was a dangerous obsession, like, looking back, but I was in my young 20s and just wanted to become the best I could be, and I finally got #1 ranking on Poker Fires, which was always a dream for me in like 2008. But from there, I just was like, I got to create a legacy. We got this $55 30K guaranteed deep stack Blizzard event. Amazing value tournament. Definitely there'll be a lot of inexperienced players in this tournament who've never really played 200 big blinds deep. I mean, I don't play 200 big blinds deep very often, to be honest, so I might be one of them. So far, no one's really seen my cards. I've been in quite a few hands. Like you can see, I've played 36% hands, like this third highest at the table. So I'm just going to hope this guy got a good hand, to be honest. He could just call from the big blind with a lot of hands, so when he raises, it's actually pretty strong. So I'm just hoping that he's got like a big hand. I've almost flopped too good there, like flopping the ace kind of sucks. Like, obviously I have the best hand, like I have the nuts, but it's very unlikely he has an ace. And it's obviously a very scary card for him. He could put me on a hand like ace king. And so, I mean, we've only got 1.5 times the pot as well. Nothing really to protect from. I even got the ace of hearts, so I'm just gonna check back and hope maybe he puts me on a hand like queens and tries to bluff. And obviously he's betting 1/16 pot, which was not really the kind of bluff we were hoping for. But I'm just gonna call with the nuts. Hope that he puts in a real bluff on the river. He did put in a real bluff, and obviously no option other than to go all in now. No point, really. Oh, there we go, perfect.
Chris Moorman has been ranked #1 a record 13 times during his career for a total of 24 weeks. He's won 29 Pocket Fives Triple Crowns, 8 more than any other player. In 2013, he became the first player to break the $10 million earnings mark, and in 2018, he became the first and yet only player to hit 15 million. He currently sits alone atop the all-time earnings leaderboard with $15.8 million in lifetime earnings. In 2017, he won his first World Series of Poker bracelet, and he has $5.7 million in lifetime earnings. It is my honor and pleasure to award Chris Moorman with the Pocket Fives Legacy Award.
Yeah, I got to Vancouver on Saturday night. Actually was really tired. I got a 7 a.m. flight after the Global Poker Awards, so I came down here, got a nap, actually woke up and one table to turbo and won that, so I started off strong. I started making a run in the 888 tune-up event, which was a 160 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Anna Marquez was also at the final table, and I actually ended up putting a pretty bad beat on her. Sorry, Anna. It was $160, and I ended up winning for $21,000. Like, there's not many tournaments you can do that in. There was a time when I first started back in the day in poker that $160 buy-in would be a huge event for me, biggest of the night. I think now I'm playing all the bigger stuff. It's kind of crazy. With regards to turning pro or like doing this as a living, I think it was in the second year of my university. I've been playing quite a lot, going to less lectures, And that summer I was going to go home and do a summer job, and I'd done that the previous year, and it's been some really terrible, mundane, minimum wage job, and I'd hated it. And I worked out that I could actually earn a similar amount basically playing poker, but I knew my parents would never go for it. So I ended up telling them that I had a job already, but really me and my friend, we just play poker. I exceeded my targets by like 4x, I was loving it. And I just sort of went full gung-ho into poker and realized that I had to make this work really because I didn't have anything to fall back on. In poker, I still feel like I have a lot to achieve. I really want to get a live triple crown, so I need to win an EPT. I want to win more bracelets, not just have one. Play in more events, give myself more shots. Yeah, like the World Series of Poker is definitely something I'm really targeting each year.
So you're not retiring?
No.
Not retiring?
Not anytime soon.
I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stacks still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the 5s under the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where you know it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again, not going to work out for her.
Bingo for Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the overs. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn card. Not only is the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand because,
for sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
3,600 bet.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so you, he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, Davey's just going to call and...
Yeah. And he's not drawing dead.
Nope.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like a really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket 5s.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for... And there are a lot of players in live tournaments that do not, you know, qualify, travel to live tournaments, sit through a day and a half in order to play a 3-bet pot out of position and make a marginal decision with second pair, that kind of thing, you know.
Kara's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's got ace-jack. There's a jack dead. Yang's got ace-queen.
I think she's made a very standard, solid decision to move her chips in.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was a raise. There was a call. There was dead money in the pot.
Yeah, she's got a great stack to do it.
You know, she really got unlucky here. I mean, it's also the chip leader who opens. He doesn't need a premium hand to do this with.
Yeah, he could just as easily turn over King-Jack here.
Yeah. He could have been raising with whatever. There's a spade, though.
Oh, bingo.
There you go.
With We approve of this message.
Well, and this is the interesting thing. You know, we talk about this, and obviously Kara got lucky in this particular spot. But whether she got lucky and doubled up or whether she was out the door, you and I both agree we like this play.
Yeah.
You know, we try not to be results-oriented when we
absolutely
evaluate our decisions.
No, I think it actually probably would be quite bad to let that spot go, to be honest. Like, he's got a big range for his open, and she's got a really nice stack to shove.
Right, how often is he going to raise, just fold?
Yeah, quite a decent amount. And also he's going to call her with worse.
Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Wynn picks up aces. Wynn wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, this is not
Is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against
definitely
you?
more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously, but
hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah.
I don't mind hanging on.
I can't move on.
Sorry.
And we are back. Welcome back from dinner, walking your dog, taking a shower, whatever you might have done. Nick Wealthall picked up some chips.
I went full chips.
How are the chips?
Not bad.
Yeah?
It's hard to get
Edible?
really bad chips.
Well, it's hard to screw them up.
It is hard to screw them up.
Yeah, we have the same feature table. 53 players still remain. Some new faces, though. That's not a new face, though. Luck with 10-6 in the button. Not going to play this, I don't believe.
I had a walk around. Vivian Saliba has chips.
Yeah, she's doing well.
Yeah, looks good.
I peeked over at the ladies' event. Looks like most of the favorites still in.
Kara had set over set for a full double up.
That's what she does.
That's what she does. Just crush you.
Danuzzo in the small blind with 8 deuce. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 now, with an 8,000 big blind ante. Don't think this raise size is going to get the job done. I don't think there's anything wrong with raising with 8 deuce. You're getting a pretty good price. But I think if you're going to raise, you're going to want to go 3x or 3.5x or even more than that. Put some pressure on the big blind. Raising at minimum, the player in the big blind is just getting too good a price. And they're going to pretty much call with almost anything. And now you're forced to play with 8 deuce from out of position. Good luck.
Seen some good quality poker at this feature table.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
2 very different days. Like yesterday was like a bluffy, open, splashy, I'm here to make some chips on day 1 kind of day. And today it's been a lot of pretty solid poker, really. I haven't seen a lot of missteps from our players. You're going to struggle to join the free roll, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but tomorrow, though.
Apologise, that's up now, but yeah, we'll have one tomorrow.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. Tomorrow, same time, it'll be a different different password. Make sure you join us, and we will let you know what that password is. This is day 2 action. Those of you who stuck with us through the break, I appreciate it. And I see you in there. Anthony Dugan, Big Pun, My, Poker Bradster, Francesco. We are still here, Nick, myself. I think Luke finally picked up a hand he's going to want to go with in the cutoff with Ace-Queen. It's been a tough row to hoe for this man right here, but he has shown his patience, and
here's his reward.
Yeah. Well done, you.
Here's a cooler. Bye-bye. Well, no, look, he's got 34% equity. That's real.
Yeah. Danuzzo just trying to decide whether he wants to call or move all in, I would assume. And I think he just called. The shove is for just under 10 big blinds. Again, blinds are 4,000, 8,000. There's a look at our chip leader, Gary Miller. It's his world. We just live in it. Ace King, Ace Queen. Saw 1 king dead.
Yeah, luck is alive until he's not.
I think this is the time for one time. Feel it? One time. Yes.
He's officially using his one time. There you go. Never misses.
I didn't realize it was that easy. You just
didn't
need to
realise it was that
officially.
easy?
Well, you need to officially use it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like super easy. But that's it now.
Do you get one?
That's it. He's
Is it one per tournament or one per life, or how
one
does
per
that work?
tournament.
One per tournament.
What do you mean one per life?
I just thought maybe you got one per life.
Oh, like if you re-enter.
No, like your whole life.
Oh, your whole life? No, it's one per tournament.
One per.
Everyone knows this. Come on. This is one time 101. You get one. Yeah. He's used it. That's it. It worked. We move on to victory.
Good to know. Good to know. The remaining 53 players have all cashed. All of them guaranteed somewhere in the neighborhood of £2,000. But everybody has their sights on the championship. Beautiful trophy, and of course, first place, £100,000. And let's not forget, the winner of this tournament gets a main event seat.
Oh, yeah, we didn't even mention that.
Yeah.
That's like huge.
Yeah.
And kind of makes the heads up more competitive than it would be in a lot of tournaments.
Oh, absolutely.
Because, you know, you can do a deal for the money, but somebody's going to Vegas and playing the big one, so that's a huge prize.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. 1 year, apparently one of the competitors just either forgot, didn't know. I mean, we tell everybody it's on all the forums and everything like that, and you know, the players they should all know. But I guess one of the players did not know 1 year. It was really unfortunate because, you know, he tried to claim after the fact. He was like, "Oh, I would have played differently," and who knows? Obviously, you know, I believe him, but you know, there was not much we could do at that point. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live. Thanks for joining us. We won't be here until we crown a champion. Not tonight. Tonight we've got 2 more hours of poker. Say an hour and 52 minutes at this point. And then we'll come back tomorrow for more hot and heavy action from Aspers.
All the way down to a champ. Danutso versus Katri here. And Danutso flops the virtual nuts in a heads-up pot. Danutso checks this back, which I'm not a huge fan of, but he does it anyway. I don't think he cares if I'm a fan or not. That's how it feels anyway.
Yeah, well, look, he's going to induce a bluff. And obviously, a pair of 8s is somewhat vulnerable. I mean, a ton of overcards could come off. You know, there are some hands that I do want to check back, but I tend to agree with you. I think checking back a hand as vulnerable as just a pair of 8s.
Well, vulnerable, but also I just want to get value. I just want to get paid when I've got the best hand.
That's a good run out for him, and he ended up. It looked like he ended up making the absolute maximum by checking back and inducing a bluff. Let's see if Katri bets once again. He might be trying to just get an ace high to fold. This is going to be tough for Katri because Danutso's hand is kind of under-repped. It looks like ace king, ace queen, you know? And I think because Danutso's hand is so under-repped, he has no choice but to call. I mean, you check back the flop to do this, right? To induce this bluff.
Yeah, I mean, he's right at the top of his range. Like, folding here is just...
Oh!
Like, you can't fold here. Not only that, he's got 3 to 1.
He folded.
That's a catastrophe, man.
Yeah, I just don't understand the thought process behind Danutso. And if Danutso's watching this on a you know, later on a replay, you just got to kind of replay that hand. You check back, and what story you're telling when you check back, and what hands your opponent is actually trying to get you to fold. You could actually make the argument with that sizing, your opponent's value betting a hand worse. Like, if he's defending? Let's say he's defending with Queen 8.
Ask yourself, what's the strongest hand you're checking back the flop? That might be the strongest hand he's checking back the flop. Is he checking back a pair of 9s? Pair of 10s? So he's right at the top of his range. So if you're right at the top of your range like that, it's actually a disaster to fold that river.
Yeah, I don't. And then there are times to fold top pair. If the hand had played out different, if you bet the flop.
There are times to fold.
Right,
top pair,
you know.
Tupman, yeah.
But that was, once you check back the flop, you have basically said, okay, cool, I've induced a bluff. I'm going to call down turn and river. I'm going to call any reasonable bet on the turn and the river. And those sizings weren't, the sizing wasn't even huge. My guess is if you asked Khatri right now, what hand do you think you've got your opponent to fold? He'd be shocked if you told him he folded ace 8.
And you made the additional point. He could definitely be value betting worse there. He could, definitely.
Like if you had Jack 8, 10 8.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's an easy value bet on the river, in my opinion.
I want to thank you for joining us in the chat, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. If you're watching on Facebook and you have any questions for us, you can always tweet us your questions at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck on Sports, but we are following the chat in YouTube. When I see you all in there, if you have any questions for Nick or myself, if you have any questions for Marley Cordero, maybe we'll get her back in the booth later on.
So we've got a graphical glitch here.
Yeah, clearly. That is still Maria.
Unless she got married in the break and changed her first name.
Right.
Seems unlikely.
Action folds around to Anderson in the big blind. He might not defend the old 4-deuce. We've had a bit of a slowdown. It was a pretty big bubble. And then, predictably, we lost a few players. So Maria got moved. And our new table, right, our new player right there, Perot, has replaced her from under the gun spot. We did not see Maria get eliminated, so my assumption is she just got moved. Thank you, Kelvin A. Appreciate it. So we lost Maria as she went to another table. And obviously the graphics just have not been updated. Gomez right there wearing the Nike sweatshirt under the gun. If you're new to the broadcast, by the way, all the information you might need is pretty much on the screen. Top right corner, you'll see 53 players remain out of a starting field of 518. Top center, you'll see how much time is left to act. Each player has 30 seconds to act on their hand. If they need more than that, they can use their time extension cards. Those are the yellow cards. In the bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see the players, what position they're in, how many chips they have. Like in right here, Buxton, HJ stands for hijack, 142,000 chips. And you'll notice that is a raise to 18,000. Anthony Dugan rooting for Bucko. And Bucko should get some action on this one. Buxton with kings, Anderson with ace-king. This will be interesting. Does Khatri just call with the king-jack suited? He does. And Anderson moves all in. A dream scenario for Buxton.
Isn't it?
There are no more kings left in the deck, but Anderson can catch an ace. Diamonds are live.
Why have we got Buxton folding? We're having a weird graphical. Sorry about this, guys.
Yeah, something clearly amiss.
Buxton either didn't have kings or didn't fold. One of those two things is true. We can't see at the moment.
I would imagine you're right.
He didn't
Yep, there's
fold.
the all-in, so he did not fold.
So we assume he has kings.
Nick on top of it.
He does. Kings versus ace king. This works out for the kings most of the time.
It's only 3-2 though right now. 2 live suits, and all the aces are live. 3 diamonds out there, and
so disgusting.
Yeah.
Don't do it to him. I don't approve of this.
River card is a diamond.
Oh, vomit.
Yeah.
Actual sickness.
Buxton, what a great performance by him. He played really well. Unfortunately, got himself into a situation where he loves it, but did not work out for him. He is eliminated. We're down to 46 players, and Anderson now up to 1.1 million.
Yeah, that is not fun. He grind for a couple of days. At least he cashed, but still annoying.
I mean, as a poker player, it's just so hard to kind of get past that, you know? You have to. You have no choice because that's the game.
On to the next.
But it's hard. And speaking on to the next,
Madrid.
Madrid.
Seamless.
We'll be in Madrid January 23rd to February 3rd. Join us. 800,000 euro guaranteed main event.
Lovely.
Satellites will be running on 888 Poker. Join us if you're able. Yeah, and Anthony Dugan says he had nothing all night. Wow, gutted. Yeah, and that's just tough, you know?
Playing live tournaments is hard. Like, you're playing online, you're probably into 3 other tournaments.
Yeah,
you can jump into the next ones. Playing live is rough. Like, there's a lot of grind for that outcome.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, you look at it 2 full days into it, you're kind of emotionally invested as well. You know, you can start to see the huge pay jumps.
Yeah. Dreaming of 100K in a main event ticket.
It's okay.
46 players remain. We'll be covering this event for about another hour and a half tonight. And then we're back at it tomorrow.
Monday poker. Something to make your work day a little bit more fun.
Yeah, Miller's going to win this most of the time.
Like, this is definitely not a good rule of thumb. But if I was playing live poker against Gomez, I would think, you're just never bluffing. Like, no one with that beautifully coiffured beard is ever getting out of line. Like, you want to see order in the universe. I feel like he always has it. Now, if he's aware that that's the image he's creating, he's got me right where he wants me.
Yeah, you'd be drawing dead against him.
I would. I'd be, like, folding like a cheap suit.
Luck has had a kind of a weird last couple of hours. He's never had a ton of chips. He's been treading water. And every time he gets it in, if he has the best of it, he loses, and every time he has the worst of it, he wins.
Yeah, that's right. He's still alive. Only 46 players are alive. He's still one of them.
Hey.
You never know.
That's the great thing about tournament poker. By just surviving, you make money.
Yeah.
Anderson feeling pretty good about his game right now. He's raising with 3 deuce. Gomez says, stick your 3 deuce in your pie.
Yeah, it's embarrassing because Anderson has to fold.
Right, and he's not folding much.
Yeah. He's going to show a bit of free advertising. Bit of free advertising. I say free, he lost money on that, but cheap advertising, put it that way. Bunch of barn burner late games in the NFL, David.
Yeah, like I've been saying all week, the NFL is just, it's amazing. I mean, these games, every game is right on the, you're on the edge of the seat.
The poker's definitely been more exciting. Come for the poker, stay for David and Nick being unimpressed by the NFL.
Well, the news though, folded ace-8 earlier on an 8-high board. After checking back the flop, this time he picks up jacks. I don't think he's going to fold here. Well, if I knew he played ace-8 that way, I would be really cautious about getting involved after he raises from under the gun.
Yeah, and of course, our players don't know he plays ace-8 that way.
No. They might in a few minutes, but
They have
just
someone
yet.
watching the stream, for sure.
Perot does make the call, and wow. But we've seen Danuzo get away from hands. I think the real question is just how fast Perot wants to play this.
I mean, probably fast, right? You don't want a club to come off and kill your action or beat you. Very small bet.
And Danuzo makes the call.
I mean, he gave immediate odds to any club to call. Not a good card for Dinitso, because it's not going to get him out of trouble, is it?
It shouldn't. But then again, I never thought he would fold the ace-8, so.
So Perrault should really have been looking at Dinitso's stack and thinking, how can I get all this money in?
I don't hate the small bet on the flop, kind of a little bit of a feeler bet and see if he can, because he might have nothing. I mean, he might just have like, ace-queen with no club, and you just, maybe you get a little bit of a peel. But once he calls once, now I'm gonna put a pretty big head bet here. And I like this small little kind of feeler bet. Now you bet large, and then you move all in on the river.
Yeah, we disagree. But
It won't be the first time.
I don't want to get into
or
it.
the last. I mean, yeah, you risk a club coming off. I mean, obviously, if you know your opponent's got jacks, I mean, he's thinking about folding this. I mean, or maybe moving all in. I don't know. I'm not going to guess what this guy's thinking.
He's thinking about something.
I have no idea.
Well, we know it's impossible to play pocket jacks correctly, so we'll cut him a break wherever he does.
Yeah. I mean, you think about the hands he's losing to that would have called pre-flop. king, queen of clubs, queen, jack of clubs, jack, 10 of clubs. And I guess the ace Broadway clubs hands that wouldn't 3-bet, so not ace, king, or ace, queen.
And then sets.
And sets.
And 9-8 probably.
9-8 suited, though.
9-8 suited, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of hands he's losing to, for sure. But, I don't know.
But again, he's also under-repped his hand by checking.
Yeah, I know. And, like, the lone ace of clubs bets twice here.
I mean, frankly, if I was Perot and I saw that he folded ace-8, and obviously Perot doesn't know this, but if I knew it, I'd be betting my entire range. Just be like, well, cool, I'm going to get you to fold. Unless you have a flush.
I guess he's also thinking about the river here.
Wow, he folds. So he, to be results-oriented, he incorrectly folds the ace-8, but then correctly folds the jacks. And he's still here.
Yeah.
Painful that one, yeah. Painful that one.
Just remember earlier on when I said that I liked Green Bay to win and I liked the Cardinals?
Yeah.
I said the Cardinals were an underrated team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully you at home followed my advice on Green Bay and did not follow my advice on the Cardinals.
Yeah. I mean, surprisingly, you've gone 1 for 1.
Shocking.
1 and 1, I mean. It's almost like it's a coin flip betting proposition. The thing is, he checked the flop with those jacks out of position, and you've lost control of the hand at that point. You're kind of, you know. And then I think on the turn, he's just worried about, he's just thinking, right, I call this, and then, like, am I going to call the river if it's a low card? What am I doing? And I think I mean, as it happens, he was correct.
Yeah. Listen, it's 2019. We're no longer betting to get information, but that is a byproduct when you do bet. And I do think you define your opponent's hand a little bit better when you bet. I'm not necessarily saying that betting pocket jacks there is absolutely correct, but I think when you check call, check, and then it's like, you're just lost, right?
What's the point of checking the flop? I can't see a reason to check that flop. When you bet jacks on a low board like that, it's a value bet, first and foremost.
Yeah.
You're betting because you almost always have the best hand. If you check in that spot, you're allowing your opponent to decide what he'd like to do. You're letting a card come off which can either kill your action or beat you. Pocket jacks is a highly vulnerable hand on a uniform board. I just think it's a bad check, and that gets him into trouble on the turn.
I mean, your opponent never has queens, kings, or aces because he didn't 3-bet pre, almost never.
Yeah.
So, and you're only losing the set on the flop. You're only losing the sets and flop flushes. It's hard to do that. Yeah, you and I agree. So this is an interesting little stylistic play. You get a limp from luck on the button. A call from Danuso on the small blind, and Miller has sevens. I think Miller can raise this, and I'd like to see him. Yeah, he's just going to say, you know what? If you're trapping me, then show it.
Yeah, it's free money. It all counts.
Yeah, this guy's relentless. Really tough to play against. Take a look at the chip counts here. Miller up to 1.2 million. Anderson on 1.1 million. There's only about 15 million in play, so
We've got a real kind of weighting problem on our feature table. Like the legs on the left-hand side of the table are actually off the ground because there's like so much chips on the right-hand side.
well, thank you for joining us here at 888 Live. We're in East London at Asper's Casino. Cost £1,100 to enter this tournament, and we are down to our final 43. One of these lucky players will take home a beautiful 888 trophy and a £100,000 first place prize, and of course, a seat into the World Series of Poker main event next year.
You don't need to see any cards. I mean, I don't need to. Just play your English. Just get us all out of pot. You know, win all the chips. You just keep limiting them up. 16 pounds. I don't know.
I'm sure you do. You wouldn't risk 20 bigs.
Every cloud.
If I open, you feel a champion.
Miller with another big hand. And so he's going to 3-bet here, and he's had one of those runs where it looks like he's being super aggressive over the last kind of 3 hours of play. But as we've said before, he really hasn't got out of line very much at all. He's almost always had the best hand.
The funny thing is he might have played it aggressively whether he picked up hands or not, but I love the fact that he hasn't kind of... I think he's aware of what his image is. And he's not going any further than he needs to. Obviously really easy to like somebody's game when they have about 1.2 million chips and they can't lose a hand, but... I want to thank you all for joining us. What's up, Ian Cavanaugh? DJ? Ashley Hart? Thanks for joining us, everybody. Nick Wealthall and myself will be here for another hour and a half. And then back at it tomorrow for the exciting conclusion. Of course, another free roll tomorrow as well on 888 Poker, so make sure you join us for that. We'll let you know what the password is.
How many are we going to be coming back to tomorrow? That's the question.
My guess is somewhere around 25, 24.
At the start of play tomorrow?
Yeah, my guess. I mean, depending on when we start, we might not start for the until the first break. Depending on how many players are left.
Oh, if it's after the first break, it might be kind of 16.
Yeah,
17.
then it might be like, right. My guess is they probably finish tonight with somewhere around the 25 round number. They have these things down to a science. Ian Cavanaugh from Ireland. Ian, I'm wearing my my sweater I got in Galway.
You look very Galway-ish.
Yeah. Galway, by the way, is it was my first time in Galway this past August.
It's nice. It's really nice.
The reason I wasn't in Sochi, by the way, was because I already had a vacation and a wedding to attend in Ireland before I knew about Sochi. So I was there. My first trip, not my first trip to Ireland, I had been there before, but it was my first trip to Galway, and it did not disappoint. It instantly became like one of my favorite places to visit. So much fun.
Yeah, it's really nice there.
Cautry's all in. Cautry takes it.
I worked a poker tournament there a couple of years in Galway, in the big hotel there that I can't remember the name of. But it was really fun. Very nice place to visit.
There's something like a ridiculous, it's like 400 pubs. I mean, I've never seen more. It's just amazing. People were dancing in the streets. It was great. It was such a good time. Amazingly, they let me drive in Ireland.
How? Oh, have you driven in England before?
Yeah, but you don't even have to, though. You could just even if you've never driven on the other side of the road, let's say you're from somewhere where you drive on the right side of the road, if you go to Ireland, fly into Dublin and just say, I'd like to rent a car, they just go, okay, don't forget, we drive on the left side of the road.
It's the same in America.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
That they just let you do that.
Yeah. Well, same if like I go to France or something.
Oh, Ian Kavanaugh says, great place. You're welcome in Waterford any time, lads. That's actually where the wedding was, Ian. Was in Waterford, at the Waterford Castle. That was amazing, too. Thank you, Ian. We're, Waterford Crystal.
Yes, I'm familiar with the brand.
I went to the castle. That was...
Anyone has a Samsung charger, like USB-C?
I mean, I'll put it this way. Aer Lingus, thank you, Aer Lingus, lost our luggage.
Right.
And I still had an amazing time.
There you go.
It's funny, Gary Miller has kind of been the player we've been talking about because I don't think he's lost a hand, but Anderson has been just as impressive.
Yeah, both huge chips.
Check, a really interesting turn card here. Anderson is now open-ended. Perot picks up a flush draw. Gary Miller decided not to bet the ace-high flop. Ace-high, ace-7-4, pretty dry. I'm surprised Miller didn't bet it.
Anderson with the small lead-out bet for the 8th time. He loves that small lead-out bet on the flop or turn.
And frankly, when Miller doesn't bet the flop, I think the window is open. Anderson's going to have some ace-jacks, ace-10s in his range. Perot raises, though.
Yeah, nice raise.
Kind of repping 2-pair here.
Yeah, he can have a lot of stuff. I mean, he's in the big blind.
Yeah, 7-6. 8-5.
7-4, 6-4, 5-3.
Ace-4. I mean, all those things are all possibilities. Exactly.
Actually, 5-3 is a little tough, but
5-3. Yeah, no, 5-3. Exactly. And Anderson gives it up. Nice play by Perot. He battles the two big stacks and comes out ahead.
Yeah.
With just 10 high.
It's true. Feels good.
Apparently, Ian Kavanaugh's brother and father both worked in the Crystal Factory in Waterford.
Oh, wow. That sounds like it's like really skilled.
Yeah.
Like I would be fired within an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah, I would probably break. Whatever money I made, I would break.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
On a weekly
I'd cost
basis.
them a fortune. Luck's still with us. If you've been watching the stream all evening, he's never had chips.
Ever.
No.
Somehow I feel like he's never going to have more than 300,000 and yet still make the final table.
It's looking like that, isn't it? Miller gets another premium because it's been 4 hands or something.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is, like, you look at last hand. Miller could have easily bet last hand on an ace-7-4 flop and probably just taken it down.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
he's even... I think he's kind of... He understands the fact that he's picked up so many big hands. He's checking back in some spots where he doesn't even need to. To kind of show people that I'm not doing it every time. I'm not being overly aggressive.
Perot might 3-bet here. It's quite a nice hand to do it.
Nah, it wouldn't work.
Miller's quite wide from the hijack. And he just calls. And now Gomez might call. Oh no, Gomez has very short chips. So heads up we go.
Well, he's going to outflop him.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting hand because Perot's going to have to play this marginal hand out of position. And to me, this is actually a value bet on this flop because Perrault defends the small blind with a lot of Broadway cards that Miller's got better than, and there's no, you know, it's highly likely he hasn't connected with the flop, so he's trying to get, it gets a call from worse, this bet, I think. Also from better on this occasion.
Not a really good barrel card.
No.
This time Miller checks it back. Pot is 100,000. Queen on the river.
Yeah, his problem with bluffing this river is that the small blind defending range is just all over this board now. So he does check back, and
Yeah, I think it's conceivable that Perrault could even float that flop with a hand like, you know, Queen Jack of Diamonds.
definitely, that's why I said the ace king's a value bet on the flop, because I think he does that a lot. Because like Miller's betting everything that he opened with on that board.
I want to thank you for joining us. The new 888 Poker High Roller Tournament, the Dragon. It's brand new. Our next one is on December 22nd. It's a $1,050 buy-in for a $200,000 guaranteed tournament. But there are satellites on 888 Poker that's starting at just 50 cents. Check it out. The Dragon.
Playing that for 50 cents would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Mix it with the big boys and girls. We haven't had a ladies tournament update. I'm really disappointed in all the people we know in the ladies tournament.
I feel like we know a lot of people in that tournament.
I'm going to message one of them.
By the way, I found out who the bubble boy, by the way, was Giulio Mascolo.
Bad luck, Gio.
Yeah, Gio got it in with ace-jack, unfortunately up against aces.
Gomez has found a nice spot here. Not so good for luck. He's going to have the decision. 2 short stacks.
It's only 10 big blinds. I don't...
Yeah. It's only 10 big blinds, but kind of tight guy shoves from the small blind, and you've got king queen. It's grim. It's worked so hard, David.
Well, you're just assuming this guy's tight because of his beard. We don't actually know that.
That is 100% correct. That is my read.
I mean, he's a young Spaniard.
That is my read until proven otherwise. Tidy beard, tight player. That's my...
I mean, he could have 9s, 10s, jacks. Could he have king jack suited here?
He definitely can't fold, but he has.
He folded.
But I understand why. It's because he's grinded for so long. He doesn't want to be gambling with king queen suited. That's just the emotion behind that fold.
Gentleman who came in for Maria over there under the gun. Well, not under the gun now, I shouldn't say. In seat number 1, just to the left of the dealer. Having a pretty good go of it. As he's up to about 500,000 chips. Denuzzo, he's picked up some big hands. Ace-8 on an 8-high flop. Jacks. But unfortunately for him, has folded both times. One time, he was beat. And he is now under 200,000. Picks up another big hand here, this time ace-queen. I would never 3-bet Denuso. I would just call and just bet the flop turn and river.
Yeah, based on what we've seen, you would be profitable. He's going to get this one through, though, I think.
Yeah? One of my pet peeves, by the way, is when players ask for a count before they look at the cards.
Yeah. Should be banned, actually.
Under 40. Miller Anderson still pacing the field, but Perot, as I mentioned, on the left side of your screen, up now to 535,000 chips. Making some noise. Miller has been the most active at this table with his pre-flop raises. Denuso as well, but both players have just picked up a lot of big hands. I want to thank you for all you joining us in the chat. We see you. We appreciate your support. Once again, we're back at it tomorrow.
39 left. And we still got 2 more hours to play tonight, so... You would expect the eliminations to slow down at some point because we had that long bubble.
It did slow down around 53 for a while, but we've lost 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly. Luck's gonna limp in from the small blind. Denuso could very easily just shove here. He decides to raise, and that's gonna be enough to take it down.
So back-to-back pots for Denuso. Back on track.
Yeah, a couple of small little pots. They all help.
Are you going to play any poker while you're here in London?
I usually do.
That's
I might
that's why I
tonight.
asked.
Yeah, I might tonight. Go take a gander into the poker room and see how the games are. I usually get here a couple of days before the live stream starts.
That's true.
And this year I did not because of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I did play in Portugal, though, and I played in Barcelona as well. And I don't know how the games will be in Madrid, but I assume they'll be fantastic. So the plan is I usually do play on these stops. I'm like Marley, though. I can't watch poker and not play. I get a little FOMO.
That's fear of missing out, guys. That's what that means.
For all you kids out there.
Who don't know what FOMO means.
Right.
Yeah. Blind versus blind, no raise.
Are you a server? Are you a server? Ace deuce? Are you a drummer? Hamburger?
I normally would expect Gary Miller to put a lot of pressure on the small blind. But this is one of those cases where he might just feel pretty comfortable that he can just blow his opponent off of almost anything post-flop.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I used them one time, dude. And I've done one time. I've done one time.
Anderson, first to speak. He's under the gun. Line still 4,000, 8,000. They will pop up in a moment or two. Miller looking at King 10 offsuit, facing a early position open.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a fold. Unless you know your opponent's.
He's going to 3-bet instead.
Oh, that's okay if he thinks the guy is wide. I thought he called, which I don't like.
3-bet gets through.
Yeah, good timing from Miller.
And I think a lot of beginner players out there, they make the mistake of thinking, well, I think it's too weak to fold, and you know what? I don't want to put myself out there, so I'll just call, not realizing that that's probably the worst option. You know, in a situation like that, it's certainly reasonable to fold the King 10.
King 10 offsuit's a pretty weak hand. Actually.
Right, just very reasonable to fold the hand or actually play it aggressively.
Yeah, for sure. Bertram, who's only been at the table a little while, we haven't seen much of, but we're going to see him in this one.
Well, he only plays aces, that much we know.
That's the read to this point.
Ooh. Let's see what Gary Miller's read is.
He just flats. And Anderson defends the big blind with 10-6 off. So our two big stacks and the aces.
Well, it's a pretty good hit flop for Bertram.
It is.
It's an above average flop for him.
Although you rarely win a big pot when you flop a set of aces, right?
Yeah.
Because you just have it crushed, have the deck crippled. He should get the bet out of Miller, though.
I mean, and depending on his sizing, I mean, Anderson might feel compelled to come along as well. He's got a gut shot. Sure enough, Miller does make the call. Anderson gets rid of it.
It's a shame he folded because a 9 would have been a hilarious card.
It's just ridiculous. That's not a 9, if you were wondering.
I wonder if Bertram's at all tempted to check this turn. Just make it look like a continuation bet. He knows the chip lead's aggressive. I'm not a slow player, but you just, like, you're not scared of anything on this board, and you're so far ahead.
Yeah, and it's not really a matter of being scared of anything. I think it's something you said yesterday. Yesterday we talked about.
I didn't finish my sentence. I meant not letting a card come or anything.
Right.
Sorry, go on.
But yesterday we talked about a guy who had a set of 10s on a queen high board, and you were talking about how you shouldn't slow play there. And the big difference, of course, being you don't have top set. Yeah. When your opponents call you, they likely do have top pair.
And it was a very
wet board
with lots of potential draws. But that was very dry and.
Just impossible for your opponent to have anything, really.
Also in context as well, the guy's really aggressive, you know. I think that's one of the few times where a slow play's probably going to make you more money than betting. "37 players left here in London. We've got about another hour of poker to go. They're about to raise the blinds, I think." Got an update from Kara in the ladies' event.
Oh, yeah?
25 players left. I've got tons of chips, but Katie Lindsay just sat to my left and brought us a bottle of champagne. So that's the update. Expect things to go downhill. Exciting news, we'll be showing you a charity event tomorrow on the stream.
Oh, I love that. I assume, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but usually when we have a charity event, we have some high-profile athletes in the field.
Yeah, usually some big names, but also we get to see some 888 ambassadors play,
Oof.
usually.
And Pro here, betting for some thin value. A Frenchman showing he can play.
Yeah, he's like a really competent player since he joined us.
Yeah, it's a nice value bet on the river.
Man, I'm going to be pissed when Kara wins the ladies' event and I didn't take that bet. I am going to be...
If you had negotiated, I probably would have given you 4-1.
There's like 40 players in the field.
Hey.
You're so tight. How do you ever make a bet with anyone? You need someone as ridiculous as Norman Chad in order to get action.
Well, there you go. As long as there are Norman Chads in the world, I will eat.
Is he putting your kids through college? Is that the, the situation?
Unfortunately, our bet wasn't for that much money.
Bertram with the kings to follow the aces. He's going to be loving this feature table.
Yeah, I mean, game's easy when you're picking up big hands. You see Luck's look of disgust at him, like, you raised in front of me again? How dare you?
What is this?
Gomez might call us. It's against an under the gun open, so maybe he folds, but I think you're getting a good price. It's a min raise. Getting 4.5 to 1. Well, I just got to call.
Beautiful flop for kings.
Yeah, Gomez gets just enough where he's probably going to call at least one straight. And a board like this is just beautiful because you know your opponent's going to call with any pair. If they have a jack, you're going to get multiple streets of value. Very little you're worried about. Dry board like this, I think Gomez has to call once. And he does make the call. Not only does Bertram only plays aces and kings, but he always either flops or turns a set.
It's impressive. It's definitely a way to make poker easier. He's discovered a good way.
Well, this is interesting. I think you want to bet this because I think it's going to be very difficult for you to get if your opponent only had a 4 or a 3, you're probably not going to get more value anyway. And if your opponent does have a jack, he's probably not going to believe you. He might call another straight.
Right, you're bluffing this card so often, you know.
It's unfortunate for Bertram, but I think betting the turn here actually is quite smart.
5,000, 10,000, 10,000, things like that.
Play Blast on 888 Poker. That's right. The Blast Sit and Go is an exciting sit and go game where you could win big. 3 to 4 players are in for a fun surprise as they compete for a randomly drawn prize pool in a time-limited Blast Sit and Go. For a prize pool of up to 10,000 times you're buying. That's right, Nick. Shut the front door.
10,000
times you're buying.
You'd be pretty delighted, right?
Yeah, no matter what my buy-in is.
No, yeah, exactly. You'd be stoked.
Blinds are up 5,000, 10,000. This will be the last level we watch tonight.
So we'll have a heads-up pot here between Anderson and Bertram. Nothing for anyone. Yeah, Bertram might think he's got the best hand sometimes there, but there's not a ton of value. Upside, let's put it that way. Not a ton of upside in continuing.
Hand 122. Kotri. I've been impressed by this guy's game as well. He's had a... he's been in a tough position all day. from the money bubble on. But he's been able to kind of stay afloat, keep a pretty healthy stack.
Despite his horrible seat draw.
Yeah.
In between the two behemoths.
Gomez is all in. Country wants a count. It is just 70,000 more. I don't think you can fold king queen. In fact, you can't. No. He is going to call this, and it'll be king queen versus king queen. Gomez a slight favorite as he's got clubs. Those optimists out there can say Katri's got 2 flush draws, though, right?
There you go.
See if anybody free rolls. 1 diamond, 2 hearts, no free roll.
Safe.
Let's chop this baby up. Down to 37 players. First place, once again, £100,000. Payouts are fairly significant. The top 6, by the way, 100,000, 69,000,
jeez,
44, 920, 33, 25, 20.
That's a chunky final table prize pool.
Yeah, no doubt. 339 unique entries, 179 re-entries, 518 entries in all. Gomez all in. He's been doing this a lot.
But he only has 10 big blinds. I mean,
yeah, no. I mean, he did it with king queen, did it with ace king. He does it with ace queen here. Nice fold by Anderson.
big range of stacks.
Yeah. I feel lost, by the way.
You feel what?
I feel lost.
Lost how?
I feel like I have no, yeah, well, spiritually and in other ways as well. I have no idea what's going on in the ladies' event. It's bothering me.
Well, I gave you the...
You gave me the update that they're drinking.
Yeah. That's the update. That doesn't make you want to get out there.
Well, I mean, obviously.
There were 25 players left 10 minutes ago. They're drinking, so there are now 6 players left. No, there are 25 players left. This is going to be like a late night fight for the prizes.
Certainly looks that way. It's a one-day event, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Anderson raises. Perot. Going to 3-bet right away? No, just call. Gomez picks up king queen. Does he shove here? Now, this is an under the gun +1 raise, under the gun +2 call. See how tight Gomez is. He's all in. I don't think he gets this one through. It's about a 15 big blind shove. Just getting too good a price.
I'm interested to see what Anderson does.
Just got to worry about Perot behind him, right?
A little bit. I mean, yeah.
It's enough chips that does he need to isolate, or can he just call? And can he fold? He's got a pretty good price.
It's quite a weird spot.
He lets it go. Wow, and Gomez gets that through.
Yeah, an amazing result for him.
That is just ridiculously amazing. Huh.
He had just enough chips, didn't he, to make it unattractive.
It's funny, Perot's call made it more enticing in one way because there were more chips in the pot to fight for, but it also made it far less enticing because you were worried that your opponent was trapping from behind.
Yeah.
You know, the last thing you want to do is call 123,000 and then Perot moves all in.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to happen very often, but obviously when it does, it's disastrous. Maybe he just thinks ace-jack is just a bit, you know. A bit weak in that spot.
I think you got a good idea what's up on the Yeah, I know you mean. You're not allowed.
And we continue on here. 37 players remain. How many will we get down to tonight? Tomorrow's schedule, TBD. We're definitely covering this event.
Thank you for that update.
Yeah. We're definitely covering this event, and we'll definitely be crowning a champion in this particular event, but apparently we may or may not be covering a charity event. Once we know more about that, we'll let you know.
TBD.
TBD. You can follow Nick. He'll let you know on Twitter.
Sure.
At Nick Walthall.
Just follow at Nick Walthall anyway. I mean, I've stopped tweeting now, but I may start again in the future. I always look at when people have tweeted at me. I always look at and reply to those.
That's nice.
Yeah, I just don't have anything to tweet about. I'm really a bad fit for social media because I don't feel the need to report anything. So I just not, you know, it's just not my forum. It's nice that people can contact you. That's good.
Right.
Yeah.
If they want to.
If they want to.
XL Blizzard coming soon. Check that out at 888poker. Yeah, in this day and age of the political climate that we are in, almost regardless of what country you're in, has made social media somewhat
deeply unpleasant.
Yeah. Bit of a minefield.
What do you do for a living?
It's good for sports.
Sometimes.
Sometimes good for sports. I was going to say it's good for poker, but then
sometimes
people just like fight over poker stuff, don't they? Like all the time.
The other day, actually, Andrew Barber came out, and just in this kind of like, and I like Andrew. I think he's usually quite rational. I consider him a friend. But he came out and he kind of like, he's just talking about how many people are streaming and putting stuff on YouTube and all these content makers. And he was like, we need less content makers and more people just watching them. It's like, wow. So for all of you out there who might be aspiring to create content, whether it be a writer or anything like that, forget about it. It's all been done already.
No more room at the end.
Yeah, I was like, what? Makes no sense. Culture at the best here. He's going to take it down. Little blind on blind.
I mean, it strikes me that it's a pretty perfect market, no? If you create stuff people want to watch, you'll have an audience. If you don't create stuff people don't want to watch, you won't.
Yeah.
It doesn't need interventions.
Well, I just also think I'm like, so what happens if there's somebody out there who's new to the game and just loves it and wants to do it? Are they supposed to be like, well, I guess I was too late to the party. I'll just watch. With nothing wrong with that, by the way. Of course, if you want to just watch, that's fine too. But do whatever strikes your fancy. Do it.
Yeah, for sure.
As you can see in the top center of your screen, blinds 5,000, 10,000. With 10,000 big blind ante. 25,000 to play in orbit. Luck has a little bit of an internal clock. He just like counts to 4 every time, whatever it might be. I don't know. Because he's never making a move there.
Miller with the premium hand. We've said that a lot today. And fold it round to Perrault, who may defend here, but decides not to. You're watching the late stages of day 2 coverage of 888 Live's London event with me, Nick, and him, David. And we've got 35 players left.
So descriptive.
Everyone knows who everyone is by now. And you've got about 40 more minutes of poker action.
America, you can straddle any position.
And then we'll be back tomorrow.
True story.
See some prize money awarded.
I hate straddle because the button just kills all the action. The button has already got so much advantage.
Bueno has joined the table. Actually, folds around to Anderson. Yeah, Anderson on the button here with King 4.
Yeah, it might see a 3-bet here. Perrault definitely capable of it. Has a hand with some appeal.
Looks like he just calls. I think that's fine too. You hate call?
It's okay.
You always like the aggressive 3-bet.
I'm not in love with it. If he spikes a king, it works out.
Check, check. Perrault's King 9. No longer the best hand here. Both players with a pair of 6s, King Jack 10, but Perrault with a ton of outs. It looks like he might just bet and take this one down, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
He's just going to take it down. Why did Anderson check the flop? He's just going to...
I don't really know.
Fair enough.
He's probably thinking the same thing. Why did I check the flop?
Why did I check the flop? That was weird. I've done that many times at the poker table. Like, make an action, and you go, why am I betting? It's a terrible
And then you
error.
can't stop yourself in the middle of it. You're like, your hand's moving, and you're, why am I doing this?
100%.
Stop.
100%. I've done it several times.
I mean, once you do check the flop, I mean,
Yeah,
hand over.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, you can give up now, but
Yeah. I like this overhead shot. Frenchman Perot in seat number 1 has played quite well since he's joined the feature table.
yeah, played nicely. Very pot control-y sort of game. Hasn't exposed himself to much danger.
Luke with pocket 8s. Take his requisite 4 seconds, and then all in. And that's the play. Always scary from first position. You've got to get through a lot of players, but 8's just too good a hand not to put all those chips in there. Cotray thinking about what to do here. And it's a tight fold, but I think it's the right fold. And Luke, excited to still be in. We're in East London. That's right, Asper's Casino for 888 Live, our marquee event. Well, one of our marquee events at this point. I feel like we have so many during the year, whether it's Barcelona, Madrid coming up. Barcelona is always an amazing trip. It's a place, if you've never been, I highly recommend that you join us in late May. Great poker. It's the ideal time to be in Barcelona. The weather is just perfect. But this always promises, this is always one of our bigger events. Prize pool, well over £500,000. First place, £100,000. Bueno with the queens. Bueno looks like he came straight from the barber. Look at that hair. That is a well-groomed man. Bueno raised to 20,000. Gary Miller says, welcome to the table. Maybe you didn't know, but this is my table. I don't think Bueno going anywhere, though. And this is interesting because you've got, Bueno with a ton of chips. And Miller possibly trying to kind of send a message to him. We saw Miller do this earlier on to Perot, and it worked. This time, though, unlikely to work. Let's see what Bueno does, though. Does he 4-bet? Does he want to bloat this pot up out of position against the chip leader? Or does he just call? And he just calls. I think we all knew folding was not an option. Pot is 161,000. Not a terrible flop for Miller in the sense that he can rep the ace, obviously, and he does have some equity. He's got a gut shot. This is a fun one. I mean, Bueno is not going to fold to 1-bet, I don't think.
So Bueno just flattered the 3-bet.
He did. He flattered the 3-bet from out of position.
Makes it kind of hard to play.
Yeah, I don't hate it though. I know you and I are probably gonna differ on this particular one as well. He's brand new to the table, doesn't really know anything about Miller. Wow, he just folded though. I thought he'd call at least one straight.
I think he's done it 4 times today.
I'll put it this way: if I am going to raise, just call the 3-bet, I'm not folding to 1-bet.
So I watch hands like that and I think, what am I doing in here with you?
Right. I'm not folding to 1-bet. I'm gonna make my opponent fire a couple of bullets. And you stepped out for a second, but I mentioned that we saw Gary Miller do that against Perot, and who had about 500,000 chips. Bueno sits down at the table with about 500,000 chips as well, and first hand Bueno plays, Gary Miller 3-bets him, and I think it's kind of a little bit of like a send a message thing.
No, I think it's just a move.
But you don't think it's a specific against a new player at the table?
Yeah, I do.
That's what I
but
mean.
I don't think it's a send. I think it's just a way to get chips because he just thinks, I have him covered. He doesn't know anything about me. He's not going to go to war.
That could be his case as well.
Which is quite an interesting idea, which I might put in the old memory bank.
Right, yeah. Ooh. New guy to the table. He's going to give me more credit. Hey, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Bueno goes right back to the well, though. He raises this time with King 8. I'm just shocked that he just check-folded queens. I'm like, well, there's an ace out there. You must have me beat.
But with, like, he only had 40-something big blinds at the start of the hand. Like, you're really overthinking it, flying a 3-bet with queens, I think, especially out of position. Like, if you're 150 big blinds deep, it's different, but it can't ever be wrong to get it in there.
No, I don't think it can be wrong. I just don't, if your opponent's bluffing, I don't mind giving him a little bit of rope. Again, though, I think if you take that path, there's nothing wrong with 4 betting. I'm with you on that one. But I think if you take the path of calling the 3-bet, you have to call the flop at least.
It's just like it's not easy to play post flop out of position. It's just not that easy.
No, it's not.
As just illustrated by folding to 9 high.
Hey, he did have a gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. That said, I like Bueno's cardigan hoodie thing, so swings and roundabouts.
Anderson picks up jacks. Yeah, Perot has definitely been a thorn in Anderson's side, but he's going to pick a better spot. And no action for Anderson.
Raise and take it. Haven't seen too much of that.
No. Much easier to play jacks that way, by the way.
Yeah, that's literally the only way they're ever good. That and when they flop top set. Those are the only 2 times.
Right.
Jacks. Disgusting.
I feel like in Lon McCarron's hell, he's just constantly getting dealt, and he just every time he has to peel up, it's always a jack.
I think you're right.
It's been a profitable day for me as I have won £1.
Oh, yeah.
From my partner.
You're absolutely right.
You're good for it.
No,
Whenever.
I'm going to pay my debt. Enjoy, my friend.
Yeah, this is the sound of it for everybody.
Real money.
Real money.
Small blind versus big blind. No raise.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Bueno was thinking of playing the limp shove if there was a raise. Unfortunately for him, doesn't get the opportunity. I'm not sure if that was the plan or not, but doesn't get the opportunity. And it is a bad flop, a worse turn. And this hand, in all likelihood, is over. It's hard to be dealt pairs, but Bueno has gotten queens and then eights. And he is going to lose both of those. Miller content to get the showdown on the river after he bets the turn. And he wins a small one.
They all count. He'll have enjoyed his day, won't he, Miller?
Yeah, he came into today's action with about 250,000 chips.
Right.
And he has done nothing but crush.
Yeah, made it look easy today.
And at this point, Bueno probably thinks that Miller is just not getting out of line. He's like, well, he checked back the 10-8 on the flop. Then he bet the turn when he hit his 10. Okay. I guess it was a good fold in my queens.
Yeah. Such a bad fold.
One thing that is interesting once you're in the money is there are the ICM considerations. Obviously, you can ladder up. But the payout structure is relatively flat until you get to the final table.
Yeah, it must be because the bubble's so big, like it's double the buy-in. So I haven't looked, but I'm guessing it must be very flat.
You just move all in here. Who's going to raise?
It's got 20... Oh, I see. Cut tree. Yeah, moving is fine.
The funny thing with Miller is even the times where he could get himself in some trouble, like remember earlier on with aces versus the nines when he had nines?
Yes.
He just calls the raise in that spot and then just gets rid of it. So not only obviously playing very well, but also kind of running well in that regard.
Well, you know what it's like, even if you're a good player like Miller is. Sometimes you have days where things don't work, and other times you have days where your timing just is pure. Like
Your opponent folds queens on a ace-high flop.
He might come back tomorrow and nothing might work, and he might be out in 17th. Very possible. It's no limit hold'em. That's why it's fun.
It's a humbling game at times because there can be weeks where you feel like you can't lose. Everything you do, you 3-bet, it always works.
Yep.
The cards come off that either give you the best hand or force your opponent to fold the best hand. And then there are days where you think you'll never win again.
Days?
Weeks. Months.
Yeah, if it's months, you probably should stop.
Decades. Danuso with the ace-king. Don't overthink it. Put all your chips in there, buddy.
16 big blinds from the hijack.
I mean, he can 3. I guess he can raise and call off.
Yeah, but it's so annoying when you raise, get flatted and miss, isn't it? It's just really annoying.
Yeah, if you knew what Anderson had, you'd probably just raise. Let him come along for the ride, but... Danuso does not get any action.
Is that the only 2 English words you know?
Yeah, there is a one check here, yes.
So much goodness happening over at 888. We've talked about the terminal. We've talked about the Grand Hand Snap, the Blast Sit and Go, the Dragon, and, of course, Madrid in late January.
And tomorrow we've got another free roll for you.
Another free roll.
More free money. 8 o'clock tomorrow. The password is revealed on the stream tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah. You're welcome.
How will I,
You're
how
welcome
will,
for the tease.
How will I sleep?
Yeah. You will be on the edge of your seat, my friend, like everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah, Miller's getting tired. He's like, I can't be bothered to do this every time.
I wonder if that had anything to do with Perot being in the big blinds. I mean, that was the cutoff with an ace as the chip leader. I'm surprised.
You don't have to take every spot.
No.
Especially not when you're sitting on 150 big blinds.
Miller's shown that. He has passed up a few spots here and there. Probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes left in tonight's action.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live, and we'll be back at it tomorrow.
Bertram's only played aces and kings so far. What's he doing?
When you do peel back the 4, sometimes it does look like an ace.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe that's what happens.
He's going to get some action.
Unless Gary Miller has picked up on the fact that Bertram only does this with aces and kings. No. Miller just calls, though. A little bit of respect for the end of the gun open.
It always seems fun to open under the gun with a hand like ace-4 suited until someone calls you in position. Then you feel like, oh, good. Now what? Oh, it's come king 10-6. Now what? Imagine if it comes king 10-6 now. People would be like, ooh.
How about 8-8-4, though?
It's a good flop for ace-4.
That's a really good flop for, I mean, there aren't many flops you're going to like. That's one of them.
And backdoor diamonds. Let's not leave out that important piece of equity.
Miller not a believer. He's going to call one time. Pot is 107,000. It's getting better and better for Bertram.
Diamonds by the back door.
I feel like it's a good check right now, and the Queen of Diamonds hit the river.
David going for the funnest possible option. Yeah.
Well, Bertram does check. Miller checks it back. That is not the Queen of Diamonds, 5 of Spades. And at this point, kind of expected to go check, unless Bertram wants to put out kind of a small little blockish bet. Does Bertram think he's ahead?
It's very hard for him to know. He's not losing to much, though, is he? Like, literally pocket
Sevens,
pairs.
yeah.
Like.
Well, now the entire table knows he plays more than just aces and kings.
Yeah, not the worst hand to show down, actually. Get a little bit more action, maybe.
Miller still pacing the field. He has not had under he hasn't had under 100 big blinds the entire tournament.
Crazy. Yeah, just a tournament experience not many of us can relate to be honest.
At some point, he will be below 100 big blinds. I'm going to predict that. Look, getting a little frustrated. Just cannot pick up a hand to play. I think sometimes we forget, and you pointed it out. End of the night, end of 2 long days of poker. These players certainly starting to get a little tired.
Yeah, we're finishing at this level. They have one more level to come, and I haven't played tons of multi-day live tournaments in my life. It hasn't been my pursuit. But when I have played them, I've noticed every time that players get tired in the last level of the day, and you can, if you can have that bit more stamina and stay on the front foot, there are chips to be made at the end of the day in a live tournament.
Yeah, there's always a handful of players that end up punting at the end.
Yeah, there's a handful that end up punting, then there's a lot more that just tighten up and just think, I'll just get to the end of the day. So if you become more active, it's definitely profitable.
Yeah, some people have made this argument, and while it's not quite true, I understand what they're saying because it's close. They say that at the World Series of Poker main event, the end of day 1 bubble is almost as big as the money bubble.
Yeah, it's monstrous, yeah.
Because everybody wants to make the end of the day 1. Everybody wants to tell their friends and family members at home, bagged, made it to day 2.
Even though it's completely freaking meaningless.
Yeah, especially now that they have more chips.
Just a life happiness thing.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of players, you know, making the main event, playing the main event is a, you know, a bucket list item. And you want to be able to say you made day 2.
I feel like Cottrey, in fact, I'm pretty certain he's had around the middle 200,000 for the entire time we've been on stream.
Yeah, I've been, like I said, I've been really impressed with his play.
He came with that stack, I think, and he's just stayed with that stack. But now it's only 26 blinds. When he first came, it was big stack at the start.
Yeah, now he's down to somewhat small stack. He's going to get a little action here. Anderson likes that 10-8. He's called raises with that hand a couple of times.
Interesting he checks here, because I was going to say, I'm not into slow playing very much, but that's like a decent slow play spot, actually. And he is check calling. Because he's got an aggressive opponent who didn't 3-bet him pre-flop. He's almost always miles ahead here.
2 diamonds, 2 spades out there. Would you ever do the check call lead out?
Yeah, I quite like that. Now, because Anderson's checked the turn, I think he still should value bet this river, because I don't think, oh, okay, I'm wrong.
Anderson's going to bluff at it.
Yeah, so...
I'm kind of surprised Anderson did not bluff the turn. I mean, he picked up equity in the turn.
Yeah, well, I was saying I would actually try and value bet the river if I was Cuttery, because Anderson checked the turn, so you know, he's not going to bluff the river, but now he does. And this has turned into a good spot for Khatri. Nice slow play on the flop, I think.
Yeah, he's too good a player to fold this.
Oh, he's not folding. I don't know what he's doing, actually.
I was thinking about it. No, he calls.
No, he's not.
I was going to say, yeah. I mean, there are players that will talk themselves into folding that. I had a feeling that from watching Khatri play the last couple of hours,
yeah,
he'll think about it, but eventually make the right call.
He's solid, and like, he's right at the top of his range there. Like,
yeah, I mean, he's got a monster. He started the hand with like 25 bigs. You flop top pair.
That's a dangerous hand for people to watch on the stream because, like, you don't want to be checking top pair like that very often. It's just the context there of having the big stack behind and like him being so likely to bluff at it and him being so far ahead, and just looked like a good spot to do what he did to me.
Yeah, that was kind of one of those exploitable, live, unconventional plays that was just perfect. And Kratche, by the way, up to almost 400,000 chips now.
Yep.
I really like that one.
Yeah, that was a really
Give
nice
you credit,
hand.
Nick, for seeing it before it happens.
The thing that made it a good spot to slow play was that Anderson, it was either cut off and hijack or cut off and button. And so because they're in late position, Anderson's 3-betting things like ace-jack suited there. So you just know that you're almost always ahead. No surprise that Miller's been the most active player at this table.
Yeah, interestingly enough, he really hasn't gotten out of line too often. Despite that, you can see a V-pip that's voluntarily putting chips in the pot. He and Anderson have had the most chips, and they've been the most active. They've been the most aggressive. Bueno's stats here are fairly irrelevant as he's played about 9 hands. Been an entertaining day of poker.
Yeah, really good standard of poker today.
And Miller back to work under the gun +1, King 10 suited. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. Min raised from him.
It means like 4, 5, 6 hands or something.
Action folds around to Denuzzo, who's got ace-king. Hello. Spot Denuzzo's been waiting for. Seems like a fairly trivial shove.
Yeah, amazing spot for him.
Well, there's the all-in. And Miller, I imagine, will fold this.
Yeah, you would think so.
You're raising out of the big blind when there's no other dead money in the pot is fairly polarizing because players can just call so easily. And usually they have the absolute best hands or some bluffs, and my guess would be that Denuzzo is probably not that balanced and probably has mostly just great hands.
I think so, based on what we've seen. I mean, it is a math problem, which Miller's just checking that he doesn't make a mistake.
He's not getting a really great price, though. I mean, this shove is for, what, 14 bigs, 15 bigs?
What if he's got 9s?
So he's got 9s plus?
What if he's got 8s? I think against this player, this is a fold, yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know if Denuzzo is shoving 8s and 9s. He might just call.
Oh, he called.
He called. Wow, okay.
I'm a little surprised he called against that player.
Yeah, me too.
Because I understand the mass argument. He was getting a bit of a price. He's getting like 1.5 to 1, I think.
A queen will win it for Miller, as provided it was not the queen of hearts. 10 out clubs in the river. There's nothing for him. And a full double up for Danuso up to 371. Miller down to 1 million.
Kind of the first meaningful pot he's lost, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think King Queen is probably a call because you are really crushing all the. You're crushing 10. You're not crushing, but I was like, you're flipping jacks, 10s, 9s. You block kings and queens. You know, as long as you're not up against like aces, even ace king, you probably have decent equity. King 10 to me feels like a little bit light, but Gary Miller's. He's done this before, and he's obviously showing his talent table, so he felt like it was a call.
Not a 25-minute break, I hope. I'll break the nose today. 25. yeah, funny. I don't want to wait that long to show up my stack here. I just want to get on with it. You can do it now. Right, yeah. Oh, this guy's like, ace king. Twice, ace king. Woo. To make some hands, right?
Interesting situation developing here. Anderson just limped with ace jack. Perrault raises him, and now Danitzo has a decision in the small blind.
May change by 6 minutes.
I don't know why Anderson just... Oh, okay. I don't understand how Danitzo accumulated chips in this tournament. He just doesn't get involved at all with anything. Right? He's just looking to get out of there at the first sign of trouble. He must have had some huge cooler at some point along the way, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Gary Miller, that's probably, if you're watching this after the fact, you're probably thinking, what did I call this guy for?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, he hasn't seen all the hand, obviously.
No, obviously. Hey, I kind of try to always point that out to our audience that we're privy to so much more information than the players at the table are. We see what they're playing, what they're not playing. Even if you have somebody at home reporting back to you, you're not getting everything.
No. I mean, Anderson is out of position, and I wonder what Perrault thinks of his, I wonder what kinds of hands Perrault thinks that Anderson limps pre-flop. It's irrelevant
At
now.
this point, I wonder if Perrault even cares.
With that river, he definitely doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, now he's just thinking, okay, cool, what kind of hand does he have that he can pay me off with? And now Anderson bets 55,000. I don't imagine Perrault is ever folding this. He's getting a really good price.
Yeah, he's definitely not folding.
And maybe he's considering raising?
Hard to know what he'd be called by that he beats.
And he does. He raises to 120.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a raise that makes not a ton of sense because you wouldn't think that he would do this with just a queen.
He just thinks that Anderson's always got a one-pair type hand here.
Yeah, and it doesn't look, based on the turn check back, it doesn't look like Perot can have more than, say, a queen, and you'd never imagine that a player would raise with just a queen.
It's a really thinking raise, and
I love it.
And like, this is the kind of play that you don't want to be playing against the kind of player that makes this kind of play.
I mean, frankly, Anderson could have 8s, 9s, a hand like ace-10. You know, all those hands are certainly worthy of value betting the river.
He's also thinking, like, unless you have specifically queen 10 or a set, there's nothing that you limp that, like, I beat everything that you limp, basically.
Yeah, this is a really good play by Perot. I mean, Anderson took a while before folding that because it just didn't make a ton of sense. Like, what hand are you raising pre-flop, checking the, I'm betting the flop.
Got my eye on this Perot character.
Yeah, for sure.
Now,
when he checks back the turn, you know, he's not going to have a ton, and then he backs into a queen. It's like, man, what do you have here? Did you miss spades? Are you bluffing?
And it's all set up by Anderson's limp, which caps his range because he's never limping, you know, he's never limping ace-queen. So Perot knows he has the best hand a huge amount of the time.
You'd certainly think so. The grand hand snap now on 888 poker. We are approaching the end of our evening. 31 players remain. Blinds are actually 6,000, 12,000 right now, I believe. Yeah, Perot now up to 706,000 chips. That was, while he did not get paid off, I'm in your camp. I mean, that was a real thinking man's play.
Do we know if Vivian Saliba is still in the tournament? We didn't hear she got knocked out.
I did not hear that she got knocked out. I don't know.
Would be exciting for tomorrow if she was still in. Luck has pocket 8s and 10 big blinds, and even though there's a raise in front, this must be the moment. Yeah, it is. He's probably getting action.
Looks like we are back at it tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. local time, 4:30 p.m. UK time. A wry smile from Perot, as he knows he's a big dog against Luke's 8s.
He didn't call yet, did he? He's
No,
going
but he can't
to.
fold, though, can he?
Yeah, he's going to find out now that he's a big dog.
No one time for him, and just no one time for me either. Just right away. Hey, we got a set.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
I don't think Perot is going to waste his one time on this one.
Well, it won't be the same if Luck's not here because he's been here the whole stream with the short stack.
He's not going anywhere.
Pocket
Not
8,
yet.
Pocket 8 never loses on 888 poker anyway.
No. Not as a leader.
We know that.
Both players have diamonds. 8 still very much in command. Only a 5 will send Luke out the door.
Don't do your sponsor a disservice, he says, with the 8s. Nice.
Full double up for Luke. Small hit for Perot. Well, looks like that is going to do it for us, Nick.
Okay, it's been fun.
That has.
Good quality poker today. It was really nice to watch. And Miller put on a bit of a display for most of the day.
Yeah, Miller was great. Anderson obviously played some good poker, but at the end of the day, it was Perot who really kind of caught both of our eye, and it'll be fun to watch these players battle tomorrow. Right now, 31 players remain. We are back at it tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. I believe we'll be covering a fun charity event at that point, and then once that charity event ends, we will jump into the conclusion of the main event. Once again, £100,000 up top.
Serious money. And it's going to take some winning because it's a strong field.
Yeah,
One of the strongest fields we've seen, I think, in one of these at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. So thanks for watching. For everybody here at Asper's Casino, for everybody at 888 Poker, for Nick Wealthall, I'm David Tuckman. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow, 4:30 UK time.